Taiping, sebuah bandar yang memiliki keindahan bentuk muka bumi, kekayaan alam semula jadi yang indah, serta bangunan warisan yang terpelihara menjadikan Taiping sebuah bandar yang unik dan istimewa. Keistimewaan ini menjadikan Bandar Taiping sebuah bandar yang terkenal dengan pelancongan eko dan warisan sejarah. Dari permulaan sebagai sebuah bandar pelombongan, lalu berkembang menjadi sebuah bandar yang dengan bangganya kami panggil sebagai rumah. Setiap batu bata yang diletakkan dan setiap jalan yang diturap membina asas yang akan menahan ujian masa. Kemenangan dan kekayaan alam ini memberikan bisikan catatan ulang tahun ke-150 Bandar Taiping dengan slogan rasminya, kelestarian warisan mendepani urbanisasi. Cuba kita bayangkan ada sekumpulan burung yang berkampung di dahan-dahan pokok. Pokok hujan-hujan yang sedang menjalar mencari air dan menjamu selera pelbagai jenis makanan yang diantaranya dianggap yang paling sedap di dunia. Bandar yang mempunyai bangunan yang tertua di Malaysia menerokai keunikan paya bakau yang terbaik di dunia. Sungai yang boleh membasuh keresahan jiwa anda. Mendaki bukit yang penuh spesies flora dan fauna. Ada juga tempat yang boleh menaiki itik, menunggang ATV atau bersenam bersama anti yang bernama Mei Mei. Maksud saya tidak tahu pun itu nama sebenarnya, tetapi ya, tempat yang seronok untuk beriadah. Anda tahu tempat yang paling luar biasa di sini? Tempat yang boleh kita lihat haiwan yang sedang menari, menyanyi, bermandi manda, bergayut di antara pohon ke pohon dan menikmati santapan bertaraf 5 bintang. Saya pasti Anda perlu merasai pelbagai aktiviti yang menarik sebagai pengalaman yang tidak dapat dilupakan. Kami menjemput Anda merasai pengalaman Fascinating Taiping.
Morgen. Selamat pagi.
At PETRONAS, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
Taiping, a city that has the beauty of the landscape, the wealth of beautiful nature and preserved heritage buildings make Taiping a unique and special city. This privilege makes the city of Taiping a city famous for ecotourism and heritage. From its humble beginnings as a mining town, it has blossomed into a city that we proudly call home. Each brick laid and each road paved built a foundation that would withstand the test of time. The victory and richness of nature whisper and echo the historic commemoration of the 150th anniversary of Taiping with its official slogan, Heritage, Sustainability in the Face of Urbanization. What I mean is, try to imagine a flock of birds making their home in the trees, the rain trees, their branches reaching out to the water and savoring the many types of food which are among the best in the world. The town that has some of the oldest building in Malaysia, exploring the uniqueness of the best managed mangrove swamp in the world, rivers that bathe the restless spirit within you, and ascending the hills filled with flora and fauna. There are also places where you can paddle a boat, ride ATVs, or even exercise with an auntie whose name is Mei Mei. I mean, I don't even know whether that's her real name, but it's an excellent location for exercise. Do you know a place which is the most special here? The place where we can see all kinds of animals dancing, singing, swimming, swinging from tree to tree, and enjoying a 5-star breakfast. I am sure you will experience various interesting activities, as it will be an unforgettable experience. We welcome you to experience fascinating Taiping.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS di Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
Taiping, sebuah bandar yang memiliki keindahan bentuk muka bumi, kekayaan alam semula jadi yang indah, serta bangunan warisan yang terpelihara menjadikan Taiping sebuah bandar yang unik dan istimewa. Keistimewaan ini menjadikan Bandar Taiping sebuah bandar yang terkenal dengan pelancongan eko dan warisan sejarah. Dari permulaan sebagai sebuah bandar pelombongan, lalu berkembang menjadi sebuah bandar yang dengan bangganya kami panggil sebagai rumah. Setiap batu bata yang diletakkan dan setiap jalan yang diturap membina asas yang akan menahan ujian masa. Kemenangan dan kekayaan alam ini memberikan bisikan catatan ulang tahun ke-150 Bandar Taiping dengan slogan rasminya, kelestarian warisan mendepani urbanisasi. Cuba kita bayangkan ada sekumpulan burung yang berkampung di dahan-dahan pokok. Pokok hujan-hujan yang sedang menjalar mencari air dan menjamu selera pelbagai jenis makanan yang diantaranya dianggap yang paling sedap di dunia. Bandar yang mempunyai bangunan yang tertua di Malaysia menerokai keunikan paya bakau yang terbaik di dunia. Sungai yang boleh membasuh keresahan jiwa anda. Mendaki bukit yang penuh spesies flora dan fauna. Ada juga tempat yang boleh menaiki itik, menunggang ATV atau bersenam bersama anti yang bernama Mei Mei. Maksud saya tidak tahu pun itu nama sebenarnya, tetapi ya, tempat yang seronok untuk beriadah. Anda tahu tempat yang paling luar biasa di sini? Tempat yang boleh kita lihat haiwan yang sedang menari, menyanyi, bermandi manda, bergayut di antara pohon ke pohon dan menikmati santapan bertaraf 5 bintang. Saya pasti Anda perlu merasai pelbagai aktiviti yang menarik sebagai pengalaman yang tidak dapat dilupakan. Kami menjemput Anda merasai pengalaman.
Luar biasa. Mana suara penyokong-penyokong ATBL Arab? Batwas, are you ready? Ayo Batwas, berikan tumpuan untuk penawan peringkat yang kedua ini. Sama-sama kita berikan tumpuan. Mana suaranya? Mana suaranya? Ada aksiden.
Otra vez.
Setelah semalam bermula di salah satu daerah di negeri Perlis, berakhir di Pulau Pinang iaitu di Batwas. Hari ini di peringkat ketiga kita beralih ke negeri Perak iaitu salah satu bandar di sana, itu kita berada di Bandar Taiping untuk permulaan sebentar nanti bagi peringkat ketiga saingan PETRONAS Letup di Langkawi 2024 dengan hashtag Beat the Heat, hashtag kita semua tim Mas. Dan hari ini pastinya kita nak kembali dengan aksi yang penuh drama sebagaimana semalam berlaku dalam peringkat kedua penamat yang cukup mendebarkan dan juga ada insiden berlaku yang insyaAllah kita akan sentuh juga hari ini sebelum kita nak memberikan tumpuan perjalanan peringkat ketiga yang bermula di Taiping akan berakhir di Cameron Highlands. Sebelum itu, seperti biasa, perbincangan saya akan lebih rancak dan lebih menarik. Saya bersama dengan M. Kumarison untuk hari yang ketiga. M, selamat datang kembali.
Terima kasih.
M, semalam kita berulang kali kita saksikan dan berulang kali juga kita bincangkan apa yang berlaku. Peringkat pertama, peringkat kedua yang semakin berdebarkan penuh drama dengan foto finish adalah penentu bagi kejuaraan semalam.
Ya, sudah pastinya apa yang kita tahu juga sprint ni selalunya adalah quite berbahaya juga. Apa yang kita lihat semalam, kemalangan agak sedih juga semalam. Rider Malaysia kita yang agak teruk accident dia. Harap-harap dia akan sembuh secepat mungkin dan kembali dengan lebih semangat yang lebih berkobar lah. Dan ya, kita tahu semalam berakhir dengan sprint dan hari ini kita akan lihat cabaran yang mendaki gunung.
Cabaran berbeza, ini yang kita bincangkan, ini yang M kongsikan tadi bahawa penamat bunch sprint, satu kumpulan besar, di situ hanya beberapa meter, beberapa ratus meter, 100 meter saya rasa, insiden babitkan Elmi Jumari, salah seorang pelumba berpengalaman negara yang berusia 34 tahun. Pengesahannya bahawa dia mengalami patah jari, saya rasa 3 jari yang patah dan juga collarbone, tulang selangka patah. Dan kita sama-sama kita mendoakan agar Elmi Jumari segera pulih kerana dia kita tahu Elmi adalah seorang pelumba yang begitu passion dalam perlumbaan bersama dengan PDRM sebelum ni dan bersama dengan skuad kebangsaan. Dan kita nak kongsikan juga bagaimana semalam foto finish inilah M yang menunjukkan bahawa kualiti perlumbaan babitkan pelumba-pelumba pecut untuk mendapatkan kemenangan di peringkat yang kedua.
Betul, hanya sedikit saja. Apa yang macam setayar different biasanya kan. Saya juga semalam perhatikan pro daripada ni Haris Saleh.
Ya.
Memang nampak beliau hampir-hampir cuma terhalang sedikit saja di last 10 meter begitu. Saya rasa kalau pelumba yang depan dia tu ke kiri sedikit, beliau sudah tentu boleh motong, mungkin juga boleh menang. Cuma dia rider yang ke depan tu ke kanan, jadi beliau tidak ada ruang untuk keluar.
Okey, sayang untuk Harif. Kemudian salah seorang pelumba-pelumba negara juga dari TSJ itu Amirul Fakrullah semalam. Kita perlu berikan kredit kerana breakaway satu. Kemudian turut dinobatkan selaku pelumba most konventif, bermaksud usia yang banyak semalam kita lihat daripada Fakrul ni.
Betul ya. Semalam mereka melakukan breakaway daripada awal. Itu adalah saya rasa satu strategi yang begitu baik sekali. Walaupun mereka tahu agak sukar melepaskan diri, tapi namun mereka cuba. Tidak duduk di Peloton saja, namun mereka cuba dan juga mendapat poin-poin di sprint di 3 sprint semalam dan memang bagus.
Dan keseluruhan untuk pendahulu jersey PETRONAS hijau, untuk keseluruhan kita menyaksikan Gleb Sevica masih kekal, tapi yang menarik di tempat ketiga Aiman Rosli, pelumba muda dari TSG dalam top 3 dan juga untuk jersey oranye masih lagi kekal untuk Gleb Sevica dan hari ini akan dipakai oleh Matteo Maluseli untuk jersey orange selaku Raja Pecut. Manakala hari ini pastinya akan berubah dan lebih berdebarkan. Tyler Tompkins akan dicabar oleh pelumba-pelumba yang lebih berpengalaman, termasuklah Aiman. Hari ini pasti akan berubah. Itu yang kita jangkakan menuju dan juga penamat untuk perlumbaan peringkat ketiga nanti. Dan untuk pelumba Asia, tahniah sekali lagi untuk Aiman bagi kekalkan memegang jersey putih 2 peringkat. Yang pertama ini juga menunjukkan kualiti pelumba-pelumba negara, walaupun dia mewakili pasukan TSG tetapi tetap pelumba-pelumba negara yang menunjukkan peningkatan. Kita mahukan perkara ini sentiasa berlaku.
Sentiasa
dari pelumba negara
agar mereka boleh lebih dewasa, lebih pendedahan untuk berjaya mendapat poin ataupun jersey-jersey di masa-masa akan datang.
Okey. Peringkat ketiga yang sering kita kongsikan, kita dah wawarkan pada awal ni, percaturan berbeza, persaingan dan mungkin dramanya berbeza kerana sejauh 170.3 km permulaannya landai tetapi pendakian akan terus berlaku. Hari ini babitkan 3 zon pecutan dan juga 3 zon pendakian akan bermula pada Kuala Kangsar kilometer 17.3 untuk kom yang pertama, kategori 3 saja, tetapi cabaran selepas itu ada 3 zon pecutan yang mana selain di Kuala Kangsar, kemudian Sungai Siput zon pecutan yang kedua dan juga di Ipoh kilometer 77.3 dan selepas itu pendakian yang semakin mencabar. Dengan ketiga 1422 meter untuk mereka menuju ketika di Kampung Raja. Ini adalah kategori 1. Kategori 1 inilah yang akan memberikan satu perbezaan nanti. Pakar-pakar pendaki akan mengambil alih perlumbaan dan akan mereka menuju di berincang menghampiri penamat nanti untuk ketinggian 1630 meter. Ini adalah kategori tertinggi untuk pendakian kategori horse yang akan memberikan saingan untuk hari ini. Pastinya lah kita akan melihat nama-nama pelumba-lumba yang akan mengguli ketika ini.
Ya, sudah pastinya hari ini kita akan lihat pasukan-pasukan yang akan mencabar untuk kedudukan keseluruhan yang merebut jersey hijau yang akan mula bergerak pada hari ini. Saya pasti akan lihat tim EF tunduk akan kehadapan hari ini, mula mengatur langkah untuk mendapatkan race jersey yang hijau untuk keseluruhan. Seperti apa kita tahu, poin yang kita akan dapat untuk jersey mountain hari ini yang horse kategori, mereka akan dapat 15 poin, 12 poin, 10 poin sehingga ke 68. Dan untuk kategori 1 10 poin, 8 poin, 6 poin. Jadi poinnya lebih pada hari ini. Dan kategori 3 hari ini 3 2 1 poin. Jadi sudah tentunya jersey mountain pokok jersey pun akan berubah hari ini. Sudah pastinya kita akan lihat itu juga. Dan
kita simpan dulu kita akan bincangkan lagi kerana seketika kita nak mendapatkan Lily di lokasi seperti biasa. Lily ni kebiasaan peringkat ke peringkat dia ada cerita yang menarik dan berbeza. Kita terus bersama dengan Lily sekarang.
Alright, thank you studio. Good morning from Taiping. Saya kini berada di sekitar kawasan berdekatan Zoo Taiping. Pagi yang sangat nyaman dengan kehijauan, sebenarnya rasa tenang, tapi tak setenang perlumbaan. Maafkan saya, perlumbaan semalam sebenarnya. Kita recap sikit apa yang terjadi di peringkat kedua selain kemenangan berpihak Matteo Malucelli dari JCL Team Ukyo, diikuti Manuel Penalver, Polti Kometa dan juga Arvin Decline daripada Tudor Pro Cycling Team. Malang tidak berbau. Kemalangan menimpa beberapa pelumba tempatan kurang daripada 100 meter di garisan penamat peringkat kedua. 3 pelumba tempatan terlibat termasuk Aiman Rosli yang mengalami kecederaan ringan. Sementara Elmi Jumari yang dikejarkan ke hospital dikabarkan mengalami keretakan jari. Jadi moving on untuk peringkat ketiga di mana 3 zon pecutan dan 3 zon dakian dipertaruhkan. Actually cabaran buat pelumba yang terkesan dengan kemalangan sebelum ini kerana bermula cabaran lebih besar menyaksikan back-to-back route membabitkan zon pendakian sehingga ke peringkat 4 dan juga 5 dan bermula pada peringkat ketiga hari ini. Soalannya, mampukah dalam jangka masa yang pendek ini semua pelumba recover daripada segala kecederaan yang dialami? Semuanya akan terjawab dalam perlumbaan sejauh 170.3 km yang akan berakhir di Tanah Rata. Okey, saya suka juga nak kongsikan perjalanan menuju ke garisan penamat. Meriah kalau kita tengok semalam dengan sorakan adik-adik, cikgu, penduduk dan juga ramai yang hadir untuk memberikan semangat kepada pelumba. Kita mengharapkan feeling yang sama hari ini. Dan lebih menyeronokkan, kita jangkakan cuaca akan baik. Sekarang ni memang panas terik kalau anda boleh saksikan di sekitar Zoo Taiping ini, dan kita harapkan cuaca ini akan berterusan sehingga ke garisan penamat nanti. Dan don't forget to play your role by supporting all the riders, especially pelumba-pelumba tempatan. Mungkin dengan upload gambar ataupun kata-kata semangat di social media dengan hashtag kita semua Timas, hashtag beat the heat. Anda juga boleh saksikan segalanya di Astro Arena, saluran 802 dan juga platform media sosial Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga Petronas Le Tour di Langkawi 2024.
Terima kasih Lily. Itu penjelasan terperinci apa akan berlaku di peringkat ketiga. Berbalik perbincangan kita antara dua nama yang perlu kita berikan perhatian, pelumba dari Tudor dan juga EF, iaitu Simon Pelo dan juga Simon Carr. Dua-duanya unggul pada musim lalu, juara keseluruhan dan jersey hijau iaitu Simon Carr, manakala Pelo musim lalu ialah polka dot miliknya bermula di peringkat ketiga. Kemungkinan akan berlaku sekali lagi
Ya, kemungkinan berlaku juga hari ini. Tapi kita tidak boleh katakan kerana setiap musim tu pelumba-pelumba tu masing-masing ada yang performa dia bagus, performa dia tak bagus. Jadi memang kita anggarkanlah pelumba-pelumba. Ada juga pasukan-pasukan lain juga seperti Paul Double, Hans Bow, Jose Manuel Dice daripada Burgos apa semua. Mereka pun berkaliber juga sebagai climber. Jadi kita harapkanlah, kita lihat nanti apa yang akan berlaku. Dan sudah pastinya pasukan-pasukan yang kita lihat sekarang ni yang EF Tudor, Escotel, Burgos, DSM semua ni akan cuba sedaya upaya hari inilah, cuba buat breakaway. Kalau nak katakan nanti apa yang akan berlaku, saya boleh anggarkan apa yang agak boleh berlaku adalah mungkin start saja permulaan. Saya rasa akan ada 5-6 rider akan melepaskan diri daripada Peloton. Mereka akan biarkan juga, Peloton akan membiarkan dulu, dan seperti akan sampai dekat camp KOM yang climbing tu yang akan bermula di kilometer 118.
Yap.
Di situlah mereka akan betul-betul mula membuatkan pergerakan. Tidak di kategori ketiga tu tidak begitu.
Yap. Okey.
Di kategori yang kedua tu barulah mereka akan betul-betul mulakan perlombaan. Dia akan pendakian tu lebih kurang dalam 19.5 km. Jadi mereka ada jauh dan di situlah mereka akan benar-benar akan menunjukkan tarikan yang sebetul-betulnya.
Terperincinya akan berikan ulasan sepanjang perlombaan di peringkat ketiga 170.3 km. Jadi tanpa masa, ayo kita saksikan debaran untuk Petronas Territory Langkawi peringkat ketiga Taiping ke Cameron Highlands.
All right, good morning. Do you want to do the selamat datang and selamat pagi, Danny?
Selamat datang. Selamat pagi.
Okay, thank you, Danny. All right, so selamat datang and selamat pagi again, everyone, to the 28th edition of Tour of Langkawi, Petronas Tour of Langkawi 2024, and today, the most awaited stage of this year's edition of Tour of Langkawi, Stage 3 from Taiping to Cameron Highlands, the Queen stage of this year's edition of Tour of Langkawi. And also, despite the absence of Genting Highlands this year, Cameron Highlands is definitely not going to disappoint the fans of cycling this year. Obviously, we all know, despite both of them are horse category climb, beyond category, which means the toughest climb that the UCI put a ranking on. But for sure, it's definitely a different type of climbing for today's stage compared to Genting Highland. So how is it different, Danny, Genting Highland to Cameron Highland?
Well, both mountains reaches about 1,600 meter of elevation. But one, Genting Highland is much steeper, shorter climb. I think from the bottom to the top, roughly about 20 kilometer, and you're climbing 1,600 meters, so it's almost average about 8%. So meanwhile, you compare to the Cameron Highland, then today's climb, you literally climbing for the last 50 kilometer to 60 kilometers. So you have a much longer climb, so it is less steep. So that favors power climber, instead of lightweight climbers, who guys who weigh 50, 60 kg.
That's
so,
right.
So this type of climb, obviously in the past history, good sprinters like Youssef Garini from the Trengano cycling team, and also Van Rensburg, who are technically fast man, but able to get over the climb. And so it's and finishing in a small group sprint.
That's right.
So it is very likely that we will see instead of Genting Highland, which is typically finishing one by one. So with a time gap of a minute and minute plus. So
that's right.
But today could be a small group sprint of 20 riders. So it will be really interesting to see who is the fast man can keep up. But obviously, teams like EF, there would be who have the best climber. Also DSM, Max Pohl. They would have trying to set the pace really hard and trying to break up the group on the climb and trying to minimize the number of the contenders in the end of the stage. So, and also the run into the stage is kind of once you peak at Binchan at 1,630 meters, and it's actually it's going to be a downhill run to the finish. So, so some fast men who able to conserve the energy may possibly catch up and into the last 8K and set up for a small group sprint. So that's what makes this year's edition exciting, because you don't have an outright winner. If it is Genting Highland, you almost can pick 3 potential winners. But this year's number of riders that can be a dark horse and can take the victory on today. So exciting to watch. So stay tuned. To the end. That's where the action is going to start.
For sure. So for people that are in Perak, so try to make your way to Cameron Highlands and be by the roadside and see the riders come past you. I guess. So yeah, just be mindful of your Strava segments. For sure, they're going to take them today. All right. So yeah. That's stage 3. That's the route we can see on screen now. So we're starting from the town of Taiping, and from there we'll go to Kuala Kangsar to get the first category climb for the KM jersey, and then not far in the 29th kilometer, the first sprint point in Kuala Kangsar, and after that we will travel heading towards Cameron Highland, but before that for second sprint at Sungai Siput at kilometer 52.7, and then into the capital city of Perak, Ipoh, 77.3 kilometer for the third sprint, and from there on the riders will start the climb, the HC climb, but first they will reach the first category 1 climb, which is Kampung Raja at 1,422 meters at kilometer 137.8 kilometers, and then carried on climbing into Brincang, the top of Cameron Highlands for Cat HC climb at 161.9 kilometer before they end at Tanah Rata. As you can see the course profile, it's gonna be about it's a 50-60 kilometer climb in today's stage. Not steep, but a long one, which can test the GC contenders for this year's edition of PETRONAS Tour of Langkawi. So back on the live here. So again, we can see the profile here. So we can see the first one will be category climb, and then the flats bit before we reach the climb, the 3 sprint points, and then once we reach the climb, 2 KOM points classification for Cat 1 and also HC category. So as you can see here, this is city of Taiping. We got 29 degrees Celsius with a little bit of wind, 5 kilometers per hour, 77% humidity. Not too bad, but pretty high. It's a Malaysian specialty, Southeast Asian specialty.
It's still a little early in the day. Well, I think once you get into later in the day, it will get hotter.
Yeah.
But the good thing is that once they go up to Cameron Highland, it's actually a relief in temperature. So
yeah,
it's
especially
much cooler.
especially where they're climbing.
Yep. So it's going to be much cooler, and so in fact that's a major retreat, right? So Cameron, we talk about Cameron Highland. It's a major tourist destination as well, and there's a lot of fruit farms, and you will see strawberries, right? It's famous for their Cameron Highland strawberries. So. And it's always kind of rainy and foggy. It's not heavy rain, but a bit of drizzling weather. So, and in fact, it's a major tourist, retreat for people living in Malaysia. They want to get out of the summer heat, and
that's right.
Then they go up to Cameron Highland for the weekend, and it's and you make sure you got to bring your jacket because it does get down to, especially in the drizzling condition, it gets under 20 degrees. So it's fairly. Not a cold, but chilly days.
Yep. A little bit chilly for us Malaysians. We're not used to that temperature on our daily life basis. But yeah, the race starts in the town of Taiping. So earlier, the race was flagged off at Taiping Zoo, which is probably the only zoo in Malaysia that has night safari. Yeah. So if you haven't seen lion as well, so the Taiping Zoo have lions. So that's where we took our kids to go and see lion. Amazing creature. Never thought that the roar was actually very deep and very loud. You can see it pretty much from you can hear it pretty much from the entrance. All right. Okay. So yeah, and then at the backdrop there, you can see some hill. That's Bukit Larut. In fact, Bukit Larut has the most amount of rain in Malaysia, geographically speaking. I don't know why specifically, but when you do a little bit of research, probably it's just where the intersection between where the clouds is. Don't ask too much of detail, But you can Google Bukit Larut. That's it receives the most amount of rain here in Malaysia. So we have about 5.4 kilometer of neutral zone. It's a bit of a chill, as you can see. Gleb is sitting in front there. While he can still be in front.
He's laughing, and so today for the sprinters, it's just it seems to be a little bit more relaxing, so they don't have, obviously not going to untest it on a sprint finish.
Yeah, for sure.
Today's job is just to get to the finish line, but they can't just cruise it, but they have to finish within a time limit.
Yeah, that's the challenge, isn't it?
It's but that's for the professional racing. It's I think today will be 15%, so they need to finish within the 15% of the time of the it's the 115%. So they have 15%
extra
of buffer time of the winner. So let's say if the winner finished in 5 hours, so they need 15% of that 5 hours. That is their additional time they have in order to get across the finish line and count it as finishing within the time limit. If they finish outside time limit, despite the fact that you just rode 170K to the top of the mountain, you're considered out of time limit and you're not able to start the next day.
Right.
So this is what makes tour racing hard, is because you got to finish it within the time limit every single day. And it will be even though it's not a critical day for the sprinter, but they still need to work hard to get over the finish line. And that's my advice to them is they just need to make sure to follow the peloton to the bottom of the climb as long as they can, and without going over the red. Right. So we talk about climbing, and is that about climbing? It's to stay within your zone. And once you go over the red, there's no way to recover, because the road, there's no resting spikes for you to recover your energy. 100%. So you really need to know your effort, control your energy, and make sure they get to the finish line within the time limit.
That's right.
And now we're looking at the KOM jersey wearer.
Yeah, Tyler Tompkinson.
Yep.
Young rider, 19 years old.
Yep.
From ERA Skip Capital. I'm not sure. We can talk about the dynamics of race today, but a little bit of a recap of the current standing. So we had an interesting race so far, because there's no dominant rider or no dominant team as of 2 stages that we have done.
Yes.
So just a bit of a recap. Stage 1, we have Syriza, Van Uden, and also Conforti. But in stage 2, it's a completely different sprinters, different riders on the podium. We had Matteo Malucelli, which is his first win in Tour of Langkawi, and then Manuel Peñalve, second place, and Ava Decline in the third place for stage 2, which then leaves the general contender jersey still held by Gleb Syriza, and also points jersey, but Matteo Malucelli is riding on behalf of Gleb Syriza, and then the Asian rider is still by our homeboy Malaysian Aiman Rosli from Terengganu cycling team, and the current holder of KOM jersey is Tyler Tompkinson here on stage. Gleb Syriza. The color of jersey almost looks the same.
Yeah, I see that it matches his team kit quite nicely. You got the bluish green, and their this Astana blue is kind of like
I think what do you call that? Like a turquoise?
Turquoise, turquoise. So it's like greenish blue and bluish green. So. Yeah, but it just seems like the jersey is a little bit too small for Syriza. You see, he was just adjusting the sleeves, and it's just he's a big, strong man. So with some arm muscle. So
that's right. Yeah. You need those triceps to pull on the handlebars for the sprint.
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned so riders, sprinters are obviously built differently from the climbers physically. So we're about to flag off the race right now on the kilometer 0.
Yep, and there you go.
NPC
rider straight
Malaysia.
Into it, into the breakaway, and the rider from Philippines, I suppose.
Yeah, looks like Philippines. Their jersey with a white jersey,
and white
helmet. A white helmet with a red stripe down the middle of the back of the jersey. So there you go. Two immediately from kilometer 0, Malaysia Pro Cycling Team and the Philippine team, and it looked like one rider trying to join the party.
Yeah. As always, again, what would be? It's interesting to see. It's like I'm looking at the stage, right? I got 60 kilometers of climb to do. Why would I want to waste my energy again so early in the race? So what could be some of the riders? What would be the motivation of actually going out there and getting the breakaway, Danny?
Yeah, well, I think the third rider coming across is a Thailand rider. So that we got 3 riders. So the motivation obviously is these riders know that they probably don't stand a very good chance of winning in today's stage. nor their team maybe have a super strong climber to contest for the overall.
Yep.
So it is good to send its team strategy to send the team riders up to the front first of all to get some visibility. So obviously the Peloton probably isn't going to chase very hard until the starting of the climb or halfway up the climb, because obviously these 3 riders probably doesn't pose a real threat on the general classification. So these 3 teams decide to get on attack and to show off the sponsors and getting their face and nose in the wind. And here are the riders.
So yeah, we've got 3 riders here. For 1 rider from MPC, a rider 174, Fami Cairo in the front pulling, and then rider from Thailand, rider 191 is Pirapul, and also a rider from Philippines in the rider 216, which is Francisco. Francisco. Looks like in the live we have a lot of Filipinos in our English live commentary. So there you go, one of your riders in the breakaway, Francisco. And I'd like to appreciate those who are joining with us in the live chat. So yeah, go and support your favorite rider. We welcome you all. So if you have any particular questions, feel free to shoot in the live chat as well. So it's going to be a long stage today, Danny. We've got a lot of time for some Q&A.
Yeah, it is going to be a long one. So typically in a flatter stage, as we've seen on stage 1 and stage 2, the guys are averaging at about 45 and up to 47, 48 kilometers an hour for the whole stage. So today, obviously, it's going to be a little bit slower, but professional racing is still fairly fast. So they probably still finish the race average around close to 40k, I think, an hour. So I think probably like 38, 37k an hour. They're still going to finish because you still have a long flat run in. But look like the Peloton is really not interested at all in the breakaway. And surprising also, the KOM jersey wearer, Tompkinson, is not wanting to get in the break and trying to take a first category 3 climb at a kilometer 17. So so it's interesting that I thought maybe possible that he would want to get in the break and take a few more KOM points.
Yep.
Just trying to defend the KOM jersey. But seems like he thinks maybe too early. Well, maybe he's very confident at his climbing ability that it is possible that he can get over the climb.
All right.
Especially the second KOM, which is category 1, so that carries 10 points. So maybe he's very confident that he can get over together with the front pack and take some KOM points. So there, we shall see. So this is exciting when you see young rider.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of history on them.
Yeah.
And so it is good to see whether or not they can hang with the best of the world.
So yeah, Danny. So it's we've seen the last few stages, last 2 stages that we've done. It's pretty much a flat stages, and we don't see like a lot of teams, like out of the breakaway and really showing what they're capable of. We haven't seen teams like EF Education being in the front that much. Sending riders in the breakaway. We haven't seen Equipo Confama sending their riders. So I'm assuming today is the day for them to go out and show what they're made of, I suppose. So how are these race dynamic is going to turn out for today's race, Danny?
Yeah, I think definitely teams like EF and as well as Confama, Poti. I mean, they have GC riders. So you definitely, the first 2 days, you are not contesting for the sprinter, for the sprint finish. So there's no need to waste energy, right? We keep talking about conserving energy. This is a long, hot race. 8 days. So every effort you make, it will add up, and you'll pay for it later, especially on the climb today. So we did see yesterday in the close to the finishing the last 5K. We did see EF Education train was up in front, and the main purpose was not to contest for the sprint, is to make sure to keep their GC riders safe, because they need to get to the 3 kilometer, last 3 kilometer in order in case of a mishap, that they still manage to keep the same time, not losing any time. So talk about mishap. Yeah, that's yesterday, the finishing. we did see some horrific accident that will crash in the end. So
That's right.
And then Malaysian rider, national team rider, Jamari, and had a horrific. Let's talk about that, Izan.
Yeah, so we did we were commentating, for the sprint finish, the excitement, and all of a sudden you see a crash. Your fingers crossed, you don't want it. You kind of know who it is that had the worst one, but unfortunately it is who you thought it is, which is a good friend, Elmi Jumari, from Malaysia national team. So. Obviously, you follow him personally. He put a lot of effort as well. And quickly mention as well, another rider that was involved is a Philippine rider and also a Thai rider. Weirdly, it's a national cycling team riders. But yeah, so we did saw a post as well from Harif Saleh in Instagram. He did show, that he paid for his own bike. It's like a gift for himself. A gift for himself for participating in this year's. Tour of Langkawi, you see the equipment that he actually bought. It was an S-Works SL7, a Roval Rapide CLX wheels, NV handlebars, a new Shimano Dura-Ace 12-speed group sets, and for all of for you guys listening to the live, a lot of these national riders, especially Southeast Asian riders, a lot of them are really self-funded, right? They have to buy their own bikes, and you've prepared so much, you've paid so much, and then knowing that the stage ended like that, it's heartbreaking to see, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's that's a part of cycling that it does require a bit of investment.
Yeah.
So unlike runners, for example, you can just buy a pair of good running shoes, and that doesn't cost much more than $100.
Yeah.
So, but with cycling, it is an investment.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need to have the best equipment when you start racing, but obviously when you're racing at the pro series level and professional level, when other guys are on the latest and the best equipment, you do need a bit of investment in order to contest competitively. So yeah, it's very sad to see Jamari that goes out, and also not only the bike. Well, I guess the bike can be replaced with money, but he suffered some serious injury. He had broken fingers, broken collarbones. And I mean, when I initially saw the accident and saw the carnage of the crash, he just sat there. I mean, it didn't seem like he was screaming in pain, and he just seems like sat there and trying to gather himself. But it doesn't show how tough he is, right? I mean, he had a broken collarbone, a broken finger, and if you have seen the video, we don't have the video feed, but it was pretty horrific, showing a picture of him with a finger pointing different directions. Obviously, it was he must be in excruciating pain. I mean, not to take away anything from like a football player, right? Because I know there's a part of the gamesmanship, and they get kicked, and I mean, by no means. I played football. It was not easy. So, and so it was, they tend to see the guys, dramatizing and rolling on the ground. But Jamari he just sat there. I mean, he was sit there and he's obviously in pain. But I think he was more disappointed, and he's not able to.
Alright, sekarang ni kita tengah berada di hadapan SK Talang dan kelihatan adik-adik ni semua memberikan sokongan ataupun sorakan kepada semua pelumba-pelumba yang akan lalu di London ini selepas KOM pertama dan juga sprint pertama habis. Dan inilah dia keadaan semasa yang menyaksikan adik-adik ni semua memberikan sokongan. Make some noise, bye-bye!
Yeah, so we just saw again some fans again Malaysia warm hospitality. You see the fans along the kids school kids lining up across the road and to cheer up the riders, as a Peloton. Slowly, seems like slowly and steadily moving across the road.
Yeah.
But just to get back to Jamari, so he, I mean, he's probably more disappointed, not able to contest for the win, and also, disappointed that he's not going to be able to finish the race.
That's
so,
right, yeah.
That's the first thing come to their mind, and this is what, makes the bike racer tough, tough guys. Yeah.
Like a quick search at the Pro Cycling Stat, he last did his Tour of Langkawi was 2018. Obviously, he didn't finish that. And I think he was delighted to get the opportunity to do it again this year. But then when it ended like that, that's probably just that stare of like, oh, come on, like kind of stare like that. It's a disappointment kind of stare when you see the photo of him. But anyway, speedy recovery to every rider that was involved in yesterday's crash. Today, these other riders are fighting for another day in Tour of Langkawi. As you can see, a few of these World Tour riders are in front here. Look like they don't look like they're racing though.
I think you see the time gap is already gone up to 2 minutes and 25. So they just want to keep a very steady pace, and then let the time gap likely to go up to even 5 minutes, and then before they decide to take up the charge. And then also, again, the poker game sort of starts to see which team really want to control the front for the mountain stage. So we obviously see the first 2 days has been interesting, right? And you see the guys who are on the front working the most didn't necessarily get the reward in the end.
That's
the
right.
Victory,
Yeah.
Right. The first day, Astana didn't do much until the very end, and they were able to bank the win, the victory. And then stage 2, Ukyo obviously didn't have to do much at all throughout the day, and but in the end they were able to rally around their sprinter, and deliver the victory. So it's that's where we talk about the poker game, and do you do too much or too little? And so I think right now they are leaving the guys, the gap quickly grew to 4 minutes already. So leaving the 3 breakaway to let them go and to see which team decide to take up the chase.
You can say the Peloton's just like riding a double file, just like a group ride.
It seems like a Sunday coffee ride again. I know we said so many times. Sometimes it looks like they're just going on a coffee ride. But again, I think everybody is sort of anticipating for the long and the hard days, hard roads ahead. So they're not resting. They're just preparing for the suffering they're going to be doing the last 50K of today.
So Danny. So as we're about to approach the climbs, obviously now it's going to be the first half of the course is going to be pretty much flat, where people can gather as much sprint points as they can. But as they're about to approach the climbs, what do you think? Who's going to control? Who's going to be controlling the front of the race? Who's going to be like teams that are really contesting up this climb?
Well, I think we should then, in this case, we should go over who are the major GC contenders.
All right, let's go.
For each team, then we can get an idea of who is going to do work. While we're talking, it looks like Badiani rider and Euskaltel rider decide to say, okay, this is it. Action start happening. I think they was a little too slow. There was nobody decided to come to the front.
That's right.
So that's what happened, right? That nobody decided to come to the front. Nobody wanted to prepare to work. So that kind of opened the door for other rider to start attacking. So what this again this is almost like a chess game. A moving chess game is going to see teams want to see trying to draw who are the major contenders for today, who has the biggest ambition. And so while we are on this subject, let's go through who are the major contenders.
Let's go
today.
Let's go, Denny.
So we start with the World Tour teams. So obviously you have the defending champion, Simon Carr, and Hugh Carthy. So both are excellent climbers. So they have 2 potential contenders. And moving on to DSM, we talked numerous times, Max Pohl, and a young rider, a relatively young age, and that had a amazing performance in the Velda.
Yeah, was it
Three-
four
Yeah,
time?
four
Yeah.
podium and
Four
three
podiums.
three top three and one second place finish. So just narrowly missed out the victory, but I think that's his first Velda. But
Wow, first Volta.
yeah,
and on
first
the
Grand
podium.
Tour. Yeah, he's on the podium
Three times on the podium. Four
already.
times, yeah.
So,
Wow.
Yeah, so he's definitely a rider with a climbing
Yeah,
pedigree.
he's in form, I suppose.
Yeah. The question is whether or not this is not steep enough. You know, so this climb is not considered very steep. So that's probably the only condition that doesn't suit him, right? He would prefer 10% and higher gradients. And looking at Team Astana, and we have Harold Martin Lopez.
Yes.
Ecuadorian
Yep.
climber, and he has certainly done well in the climb, and he has done well in Tour Langkawi before. So yeah, he is definitely a rider that has a climbing pedigree.
Yep.
As well as number 25.
Yeah, Davide Toniati.
Yeah.
Yep.
From Italy. Then he also is a GC contender. Has a climbing capability. So they have two climbers, so GC contenders in today's race. So moving on to a pro team.
Yeah, that's pro team. How about two-door pro cycling? Like obviously, earlier we saw Jeff was commentating Simon Pelot. He was the former KOM jersey holder of Tour Langkawi. And obviously, there's a lot of points to be gathered here. So what do you think? What do you reckon of him?
Yeah, I know Simon. I had a brief chat with him that before the race, and he's definitely excited coming to Tour Langkawi and defend the KOM jersey.
Yep.
So it would be, really interesting to see whether or not. I'm sure he definitely wants to walk away with some kind of podium finish. So the KOM jersey, and also he is a rider that's capable of following the group to the very end. So he may have to very likely walk away with not only the KOM, potentially even a stage win. So we certainly hope that he would contest, and we're seeing he's not in the breakaway. So obviously he feel good and confident that he may have a shot on the general classification as well.
Yeah.
And but they have another climber that is in the Tudor team.
So it's Rick. I believe it's Rick Plumes. Yeah, he had some pretty good results on the climbing race. So he had second stage of Grito of Guangxi, and then he had fourth stage. Fourth in the stage at Al Ula Tour.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
And 8th in the GC in Tour Arua. That was earlier this year.
Oh, 8th in GC, Al Ula Tour. So normally we see these races. It tells a lot about the form that they're coming in Tour of Langkawi.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's so they also have two climbers that are obviously capable of contesting for today. And moving on to Confama.
Yeah, Kun Farmer. So we haven't seen him pretty much throughout the first two stages. We've seen them sort of like hanging around at the back. But yeah, so is today would be the day for them to finally show themselves?
Yeah, well, I think on paper, I think they have the most climber.
Yeah, okay.
We were just going through who are the climbers and potential contender for today, and on my paper I marked 4 rider out of 6. So
there you go.
They may not have an outright top climber, but they have obviously a strong team.
Yeah.
And we know that in this type of situation where the climb is not super steep, a strong team will certainly help. So they have a couple riders that certainly has the capability of winning today. If Isai, if you want to go through the names.
Okay, so we've got Ibon Ruiz. So you got some pretty good results as well. A couple of KOM jerseys this year's for Volta Asturias. He had the KOM jersey for that particular race, and then we have Unai Iriba and also Pablo Carrascosa. He had a pretty good. So these are some of the climbers that they bring into the race. Another one would be Danny van der Toek, and also Guterres. These are basically, based on their previous results, have been very prominent climbers.
Yep, as you see that they definitely have brought a strong team. Yeah. So back, just take a look at it. We're 1 kilometer to the first intermediate, to the first KOM.
Yeah. Kuala Kangsar.
Kuala Kangsar. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's let's see, the out of the 3 riders, who is gonna try to contest for the first KOM of today, category 3 at Kuala Kangsar.
Yep. So again, 3 riders in the breakaway. We have a rider from Malaysia Pro Cycling, rider 174, Fahmi Khairul. 1 rider from Thailand, national team, rider 191, Pirapol. And 1 rider from Philippines, rider 216, Jude Francisco. And so this is category climb in Kuala Kangsar. Kuala Kangsar is the, how do I say it, sort of like a royalty town for Perak, right? So this is where the palace for the Sultan is, in Perak. So it's known for like history of royalty. So there's a lot of museums out here if you really want to understand the history of Perak and the royalty of Perak. So it's a good place to go.
Yep. Getting back to the front of the peloton, let's just see who are the teams controlling. Look like it's Team Astana.
Yeah,
on
Gleb Surisan, second wheel.
Yeah.
That's probably a swap roll today.
Yeah, so he's doing a little bit of domestic work for their climber. And meanwhile, the 3 breakaway on the front seems like still working. They're not attacking each other just yet for the KOM points. And I think, you know, being the KOM being so early, and maybe their purpose, maybe is not to go for the KOM points because obviously it's very early in the day. Maybe they just want to conserve and work together as long as they can before they get to the foot of the real climb, which is that look like about 100 kilometer to the finish, and then the roads start to creeping up.
Yep. So that's the Thailand national rider on screen. We're seeing now. They have some instant ramen sponsors.
Okay.
I don't know if they've I don't know if they've come up with a special one to support their riders. You know, special formula, special you know, like a healthier version to boost their performance. You never know.
I'm not sure about that. That would be interesting, though. That would be interesting.
You know, there was one time there was Jelly Belly teams in the States. Yeah, they did come up with the Jelly Belly sports beans.
Oh, that's
with
100 meters to go.
There you go.
Philippine rider decide to launch the attack, and take the maximum points, and he's gonna get there.
Oh yeah, he got it.
Excellent.
Philippine rider Jim Francisco. I'm pretty sure the Philippine viewers will be happy to see their countrymen out there getting the points for category 3. Category 3 climb. So how many points is that, Danny?
That's double check. But that's a good job by the Philippine rider, because he led the whole climb, you know, on the front. So he's able to get the point. So it's 3-2-1. So 3 points. He gets.
So there you go.
Technically, he is leading the KOM.
Yeah.
So it's the unofficial KOM jersey wearer, but obviously. I think it's going to be a...
It was interesting because he attacked from the front. Like, he didn't actually attack from the wheel. He just, like, gassed it from the front. Like, it looks like no one's coming over my wheel, so I'm just going to go.
Yep. And, well, that's one way to take the KOM points.
Yep.
And he's continuing on. And, it looks good on the bike. And they're using...
Elvis.
Yeah, nice looking bike.
Yep.
And that's probably another Asian brand.
Asian brand. Yeah, it's quite affordable as well. Like, even for like the price point for those of you that live in Malaysia, it's quite a accessible price point to like a good performing carbon bike, which is, I guess, very aero. Just looking at that, there's no exposed wires, disc brakes, electronic group set compatible. It's pretty good. And also there's I'm not sure what these Thai rider is using as well. It's like Hayate or something. I don't know. Probably another
Asian brand. Yeah. So I mean, for the new cyclists just getting started, you know, we talked about earlier, cycling is a bit of investment to get into the sports, but you don't necessarily need the S work to get started, right? So if you are riding on a starting basis, so you can actually pick up a very affordable, smaller brands like what we see here. with a complete bike and the Shimano, even 105 or Ultegra parts.
Yep.
For about 20,000 ringgit. So
Yeah.
it's a $5,000 complete bike with wheels. But again, it's some of the younger riders who start with even using like aluminium bike and so forth. So my advice, is to new rider who's starting. You don't necessarily you're gonna be upgrading your bike. Every couple of years. So you don't necessarily need the Ferrari of the bicycle or the Ducati of the bicycle that start off. And you can start it with a fairly affordable bike, and as you're getting better and better, and you will be able to upgrade. So I think the key part for the new cyclist is to getting the consistency of training and riding. And,
that's true.
And that's more important than just equipment upgrades.
That's true.
So I think when you start riding at 40k an hour, then then definitely a fast bike was going to make a lot of difference. But when you're just starting off, the fact of doing it on a consistent basis is probably more critical. There we go, back in the Peloton action. It seems like, again, nobody really want to come in. Nobody wants to show that they're ready to take up the charge on the front.
This is probably like it's the Pelotons look at staggered up. Probably just finished that first climb. It's impressive to see Gleb is up there in front. The gap has gone. So someone was asking in the live section, so what are these things that they were showing on the motorbike, that they were showing on this whiteboard to the front riders and also to the riders at the back? So what are those numbers, man?
So good question. So the whiteboard is generally used to show the time gap between the Breakaway and the Peloton. And also they will write the name and the number of the Breakaway riders on the chalkboard, on the whiteboard, and to show to the Peloton that who are in the Breakaway. So obviously in this particular race, in this particular situation, these three riders are not main threat for the GC. And but in some other cases where, for example, where if you have just for a case, Simo Pilo in the Breakaway, right? So he's a rider capable of getting at least, pretty late into the day, and he probably can manage to take the category climbs and each category 1 climb and potentially even finish it all the way to the end. So that would consider a dangerous rider. So what happened is the Peloton needs to know who are the riders in the Breakaway, who are the potential dangerous riders, so they can decide, talk among themselves whether or not they need to chase, close down the break, or let the break go. So in this case, since there are no major threat, although we never know, this is bike racing.
That's right.
But
a moving chessboard, a moving chessboard.
And so for now, I think the Peloton, again, is still playing the poker game, trying to lure out the team to want to control, to see who has the biggest ambition. So obviously everybody's sort of looking at EF, but I think they're also being very smart, right? So it is 170K with in heat and humidity, and they are not going to commit their rider too early. And sometimes a lot of teams, this is the time when the team does negotiation. They go up to the other teams and they say, hey, you send one rider, I'll send one rider. But if you don't send any rider, I'm not sending anybody, and we're going to let the gap go. Right? So this is where the poker game starts, and I think some of the DSs are doing the negotiation right now, and that's what I think. There's nobody is super committing, and although we just see another Thai rider trying to getting across, with followed by a Trigano rider. If taking the KOM points, but that's just to get over the KOM. So the Peloton is quite far behind, and they're just getting over the first KOM points, and the gap is a 6 minute and plus 6 minutes.
Biggest gap we've seen so far
in this
this race. In this race so far.
But I think no need to panic, and I think this is going to be continuing on for the next 100 plus kilometers.
That's another day in the heat.
Because once the road start tilting up, it's amazing that the gap come down so quickly. Right. So it is if you go on a bike ride, is that in the moment you hit the climb, it's a different feeling, different muscle you're using.
Yeah, you're sitting differently. The bike's now tilting upwards. You're sitting in a slightly different position as well. That was interesting. You mentioned that because that's why, I remember Tadej Pogacar. He adjusted his saddle. If there was a mainly climbing stage, so that it tilts it further down. If you put it on the flat ground like we have here at the moment, it looks as though it's tilting 6-7 degrees or something.
Why do you think that's? Why would he do that? That's interesting.
Yeah, because when the bike tilts up, now the saddle is level. Right, so we can see. Well, before we continue, we can see on the screen now. So this is the map. As you can see, that green one is the leader. So normally, when race says leader, it's the riders in the breakaway. So at the moment, we have these 3 riders: Fami Khairul, Pirapol, and also Jude Francisco. There you go on the screen. So these 3 riders establishing some pretty serious gaps. So obviously, I think potentially they're trying to go for the sprint classifications for best Asian riders. Don't you think, then?
Yeah, well, it's possible. It's possible if you take all 3 sprint points, you get 9 seconds. Although I'm not sure when you get to the climb, then you may lose massive amount of time. So, but again, the interesting about bike racing, right? Because there is also prize money for every intermediate sprint as well. So, so there's, so if you are not in the contention for overall, you might as well pick up something.
Yeah. Something is better than nothing.
And that's part of the bike racing. So it is true that there's only one winner in every stage. But however, there are other prizes along the way, so it's not only one rider takes it all, but there are some other some minor prizes for the riders to contest, and that's what makes bike racing interesting, right? True. You have the KOM factor, you have the points classification, you have the Asian. In other races, they also have the best young rider. So you have different kind of points and classification for the other rider, not to contest. So it is there's a little bit of thing, a little bit of glory for everyone. But the goal is to get on the podium, any kind of podium appearance, either the most aggressive riders with the points, and it is a win for the sponsor and for the team, because that you get to show yourself, show the sponsor, because without the sponsors, really, these teams are professional team rely on sponsors. So if you don't get a chance to showcase your sponsors, really hard for a team to survive. And it's really not easy financially for a team to survive. But more action on the front of the race.
Yeah, that looks like a
Leaning Star.
Judging from looks like the same rider from yesterday that broke away quite late into the stage. Luke Mudgeway, the Kiwi rider from Leaning Star. There's a few riders following behind him. We couldn't really see from the footage that we have here.
Yeah, I do see Tudor rider just following on the back, and again, look like he's trying to control. Yeah, he's waving the motorbike, trying to tell them to get out of the way, don't pace the rider. So he's there, probably trying to help control the breakaway, not wanting the 2 additional riders joining the 3 leading rider in the breakaway right now. And hopefully we get the numbers that we can tell you the names of these of the 3 chasers. 2 chasers and 1 anchor.
That's right. Yeah.
2 riders seems to be trying to avoid.
They're going pretty fast, Denny. 48, 50k an hour.
There you go.
Yeah.
So sometimes these guys make their riding look easy, right? So when you're good at doing this day in, day out, and it become a muscle memory, and they probably more comfortable sitting in this position than they're probably sitting on an office chair.
That's right. And what most of us is the other way around. Right? It's interesting to see. So we were analyzing briefly, right? What these guys are using and wearing. So it seems like everyone's on like an aero suit, more like an aero bike, and also and also like an aero socks as well. So these are what we have on the screen now, the chases. So normally we have a breakaway in the front, and then chases are normally in between Peloton and also breakaway. So we've got these chases, 3 chases. So rider number 22 from Leaning Star, which is Luke Mudgeway. Luke Mudgeway. And then we have this rider from Tudor as well, which is rider number 35, which is 35 is actually Michael Zijland, right? And another rider is from Philippines,
Ronald Oranza. Yeah. So
Ronald Oranza.
Yeah. So 3 rider.
Yep.
Seems like there's some action on the back. Seems like 1 rider trying to cross as well.
There you go.
We're just
Bandar
passing.
Diraja. Bandar Diraja Kuala Kangsar, which literally means royalty town of Kuala Kangsar.
And it's 3 rider. I think just approaching the first intermediate sprint. Oh, here's a big group. Here's a big group. And this is what happens when you don't have a team really want to controlling on the front, and you're gonna get a lot of riders decide to say, enough is enough. It's time to go. 500 meter from the first intermediate sprint.
Let's see who's going to get this one. Same 3 riders. Jit Francisco, Pedapol's in front, and Fami Khairul from Malaysia Pro Cycling as they enter the town of Kuala Kangsar.
And look like Khairul is in the best position. Here's the sprint.
There's a sprint again from Francisco Jude, followed by Fami Khairul.
And is Fami gonna get over?
Let's see who got the sprint. Looks like Fami Khairul. Looks like Fami Khairul gets the maximum point for the first intermediate sprint.
Yep.
This is literally sprinting for the town signs, anyway. Literally.
Yeah, on a Sunday ride. That's kind of looks like. But obviously, this rider has other intent, other bigger purpose than the bragging ride on your Sunday ride. But this is part of cycling. You can you kind of relate to your Sunday riding. You can see that you can be doing that on your Sunday ride. They're coming up this weekend. Let's go sprint for that stop sign. There you go.
There you go. It's
beautiful arch.
Beautiful arch.
Yeah, with the royalty pictures on there.
That's right.
Yeah, excellent.
And also it was a good sprint by Khairul Fami. So Jit Francesco went, and then Khairul Fami basically Fami Khairul actually uses Francisco Jude as a bit of like a launching pad to sort of slingshot him to get as much speed as possible coming into that intermediate sprint.
Well done. 3 points to Kami Khairul. All right, 140K to go. Let's see if we can get some video feed on the action behind, because it looked like there was like a big group of 30-40 riders trying to get across. So that would, if they do manage to establish a gap, and that would be really interesting to see. They change the dynamic. Here we go. Yep. Here's a group of look like
10, 15 probably.
Probably
a little bit more.
20,
Oh, that's big.
Rider. Yeah, this
massive
looks like a big group. This is look like the some of the stages in the Tour de France where you have you have 30-40 rider in the breakaway and containing some of the contenders, GC contenders. So it's many World Tour riders, some pro teams as well. So you can see in front of you, Tudor Pro Cycling, and then we have a rider from EF Education Easy Post as well. Here's the points classification. So Ceresa is still leading by 1 point, 23, and ahead of Maricelo, yesterday's winner.
Matteo Malotelli from UQ. And then third point is actually our Ayman Rosli. So when you look at the points classification, right? So technically, if best Asian rider didn't work out for him, so he's like third GC, and then second in the King of the Mountain jersey as well. Like as of now, pretty good position, but I doubt he's going to maintain all of that. You know.
Yeah,
his main goal is obviously the best Asian rider.
Yeah, let's see if he has a good climbing legs today, he's able to follow the group. Well, he just has to follow the best Asian rider.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So in this particular stage, but I think that, looking at the Asia rider, I mean, there could be some. I mean, I see a few riders that could have potential to go all the way and end with the leading group.
Yeah, who would be the best Asian riders under your radar, Danny?
I would say my pick is obviously is from the team Bukio also. Yuma. Kiro, Koishi.
Yep.
Yeah, Yuma. He's a rider with experience, and also he has been Team Bukio has been racing in Italy this year, so he's obviously done some good racing. Should have some good legs in him, and I'm certain that he's coming here with a very clear target. He finished this year. He finished second in the GC Tour of Taiwan. Second, he done 2022. He was second in the GC in Tour of Thailand. But yeah, this year Taiwan wasn't an easy race. So he's second in the GC. So he certainly has good legs for this year, and he's also he done very well in the Asian for the Asian Continental Championship, fourth last year. So he is my pick for the best Asian classification. So generally, in the past, we would see there are good, strong rider from Kazakhstan, Team Astana, and then obviously the Terengganu rider, the ex-Terengganu rider, now with the BH, Sain Baya.
Yep, Sain
that
Baya.
he would be a major contender for the white jersey. But this year, it's interesting that Sain Baya was not in, did not come to this year's race because he was asked by the Mongolian Federation to participate in the World Championship just last weekend. So he wasn't able to participate, and so that kind of opened the door. And then also Team Astana decided to also send their best Kazakh rider Fedorov to the World Championship. And last year's winner of the white jersey, Vandy Ponsky, I think the team told him that the climb was not steep enough. There was no Genting. So they decided to put him in other races. So Team Astana obviously decided to come with a different objective.
Yep.
And obviously for Sarissa, Sarissa already taken the one stage win, so that's part of the job done. But I think the goal is to win additional stages for this year. But also they have Martin Harrell for the GC, so they feel good that there's opportunity for the overall GC. So in terms of the prestige levels, obviously the team if you have riders and capable of winning the overall classification, that will be your top priority. And then comes down to the stage wins, and then the points classification, the polka dot classification, then the Asian classification. So going to a race, the teams will look at whether or not you have riders to contest for these opportunities. And see, getting back to the front of the race, it's very active now.
Riders from Junior Pro Cycling actually attacked the bunch. And everyone seems to chase as well. The gap have dropped from 6 minute plus to now just 5 minutes and 40 seconds. These three riders still riding along pretty well. These three riders, Southeast Asian riders, so to be more specific. So we have Perapol now in front, pulling. Right behind him is Jude Francisco, and from MPC rider at the back here, rider 174, Muhammad Fahmi Cairo.
So it's just again the now finally whether or not teams start to come up to the front. Looks like EF and the DSM had enough. It's getting too chaotic, too dangerous. When you have a big group of riders get away and then potentially contested for the GC, so they decide to say enough is enough. time to keep the peloton in order. So DSM, EF, and Astana, the riders all on the front. So now I think the peloton is going to settle into a steady pace, which is good. I think it is necessary. Otherwise, the race becomes too chaotic and uncontrollable.
See, back at the peloton, or back in the front now. Yeah, strung out now, single file in front.
Yeah, it's not a super high pace. They
Yep.
just wanna. They don't need to catch the breakaway just yet. They just need to keep the gap to about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Until the climbing starts up a little bit later.
Yes.
We'll talk about the best Asian contender. You know, also beside Yuma Hoishi. I think the Malaysian Rambao.
Sen Renbao.
San Rambao. He is from Team Malaysia national team. He is a bit of climber. He's a bit lightweight climber.
He had some pretty good results at
Thailand.
Thailand, also Tour of Egan. Yeah, up that steep hill. Was that Mount Egan?
Bangi Wangi, Mount Egan. Super steep, and I have the fortunate driving up that.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad I have a fortune of not climbing up that climb. So.
But I heard it was a struggle on its own driving a car up it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the Tour of Egan, I was a DS for Jungang cycling team, and it was very narrow road and super steep. And you imagine we're on the team car, and team cars are. I mean, we're not driving a very high-powered car. I mean, it's an average car. Family car, but it's loaded with bikes and equipment and as well as and food and drinks, and literally the climb was probably 20+%, and it was a super small. It was a very narrow road, so you can't carry a lot of speed, and because your car is gonna get over. So literally, in order and then you're on this convoy, so you have lines of a car trying to get up the climb. So literally, they were cars stalling in half of the climb, and then literally had to back down, and then they had to get to a little bit of a rest spike, and then really gas it all the way up. And otherwise, they would have a hard time making it up the climb. So it was 20. I think it was around 20% average in some part. It was hard driving up, so I'm glad I was in the team car.
Okay.
Not riding up.
And how did Renbao did in that particular climb?
Yeah, he did considerably. He did okay. He was I think was the 11th or the 10th on the climb. I gotta look at the detailed result.
All right.
But yeah, in that particular race, I think Trigano cycling team had Mahawi Kudos, and Mikel Ayub, and
Mikel Ayub, yep.
And both are fantastic climbers from Eritrea, and so they were setting the pace really hard, and also the Roja team, Aiden. Who is also a fantastic climber. So they set the pace very high, and I think Rambao made a mistake of trying to follow them on a really super steep climb. So that's one advice for the cyclists, amateur cyclists. When you go on the climb, don't go to the red too early.
Okay.
Because it is a long, steady effort, and I see a lot of time where young rider makes a mistake, then they feel good, and they need to follow the guys in front, and then they cook themselves halfway up the climb, and that's what happened to Rambao.
Okay.
So he was probably in the 5th or 6th position, then he pretty much cooked himself halfway the climb. And then he lost at least the 4 or 5 position going into the finish. So, but today it's not as steep as the Mount Egan, Bangi Wangi, and so it is. So hopefully he paced himself. He learned the lesson, and that's why it's important, right, for young rider to expose in big races like this. Yeah. So you see where the speed and what other speed these guys are doing. So if you're on a training ride, I mean you're riding 30 km an hour to the bottom climb, and then you go full gas. Everybody feel good. I mean I give a lot of advice to the young rider. I mean you know, you think you're a good climber, then you get to a professional race, right? Because when you're just in the training, you're doing a 30K zone 2 to the bottom of the climb, and then you go full gas, and you look at your power meter, you go, oh, I'm doing 6 watts per kilo. I'm good. That's what some of the pro guys are doing.
Yeah.
But you left out the fact that these pro guys are just did like 150K at a full gas, and they probably get over a couple climbs.
That's
especially
right.
in like Tour de France, right? They get over 2 or 3 climbs, like today's stage at Cameron Highland before they get to the finishing climb, and they are still doing 350K. So we just.
The Camelback Hill, they call this one, and just right on the screen, as you can see, like for obvious reason why it's called Camelback Hill. Yeah, that's because it looks like a camelback.
Yeah, it is.
All right. So you can see in the map now we are heading towards a place called Sungai Siput. So they've just exited the town of Kuala Kangsar. So now they're heading towards all these back roads towards Sungai Siput. And you can see there, that's where the leader is, which is basically these 3 riders from the Breakaway. And there you go. So these again, these riders from the Breakaway. But obviously we see earlier just now, all these riders from the Peloton is actually chasing, trying to keep the gap about 5 minutes. So some of the riders are actually doing some feeding here. That's a rider from Poltikometa here, just grabbing some bottles, not just for himself, but for other teammates, you know. So that's a lot of these guys are doing this domestic duty. So domestic is basically a term used in the cycling sport of cycling as someone that rides selflessly for other people.
Right.
In I guess in an easier term to understand. So,
right.
There you go.
Yeah.
EF rider here. I think they had probably one of the most nicest paint job on their bikes though. Non-conventional, non-conventional, pretty funky.
Yeah, EF is always. I mean, they, it's not in a world tour team comparison wise. They're not a team with a huge budget.
Yep.
So they obviously can't get they have good riders.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about like the top of the world, top world riders. They probably don't have the budget to get a really top guys. So they are really smart in getting them stand out in the peloton, right? So and that would be an awesome jersey. They definitely do have some awesome kit by Rafa, and also they have the most definitely the best paint job in the peloton with their bikes, right? So they're really good at standing out, right? So I mean, again, you're in a bike race. You're one team versus 22 other teams.
You gotta stand out.
So you can either win the race to stand out. I mean, that would be the best way to stand out.
Right.
But if you don't win the race, the other way to stand out would be an awesome kid, and people talk about it. This kind of thing. It's it gets on the social media, and it gets which is so important nowadays marketing. So that they have an awesome kid and awesome bike. So yeah, it's definitely a nice bike too. Canada has been in the bike industry for so many years, and they always been on the forefront of innovation. They had some really cool design. Some of them did work out, some of them didn't work out, but overall they are, I always like to see innovations and pushing the boundary of technology, and there you go. It's a matching bike and kit.
There you go. Food delivery.
Yep, they're the domestic. So guys, if you're looking at it with a domestic,
Hugh Kati actually doing the domestic job for this Japanese rider as well. So this is Yuhi Todome, rider number 5. Just delivering bottles. That's Sean Quinn receiving the bottle. Current U.S. national champion. Some pretty sick looking bike as well they have.
Yep.
And
job done. So in a race like this where there's only 6 riders, so unlike some other races, bigger races, you have 7-8 riders.
Yeah.
So you have guys just literally specifically job today is getting bottles, but obviously with smaller number of riders on the team, sometimes the team leader has to go out and do a bit of fetching the bottle because your real domestic is actually on the front of the Peloton pulling.
Right.
So, but I see Simon Carr is not doing that. So Simon Carr should be the well, obviously he's defending champion, and it should be the one that they are saving for later today. And I think Carthy will be saving his leg to do the domestic work later on the hill for sure. I think we will see him as soon as the row starts climbing up. Then we will see him getting back to the front of the peloton.
So now DSM in front, pulling, doing the fair share of the load. To bring back the breakaway. So it's down to 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Just now, recently, we saw some riders actually throwing bottles on the side of the road. So that's not technically littering. Like, you know, like if you're a cyclist, you want to grab that bottle.
Absolutely. So
you want to grab that bottle, the team bottle, right?
Yeah. So we talk about it, you know, in the past where guys just, you know, they would allow the rider just throw the bottle on the roadside. But now UCI has been much more strict on the bottle throwing. So you should only throw the bottle when there are spectators. So it is a great souvenir. I mean, to be honest, these guys are basically using the bottle for one time only.
That's
so,
right.
you know, it's unlike you know, your average weekend warrior. I mean, that you would keep the bottle for at least you know, a month or, you know, I mean, up to 6 months probably. But these professional riders, they're using the bottle and they pretty much throw them after they're done. So I mean, it is a waste. I mean, the plastic is not really biodegradable. I think one time they're trying to come up with a biodegradable bottle, but then after one season, that sort of goes, you know, probably didn't degrade, so they realized that it's not going to work. So what happened is, so now now we see the white jersey now doing a bit of domestic work again together with Harry Saleh. So their sprinter is fetching bottles for their climber. Now, Trigano cycling team, talking about their contender, would be Anatoly Buryak, from climber from Ukraine. So he has definitely some good result on the climb, and so he would be saving. He has been fairly quiet for the first 2 days of the race, so he will be saving his leg for today, and hopefully he can manage to keep it together with the front of the pack to the end. But yeah, so getting back to the bottle throwing. So now the UCI has a very strict rule, so you should only throw bottles when you're a spectator on the side. Right. Not only are you giving, you know, helping the environment, but also giving the spectator something to take back home. So which is great. And I have collected a couple bottles myself. You know, so a fan as well. So, you know, it's always good to have something to remember the race. Right. And back to the front is the EF Education together, just two riders, EF Education and DSM controlling the front, and Sarissa with his jersey wide open. And sort of like the Superman or the Batman cape, trying to keep himself cool on a hot day.
Sun Wentao, the rider from the Breakaway yesterday. So now just doing some domestic duty as well, so as you can see. And in his bottle holder is full of bottles, and now he's squeezing in as much bottles as he can. You know, it's just two of his pockets is full, and then some more in the
some sticky bottle there.
Some sticky bottle action.
That's, so yesterday we had a comments about asking about sticky bottle. So that's
how would that? That's
that would consider a sticky bottle. But again, the rider's intention was not to using a sticky bottle to get back to the front of the race on to contend for the finish. He's there to do a domestic duty. Just getting the bottle for the rest of the guy has no impact in the outcome of the game of the race. So it's borderline. Likely they will get a warning sometimes from the commissar, and
normally you can hear the radio. The commissar is like saying, that's enough. Car number so and so, that's enough.
Exactly. But you know, if you were using the sticky bottle trying to get back in the race, because you're dropped or you had a mechanical, that is much more strict now. And you can fine and potentially disqualify. And as well as deduction on the UCI points as well. So yeah, you would try to avoid that for sure. So, but the leading team, I'm not sure who their DS, probably not as experienced sometimes. The idea of actually when you're feeding the riders, you want to get your team car to the back of the peloton as close as possible. And you wouldn't want to be in the like third or fifth car trying to feed the rider. One, that your rider will take a lot of more energy trying to get back to the front. But also it's dangerous because you have a lot more traffic in the back of the convoy, and the rider going in and out, and as well as cars goes in and out. So there had been accident where a rider trying to getting feed and get knocked out by cars.
Yeah, we've seen some of that on Instagram as well, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think the idea is to get to the front of the peloton as close as to the commissar car. You cannot pass commissar car in the peloton. You want to get behind as close as possible. Then you just do a minimal amount of sticky bottle to get the rider back to the front of the back to the peloton.
Back to the back of the peloton.
Back to the peloton. Back to the back of the peloton. And with a minimal amount of effort. Right? So, but again, that's maybe the level of lack of experience. But
Yeah, and then also like if you have to ride in the breakaway, you can always request the commissaire to actually drive up and feed your ride in the breakaway, as we've seen here.
In the breakaway, generally the commissar allows you, because it's a smaller group, they allow the car to feed along the side of the breakaway rider. So this is that would be the only situation where the team cars can go past the commissar car. Because again, it's a safety issue. It's there's only a few riders on the front, and it's much easier to feed the rider along the side than coming back to the back of the peloton.
And then it takes some really mad skills, right? You want to drive, and then you want to pass the bottle, and you look at the road, and then all of a sudden you nearly hit another rider, nearly hit another team car. It's like, what was the experience? I'm sure it's another like bunch sprint vibe as well in the back of the race.
You know, we always joke about it. Says these DSs, you know, the riders on the front are racing. But the DS is on the back of the peloton, and they're racing their team cars. They're driving like Formula One or rally racing, and they're going car. I mean, sometimes we're going inches from the car. Right? And it is a race among themselves. So because the DSs, most of them are bike racers. So
they're racing cars,
racers, right? So they have that competitive spirit. And I know my old friend in the Turgano TSG's DS, Formula DS, Jeremy Hunt, and he loves the race cars. So yeah, he gets it pretty aggressive. But it's all part of the fun. But yeah, no, it's not easy. To be honest, it's not easy to drive a team car. And I remember in Tour of Greece, we had the team car, and it's unfamiliar roads, and the roads are very narrow as well. And then
unlike what we see here on screen now.
Unlike what we see here, and it's literally like one lane, and our team car is not automatic. It's a 5-speed stick, and on a rolling hill, I had to feed the rider on the right-hand side, or on the left-hand side,
change the gears,
and try not to hit the rider trying to come back to the group behind. So and then I have the Jeremy next to me, and blabbing. I hope you hear about this, and you'll have a good laugh. And I think out of that one race, I did stall the car one time, so he had a good laugh. But luckily that I got back onto fairly quickly. But yeah, it was a bit of handful at that moment. So it's but also more importantly, it's the safety of the rider. So the worst thing we want to do is hit the riders or have the rider bump into. So you have seen it. You know, today's fairly, Malaysia is very wide road, very safe. But you see some of the races in Japan as well. And you have a very narrow road, and especially hilly roads where rider broke up in the peloton, and sometimes they try to catch back to the front of the group, and they're doing this mad descent and coming through. So that's really dangerous. So yeah, we have seen some unfortunate incident where rider crashed into the team car. So
no, that's not good, right?
Yeah, hopefully we pray we don't see that in today's stage, because there's a bit of downhill, right? Today after the Category 1 climb at Kampong Raja, there's actually a bit of rolling and a bit of a fast downhill before you hit in the Binchan climb, HC climb. So it's we want to make sure that all the riders stay safe, and that's the paramount And
that would be like a climbing up that Simpang Pulai roads is going to be a tricky place to feed riders as well, because the roads are not as wide compared to the, there's obviously multiple ways of going up to Cameron Highlands. So Simpang Pulai happens to be the tougher one, and also the slightly narrower ones as well, right?
Yeah. Simpang Pulai, the beginning part, we can talk about the climb. We just
it's a good idea, because someone actually asked, what's the gradients like? What's the gradient like? It is long, right? So we're talking about just now, like close to 50 kilometers of climbing.
Yeah.
But what's the gradient like?
Yeah, the initial part of the climb, at the beginning part, there's a little bit of steep section, but nothing is not over 10%. Right? For professional rider, anything less than 10% is considered
not a climb.
Not particularly a flat road, but not a difficult climb.
Okay.
Right. Anything between 5 to 10% is considered a power climb. Here we have a look of the Camel Hill. We just saw it on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Side. They're passing the double hump camel.
The Camelback Hill.
Yeah. Surrounded by palm trees. Yep. So, but talk about getting back to the climb. Yes. The beginning part is a little bit steep, but it's probably only about 2 kilometers of a steeper section. Here we go again.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Interesting structure. Interesting how it actually comes up like that. The work of God, I suppose. Yeah, it's just amazing. It just all of a sudden looks like a camelback.
Yeah.
It's just missing the head. All right. Here's the graphic again. That's the leader. They've just passed the town of Sungai Siput. And obviously from there on, they're about to head to the second sprint point. Yep, second sprint point in Sungai Siput. And then from there, they're heading to Ipoh. Right, Ipoh is like the capital city of state of Perak, where the riders are actually riding in at the moment. So the last multiple stages, they were mainly in the state of Kedah. And now they're in the state of Perak. So a lot of these states actually have their own kings. Right, so and then they do some kind of a little bit of a rotation. Who becomes like the what we call here is Agong, sort of like the federal king. They will have like a 5-year rotation. So at the moment, it's the Sultan of Johor that has actually become the federal king. Which the race will go in stage 6. We'll go to Johor. All right, back to the climb.
Go back to the climb. We almost forgot about the climb.
Yeah.
So the beginning part is a little bit steep, but then after the 3 kilometer of the steeper part, it gets to fairly gradual, about I would say 4 or 5%.
Okay. And, nothing too steep.
And nothing too steep, but it's just a long drag, and I mean you go in 4 or 5% for literally I think roughly about 30 to 40 kilometers of 4 or 5% gradients. Before you get to the Kampung Raja, and then it start to a bit of roller and it start dip down, and then the climb up to Binchan it does get steeper, and that's where I think it's some part reaching up to 10%. But again, nothing extraordinary, but it does get steeper for approximately 5K, and that's where I think the real climber, the real GC contender is going to hit the race hard, and trying to split the real climber from the from the good climber.
It looks like that downhill is going to be like a judging from the course profile, is going to give like a very good run in, a good speed if you could really carry it before you start the climb at Brinchang. Yeah, as you can see,
So
we're
just looking at on the pro cycling stats, they have some of the graphic of the Kampung Raja climb. So it is on their graphic, it is showing approximately 19 kilometer, and it's all averaging approximately about 4% average up on for 20K. So 20 kilometer at a 3.6% average, reaching up to 1,428 meters.
Danny, there we go. Another 100 meters to go. The Philippine rider, Yud Francisco, is really going for the points.
Fabi Carlos is struggling to go, and all maximum points goes to Jude Francisco.
Nice job.
Yeah, nice
by
job.
the Philippine riders. Yeah, he got the KOM.
He got the KOM.
And second in the first intermediate sprint.
That's
and
right.
First on the second intermediate sprint.
Yeah.
He got a little bit punch on him, punchy sprint. So nice job by
Jude Francisco.
Thailand rider. The Thailand rider is not participating too much on the sprint. He's just trying to conserve his energy and
That's 2-3 gaps of bike there.
yeah, he does. He's nice kick.
Yeah,
nice
he got
kick.
a good kick. Yeah, there you go. Just left one sprint to go, and then probably job done for this Philippine rider.
Yeah, well, might as well just keep going since you have a lead of 5 minutes. And
That's true.
You can go a little bit easier on the beginning part of the climb. So sometimes it's actually not a bad idea. We've seen in some big races, right? Some of the sprinters, in order for them to finish HC stage,
HC
sprint
climb,
stages. So you have multiple HC climb in between, so that actually sometimes it's easier to get in the break for a sprinter, and then so they can ride the climb at their own pace.
I understand.
And so in order, so the Peloton is probably going to go into his red, so he doesn't want to get into the red zone and get dropped and DNF the stage. So it's easier to go a little bit earlier and then ride the climb at your own pace. And which is again repeatedly that's critical for climbing. You don't ever want to be climbing in your red because you're going to be bunking. There's no way to rest. And then you end up not finishing the stage. So
that's right.
They ride on their own pace, get over the climb, then rest it up on the descent, and then try to get to the last climb within the big pack, or what they call the train, the sprinter train, so they can just ride up the finishing, right up to the finish line within the time limit. So so that's today's the riders are going to be tackling about getting about 1,000. It's probably going to get to about 2,000 meter climbing total elevation gain, because there's a bit of dip and then the climbing again. But some of the Grand Tour or the really hard stages in some of the European racing, you're climbing 3,000 to 4,000 meter in a day. So that's like doing this 2 times, sometimes twice, 3 times. So
that's right.
That is definitely a lot of climbing.
That's a lot of that's tough.
And we just got some more information on the last climb today's Binchan. It's 8 kilometer averaging 5K, 5%. So it's not a terribly hard climb. Just 8 kilometer, 8.2 kilometer, averaging 5.1, and the steepest section seems to be about 6.7% gradient. So again, nothing too hard. Except that when you add up the distance, you're looking at a proper 30, it's actually a little bit more than that, but it's almost 40 plus kilometer climbing and uphill. So the lack of steepness is substituted by the long
distance of climbing.
That's why actually, with a situation like this, it makes the race interesting, because you don't have an all-right winner, and that's why we see at the beginning when the breakaway went, none of the big teams want to take up the chase too early, so they were playing a bit of a poker game, and until a big group of riders threatening to break away, then they experienced the World Touring decides, okay, enough is enough. It's getting a little too dangerous and too unmanageable. So, for new cyclists start riding, one of the things you tend to learn when you're doing these accelerations, again and again, that actually draining. It's actually harder to. It drains your energy and it creates lactate in the legs. So when you manage to keep a steady pace, you can ride harder. You can ride average speed faster, but feels like exerting less energy because you're keeping a steady pace. You're not building up the lactate in the legs. So that's something that cyclists, if you just start getting into the sports of cycling, something to keep in mind. You can actually go faster by keeping it a steady pace. And than attacking each other on
That's right.
on a Sunday ride. Always going for that. I know you love sprinting.
Yeah,
you love
I
to
do.
go for that.
I do.
The stop sign. Yeah. But the Peloton is just passing the
sprint
second
points.
intermediate
Yeah,
sprint.
that's right.
But I don't know they will be contesting anybody. No, it seems like nobody seems like contesting.
Nobody contesting. Everyone just rolls through, right? And it's an interesting one because you see, like, even at the guys at the Breakaway just now, it's a common trend that people in aero suit, aero bike, and weirdly nowadays, like, no one is actually how do I say, using like super shallow wheels for climbs. Obviously, like climbs like Cameron Highlands are super fast climbs, right? So none of these guys, like, even like you see the riders like in the how do I say, two-door pro cycling, they're using pretty deep wheels, you know. Even like EF Educations, you know, there's still like a 45 mil depth, you know, 45 mil depth wheels. Seems like weight is not so much of a thing at these very fast, very top tier level of pros, you know, because apparently they've done this research that as long as you're like under 6% and you're riding around at 4 watts per kg, aero is still a thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's I think at 5%, 4 to 5% for these guys, they're climbing at 30k plus an hour.
Yeah.
So to them, and you know, once you exceeding the 35k an hour speed, aero, it plays more a factor than weight.
The faster you go, and like aero is more important. And obviously at that speed, like it's upwards of 33, 35k an hour. It just becomes more important than the weight actually.
Yeah, and also thanks to technology, carbon technology, right? So now you can get a 45 millimeter depth wheel or 50 millimeter depth wheel. I mean, the carbon wheels, and they're still fairly light. I mean, you're talking about 100, 200 gram. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, like nowadays, like you can get even like Chinese brands that are not so expensive, that are more accessible price point, you know, you can get them at a pretty competitive weight at about 1400 grams, you know, which is a competitive weight. Like obviously it's not as light as some of these like lightweight or the new how do I say, fancy scope wheels, right? That are now fully carbon bonded to the hubs and the rim. So those are like the 60 mil depth is only about 1200 grams or something.
Wow.
Yeah, that's obviously it comes with a hefty price tag, right? But nowadays, like you see, it's the aero socks, aero everything, you know. I've made a simple rule. Like if you wanna race your bikes, you need to pay attention to three things, right? Like it's not necessarily the brands, because nowadays you can, like for example, we see in the Breakaway, we get this Elvis brand or Hayate brand, which are brilliantly aero. Polygon bikes are pretty aero as well, right? So as number one is that you pay attention to the aerodynamics. Number two, you pay attention to the rolling resistance. We're talking about tires, right? So you spend a little bit more on tires. You got brands like, you know, good tires like Continental. A lot of these pro riders that are coming here on Victoria, they're running those Corsa Pros, running tubeless as well. Made the rolling resistance a little bit lower compared to running tubes. And then number three is drivetrain efficiency, right? So when we talk about drivetrain efficiency, you don't necessarily have to buy those ceramic speed oversized pulley wheels, right? So those are more expensive upgrades. So you can get something like, for example, you're running Shimano, go and get a Dura-Ace chains, you know?
Or even just a clean bike. Right?
Yeah, clean bike. Yeah, clean bike is a fast bike. You know, clean your chain, put some good quality lubrication in, and there you go. That's like 8 watts of savings compared to a dirty drivetrain. So you get these dialed in. You get these three components dialed in. It can go really fast with the bike.
Absolutely. So, if cycling is not a cheap, bicycle costs a lot of money.
Yep.
But it's funny, right? Some people spend, upward of $10,000 on a bike.
Yeah.
But
60,000 ringgit. That's a lot of money.
But then they're wearing on-aero clothes, jerseys, or they have socks that's it's not in the right length. You know? So you might as well just get the aero socks, right? Because we tested them. I mean, it's clearly you're getting 4 watts of saving for $30. I mean, $20 to $30 socks. So versus a 4 watt saving or 5 watt saving from a ceramic pulley.
Yeah, so they say it was like what makes the socks really, aero socks really effective, especially when you're in the upstroke trying to push down on the pedal. So technically, your leg is trying to go twice the speed of the bike.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yes.
so that's why it becomes so important, right?
Absolutely. So that's that's a moving part of your body.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
you're moving and your legs are moving. So you're moving twice as fast. Your bike is moving already, and then your legs are moving. So yeah, you're moving twice as fast. So that disturbs the airflow.
Yeah.
And that created that once you disturb the airflow, you create drags and so forth. So that's why as you see the rider on the front now,
aero.
is, very very good position. Then you get the aero socks and the aero glove and the jersey itself, and also the jersey. And see, you talked about earlier. We were just looking at the Tudor rider signing up. You talk about a hot day, and you would want to see your rider wearing a jersey that you can fully open up and you can stay cool. But now you have these race, the so-called race suits. They look like time trial TT
Almost,
suits,
yeah,
but
exactly.
they have pockets on the back, and then they are allowed to open on the front chest to you ventilate air as well. So that's what that's why it's become like a not a TT suit, but a combination of a regular jersey and a bib, but allows you to open up and ventilate and also store food. So you will see, I think majority of the rider here are wearing that race suit.
Yeah, like one-piece race suit, aero suit kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, and that kind of, and we got that kind of idea, and at the Peloton we said, let's create a jersey. Let's find a way to can combine them together.
Yeah.
So you have the comfort of the two-piece, but the aeroness, because it does really make a huge difference. And also sometimes you see also in the World Championship, you see some of the riders wearing these aero from the Route 28. They have these aero sleeves.
That's right.
Just a little bit of that rib fabric that actually creates the air turbulence and disrupt the turbulence. So there's always a debate and argument on how much that contributed, but it's from the aero testing they have shown some significant data. Now, of course, if you're in the Peloton, you don't necessarily get the full benefit because the Peloton is already traveling fairly fast. But then you're getting the bit of the draft, so that's less effect. But when you're on the front of the Peloton, like the breakaway guys, then the aero does play a major factor. Yeah. And also we're looking at an aerial shot, beautiful mountains.
Yeah, at the back. Yeah, that's right.
Mountain but looking back forward, we see some dark clouds ahead in the Fraser. So. Yeah, and it looked like the Cameron Highlands, and that looked like some dark clouds in the hills, and that typically we talked about earlier. The Cameron Highland does tend to dark clouds right there.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, up ahead. Well, almost in the direction. Hopefully, it's not in the direction of where we're going, because that's on the basically on the west side of the basically west side. Instead, we're about to head to the east side, which is Cameron Highland. Is about to go in. So these are, if you're riding on that north-south highway, you can see this on the. If you're coming from KL heading towards Perak, you can see this on the right side of the highway.
This is look like a cement factory.
Yeah, I believe so. It's been there since for as long as I can remember.
Yeah. Talk about cement. Yes, it's not about cycling, but since the Peloton is pretty steady, so in Malaysia, so it was the PETRONAS, the PETRONAS Twin Tower. Yeah. When I was watching the history about how they build the tower, typical high-rise in the world are built by steel. Yeah. But because of Malaysia didn't have enough supply of these high-strength steel, so PETRONAS Twin Tower is actually built by concrete. By cement, by kind of concrete, but it was concrete is much more brittle. Yeah. So they had to literally formulate an innovative type of concrete that allows high rises, because the high rises you see the wind effect. So they had to be able to tilt and potentially hurricane wing, wind, then earthquake, for example. They have to be able to shift left and right, so speaking. So the PETRONAS Twin Tower had to formulate a special concrete allows to flex a little bit and meanwhile still have the strength of the steel.
Wow.
And that's something that I learned from watching History Channel. So
Oh, there you go. There you go.
and again, with this, Petronas is obviously the race organizer, the sponsor. So we just want to mention that, and that's something I learned from that I did not know about the Petronas Twin Tower.
Yeah. It was a breakthrough. You know, like we never had anything like that back then in history. It's the first one. You know, obviously the KL Tower came up first.
Yeah.
And then it was the former Prime Minister of Malaysia, basically the personnel that actually wanted this tour of Langkawi to happen, which is Tun Mahathir Mohamad. He was like, you know, let's build this twin tower, you know, let's just show to the world what this country can do, and then there you go. You have a Petronas twin tower, and also Petronas is an oil and gas company. We've seen probably throughout the race a couple of those gas stations on the side of the road.
Yes, absolutely. And Petronas really is a Malaysian company that has really established itself presence in the worldwide.
If you're an F1 lover, you probably know Lewis Hamilton's is racing for Petronas Mercedes team.
Yep. So they have really elevated their status. Now, also, I have friends working at Petronas. I mean, Petronas is not purely oil, so they also have a huge natural gas operation.
That's right,
in East Malaysia. So they also driving for clean energy.
Yep.
So they are trying to build up a cleaner source of electricity
100%.
With the natural gas for Malaysia power supply. So yeah, it's I remember actually had the opportunity to meeting as a part of the TSG team. We actually met with the Petronas the marketing group. We were trying to talk to them about potentially sponsor the team. And they had a vision of becoming world class, and they weren't just interested in Asia only in Asia. They want to become a world class company. So they were looking at a world class team. And so yeah, it was a good education. But it was definitely a good vision. So I think that's very clearly with Petronas, not only that they have a vision to become a great Asian company, but it also is well known throughout the world. So
you can see just on the screen right now, they are riding fast, and you can see I believe they're not the minimum amount, the size of the chainring is probably 54, and then judging from there, it's probably bottom half of the.
We look at team car, TJ Van Gardner.
Yeah, TJ Van Gardner, and that's a local mechanic. Yeah, so that Rajan.
Rajan, that's a Malaysian. That's the brother of the famous Malaysian legend rider M. Kumrasan.
Yeah, he's commentating in the Malay Live.
Absolutely. So that's Rajan. That's a team mechanic. He's been a professional team mechanic with pro teams. He did it with Ineos.
Ineos
Team Sky back then. And now he's with EF.
He's definitely an idol.
Absolutely.
He's an idol.
So and then TJ Van
role
Gardner.
model.
TJ Van Gardner is a well-known former rider and a world tour rider with the BMC team. And,
that's right.
And a GC contender for the big races. So so a lot of the former riders that when they retire from racing and they sort of take up the DS role. And it is critically important, right? Because you need, in order to be a good DS, you need to understand cycling. Not only cycling as a sport, but as cycling as a racing.
That's right.
So TSG, Chungano Cycling Team, also have, we talk about Cycle YZ.
Okay.
He himself is a very good rider. So when he stopped, retired and from racing, then we asked him to become a part of the TSG DS team. So he obviously done a great job. So Cycle, if you're listening, thank you for your hard work, and then also and to guide the team and to guide the rider, because they've been to the situation. I mean, obviously every race is different, but they've been to the situation. They know what it takes for the rider to do well in the big races, and they understand. They try to minimize the effort the riders do in the races, just as we talked about earlier, feeding, right? So so a very experienced Team DS will want to get a team car to the front of the peloton, to the back of the peloton, as close to the back of the peloton as possible, so minimize the energy and energy spent on getting back to the peloton.
That's right.
And also it's the safety of the rider to make sure they don't they won't be too far into the convoy of the cars where you have cars going back and forth. So that's all this is plays a big part of the DS role, and so the experience definitely count a lot, and providing the race instructions and how they guide the riders into the finish, into the pace themselves, into the throughout the race. And so it's critical, reminding them to eat, hydrate,
That's right.
and
Oh yes.
yeah.
It's going to be a long climbing after this, so I think we're not far off until the third sprint point in the town of Ipoh. We're not far off, judging from the map that we have here. They are actually heading towards the town of Ipoh. And then, yes, you can see this rider is feeding Francisco. Jude is just having something to eat and something to drink. It's really important because you're burning a lot of calories out with this race, right? So these three riders have been in the breakaway since the beginning of the stage. So at the moment on screen is the rider Muhammad Khairul Fahmi from Malaysia Pro Cycling, and then the guy behind him is from Thailand national team Pirapul, and obviously the Filipino rider in the third wheel is rider Jude Francisco. And for those of you that have joined us, recently joined us in the live today, so we've ridden for almost 70 kilometers. We've got 104.8 kilometers to go, and we've passed 2 sprint points. The first sprint point was won by Khairul Fahmi from MPC. The second sprint point was won by Jude Francisco from Philippines, and beforehand Jude Francisco have also got the maximum point for the first category 3 climb in Kuala Kangsar. So the gap from the peloton is about 4 minutes and 50 seconds. At the moment you can see on screen rider from EF Education, Yuhi Todome. It has been in the front controlling the peloton, and the rider from DSM just behind him, and a few riders from Astana, Kazakhstan is also contributing into closing the gap between them and the peloton, more like controlling the gap between the peloton. So we're judging from the look of the clouds in the sky, so it looks like it's about to rain, but the position of the cloud looks like it's on the west side, whereas these riders are actually heading to the east side towards the center of Peninsular Malaysia, climbing Cameron Highlands. Looks like a swap of turn there from Yuhi Todome to the DSM rider, and then just coming just right behind him, sharing a fair load of bringing controlling the gap between the breakaway riders and the peloton. Just riding tempo until they unleash just at the base of the climb. So not much happening, just a steady route here from the guy in front. 3 riders in the breakaway and also the peloton. Steady pace. So back in the peloton here, they're working together very nicely, swapping turns. That's the beautiful thing about cycling, you don't really know at what point they're going to attack, but at the moment you just don't see a point to attack one another, just maintaining a good tempo, maintaining a good speed, maintaining a good pace. We're friends for now, all right? And yes, let's see. So for those of you that have any questions in the live, so let's go through some of these live section. Looks like we've got a lot of Filipinos in the comments section here. All right, let's see. Well, no, we haven't reached Cameron Highlands yet. So we probably about another 30-40 kilometers until we reach the base of the climb. Someone let's see. Someone also said when we did mention about the 3 things that I need to pay attention of, which is aerodynamics, and yes, right on screen right now. So that's the route that the riders will come through to Cameron Highlands. So yeah, we're about to reach Ipoh here, as we can see on the map. Not far, so you can see there. That's where the leader is in green, and then Peloton is just passing the town of Timor. Alright, so quite a flat piece of road here. A bit of a wind, but judging from quick Googling as well, looks like the wind is pointing from north to south. So I'm assuming they're having a little bit of a tailwind here. Luckily, it's some nice wide back roads as well. We're lucky here in Malaysia to have some nice back roads.
Yeah, the road surface in Malaysia generally is considered pretty fast road, smooth. I did some riding in Australia and the US. There's some rough roads, you know.
Yeah, I have to agree, because like I've ridden for quite a long time in Australia. They don't have many potholes per se, but the quality of the tarmac, right? So the quality of the asphalt, quality of the tarmac. So it's a bit rougher there in Australia. Here the tarmac is pretty much smooth.
Yeah. It's the pothole is almost inevitable because of the amount of rain that's always visit Malaysia. So during the raining season, obviously the roads you see that gets eroded. It's amazing, right? The water seems like such a harmless material, but you gather that in a long, continuous effort, and it becomes a major damage. So
talk about your sweat as well on your bike, right? That's your bike's #1 enemy.
No, absolutely, yeah. So talk about I remember moving from California to here. The one thing I realized, everything gets corroded, especially metal. Gets corroded so quickly through the paint, and I remember. It's a good thing that all the bikes are carbon now, so you don't have all these metal erosion on the in old days where you have aluminium bikes. But I do have a steel bike, so far it's been holding up
good.
pretty well.
Okay, what steel bike do you have, Danny?
I have a C-Sub gravel steel bike. Okay. Yeah, and then I have a Sinelli.
A
Sinelli steel bike. That's chromoly steel. That's sort of emulate the old 1970s, 1980s. Really. Again, I'm old school, right? So I got some old steel bike that it's every time I ride them, and I realize why the modern days they're racing on carbon bike. Okay. There's a massive difference in weight. Although,
for sure.
Although some very high-end steel bike are made very light, they're using a very thin steel tubing. These some of the brands, and I think they end up making them super light, but I think it's more expensive to make those
for sure.
high-end steel bike.
For sure. Yeah, I remember some of these. I know, like hill climb race is very popular in the UK. We've seen some of these steel bikes. I'm not sure if the brand is still around, but the brand is called Ison. Yeah, they've made a lightweight climbing bike. The bike just weighs like 5.5 kilos using steel. Yeah, 6 kilos. Yeah, probably more like 6 kilos. With red 22 group set running 1 TSM stem and handlebars they build it with, and then like I think like a Korima rims, which like a bespoke custom wheels, just a Korima with rims with different hubs and also different spokes that they were using one of these bird spokes. Have you heard of it? Instead of a steel spoke, they're using something like a Kevlar string almost. Okay. To sort of pull some tension between the rims and the hubs. So pretty interesting stuff. Bird spokes.
That's a super light, 6 kg. That's super light. So that would not be allowed to race in this race.
For sure.
So just for those who are not familiar, the UCI had different rules about the bikes and the geometry, but in terms of weight, probably that was a big factor, and especially when the guys changed from caliper brake to disc brake.
Yep.
So the UCI weight limit on the bike is 6.8 kg. For those who are familiar with pound, it's 15 pounds, just above, just a little bit below 15 pounds, 14.99. So 6.8 kg. So that means your bike, your race bike, is only allowed. I mean, there are some bikes that they are lighter, but to participate in the UCI race, the bike has to be a minimum 6.8 kg. Now, used to be in the old days when the guys were running a caliper brake. I remember like talking about Cannondale earlier, right?
Super 6 Evo.
Yeah, Simone. I think they had to add weights.
That's
on
right.
the top tube.
Yeah.
And in order to get the bike under the 6 point,
That's
above
right.
the 6.8
That's right.
weight limit. But now then with the introduction of popularization, the introduction of disc wheels, so they are a bit heavier.
That's right.
So that seems not to be too much an issue. So most of these guys, if you're wondering what are their bike weight for the, even Tour de France bikes are, sometimes they have a climbing bike just for the super hilly days. Their bikes are set up a little different. So a little bit lighter, but you still get looking about 7 kg.
Yeah.
Very rarely you get a disc wheel, but disc bike that gets under 7 kg. But there are cases, there are guys able to do that for very special climbing days. But personally, I think on average, I think a lot of these bikes are about 7.2 kg.
Yeah.
That's probably a good weight for a race bike. And if you're thinking about the weight difference, but it's funny, right? People always worry about the weight of their bike when they go to climbing. Then you're thinking about a 7 kg bike, which let's say an 8 kg bike, which is considered fairly heavy, to a 7 kg bike. The difference is only 1 kg.
Yeah.
If you're a rider if you're average weight of 70 kg rider, so you might as well just lose 1 kg. Then you basically get the benefit of the lighter bike.
Like especially sometimes, like for example, it's not like a relatively light bike. Like trying to, for example, you've done everything you can. The bike is going to weigh, for example, 8 kg still. Like especially with I guess like a more entry level carbon frame or something. Right? The bike is just going to be 8 kg, right? And then trying to lose that extra 1 kg is going to be from the bike. It's going to be like super expensive. It's almost not worth it.
Right. So there you go. So I think we talk about bike cycling is a bit of investment, but you can actually use that just for health benefit, and you get into the sports a bit more, and then you realize you can lose weight, and then you can get the same benefit by just riding consistently. And my advice to the riders who are just starting the sports of cycling, get a consistency going. And try to get a habit of going out. Maybe you start off with once a week, but then you start increasing it to twice a week.
That's right.
Then maybe you really like it, then you get to ride on the weekend, and then you get to ride maybe once or twice during the weekday. So you're getting a habit of riding, and then you will realize it's a good way to lose weight. So and stay healthy as well. So now we're just coming back up to 500 meter to the intermediate sprint. Let's see if our Philippine riders take
the third ones.
Take the third one.
So it's 500 meters to go. He's on the front. I mean, it's been consistent that he's just been going from the front, and for whatever reason, these other two guys just could not keep up with him.
My money is on him.
Here he goes. There he goes.
100 meters.
100 meters to go. Like you mentioned, he really has a good kick. And so Kairo Fami is
no, I think he got it. No,
he got it.
I think the
Francisco. There you
almost
go.
A last minute launch, the late launch, almost. But I think. Oh, here we go. Oh, here's the replay. No, this is not.
Not the replay. It's an aerial shot. Well, there you go. That's a replay. Jude Francisco. He had a good job. He put some significant gap, and then Fami Kairo. Oh yes, Jude Francisco got it.
Kudos to him. Good,
All right.
good sprint.
Yeah,
But-
good sprint by Jude Francisco. All
But
right.
also good job by the Malaysian rider
Yeah.
just to contest for that.
That's it. It's a good sprinter, hey.
Yeah, he looks good on it looks good on the bike when it comes to sprinting, and you know you like sprinting, so
Yep.
you know it's we talk about different physique, right?
Yeah.
Sprinters are built a bit differently.
That's right.
Explain how are they different?
You know, it's for the first time, right? When I was playing back then, you know, I was into sports. I was into basketball, right? And everyone kind of have to do the same thing, other than the different is what position you're playing. But until you sort of like got like seriously into cycling, I just realized that so there's someone who's actually naturally good at climbing. There's someone who's just naturally good at sprinting, right? So, and then like technically, if you just do a lot of climbs, you can just be a good climber. Like it's just, you know, like these. You can ask Siritsa to go do as much climb as possible. He's just not going to become a climber, you know. He was just like, there's this genetic elements that is so prominent that I've personally only realized when I started cycling is that if you are sort of built as a more fast twitch, like genetically you have more fast twitch, meaning like you're very good with like sprinting, right? Like very high torque, high revolution, fast muscle movements. No matter what you do, you just cannot become a climber, and vice versa, right? So you can improve them a little bit, but you cannot become better than people who are more naturally a climber or naturally a sprinter. Like for example, you ask Mark Cavendish, right? It's like, just do more climbs. So just do more climbs. It's like that's all he does, right?
Yep.
He trains in the climb,
Yep.
but he's just not built to
Yep.
be a climber.
Yeah.
Right? He's just built to become more of a sprinter, and then obviously he trains for the climb so that he could finish, because at the end of the day sprinters needs to be aerobically fit as well, because if you're not at the end of the race you can't sprint.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just a sort of like a bit of like an awareness of a bit of an awakening. Also there's like some people are just physiologically built different.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we talk about Matt Cavendish. Yeah, I remember reading that interview of him. So they asked him, "Do you train for the climb? Train for the sprint?" He goes, "Why do I need to train for the sprint?"
Yeah.
You know, I just get to the finish line fresh as possible, then I can sprint. And
That's
so
right.
obviously that's natural to him. That's what he does. So one of the advice that you brought a good point. So one of the sometimes I get people ask me if, you know, how do they improve themselves on the cycling. I always say that work on your weakness.
That's
Especially for the young
true.
rider, right?
Yeah,
Especially
yeah,
young rider, I say if you think you're good in climbing, well, work on your sprint, on your short game, right? So what happens is when you know, sometimes some, especially young cyclists, tends to get into that mode. They think I'm a climber, so I'm just going to train on climbers. So I actually learned that when you are a climber, when you are a sprinter, you actually work on your weakness, because by working on your weakness, you're actually going to improve your strength.
That's right.
So that's what exactly Mark Cavendish said. He said, like, no, he actually trains a lot on the climb, because he get over the climb. If he get over the climb fresh as possible, then he knows he's going to win the sprint. And it comes in an instinct to him.
That's right.
And vice versa. So for the climber, I remember Rembal was asked, you know, I was talking about Rembal, and he was lightweight, so he's always naturally better at people on the climbing.
Yep.
But I look at his power data and I said, you really got to work on your short game, because if you don't work on your short game, so you're not going to win many races.
That's
you're not going to do that well. So I think also work on your short game is going to improve your climbing, your strength. So he actually did that, and you can see the improvement. Because you know, talk about the short game. So I remember talking to Jeremy Hunt. You know, so I was asking his advice. You know, hey, how is the FTP? You know, everybody talks about FTP, right? When it comes to cycling, it's you know, how much is the FTP? You know, what is your VO2 max? Believe it or not, guys, I mean, I'm sticking my neck out saying this. I mean, I'm telling you again, FTP and VO2 doesn't matter in a professional race, right? Because if it does matter, you're only going to put a guys on a machine, and you're going to test them on VO2, you're going to test on their FTP, and then you're going to just decide to pick up the winner. So, you know, obviously guys like Pogacar has amazing VO2 and has amazing FTP, but I can almost certainly assure you he doesn't have the highest number. Right? So his ability is actually, Jeremy Hunt said, well, the bike race is won or lost in 30 seconds. I go like, what? How can that be?
That is
right?
true. Yeah,
because,
you made a point.
Because if you have guys that go on an attack, so you're even an amateur level, or professional level, you see these attack happens. So within the 30 second, if a break goes, if you're 30 second, you haven't decided to need to jump across that gap to get in that break to try to win the race, or if the attack happens, somebody else attacks you on the climb, and within 30 seconds you can't manage to hang on. Well, that's pretty much game over.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's not so much the critical of FTP and it's all these are important. These are very similar to car racing, right? So if do you say that the car with the highest horsepower, with the biggest engine, is that going to win the bike race?
Yeah.
Win the car racing? No, not necessarily. Otherwise, it's just become a race to the horsepower.
That's right.
I watch MotoGP.
Okay.
And some of the bikes that they're great at handling. They don't have the biggest horsepower. And they're not the fastest on the straight line.
That's
but
right.
they're corner very fast. So similar idea, right? The bike racing, it is a strategy involved. It is a short game. It's a poker game. It is a moving chessboard and so forth. So it's not the pure number that matters unless you're doing time trial.
Okay.
If you're a time trialist, then you're gonna say, Danny, you don't know what you're talking about. It is a bit aerodynamic. But when I'm talking about general bike racing, it is a lot more strategy and a poker game and not a pure number, but a short game is almost more important. So for those young riders, if you're inspired to become professional, work on your weakness. My number one advice is if you think you're good in sprinting, go work on your climb. If you're good at climbing, you think you're good in climbing, go work on your short game. Because by working on your weakness, you actually will get a maximum benefit of improving your strength. We're looking at the back of the. Is this the back of Peloton?
This looks like a chases. A couple of chases have actually gone breaking away from the Peloton. We've got Terengganu riders.
And they should be back because you see the team car.
It's actually back to the race.
That look like.
Apologies for that. Apologies for that.
It looked like a couple of Ukio rider and Haris Saleh. Maybe the pace went out, or maybe they went off for a natural break, possible.
Right, natural break.
Decided to get back to the Peloton and doing a bit of car surfing, we call it.
Car surfing, yeah. We've seen that, they go from car to car,
car
to car, just a little bit of draft here, a little bit of draft on the car in front, and then until you come back to the Peloton.
It's a lot of, and that's also something I see. I'll give advice to a young rider. If you start racing in a professional level, and then you see a lot of team car, you see the young riders sometimes they get a puncture or they go for a natural break, and then they panic. They trying to get back to they get a puncture, and then trying to panic, trying to go all out, trying to catch back to the Peloton. Actually, the idea is not, and then they blew up. Right? They blew up, and they end up, exerting too much energy, and then they drain their racing fuel very quickly. So the idea is, first of all, not to panic, but to get back to the convoy. So for Tour de Langkawi, luckily for a race this level, you have 2 team car for every team. So the convoy is going to be, I think, literally like 500 meter long, and maybe even longer.
Okay.
So the idea is you just need to get back to the tail of one of the team cars, and then you don't want to surge all the way up like a time trial, but you want to be going, resting behind the team car, and then as the team car brake and the convoy will brake.
Just carry the momentum.
Then carry the momentum,
car
then just skip it over to the next car and skip it over to the next car. So you can actually get back to the Peloton within about 5-10 minutes and with exerting minimum energy. But obviously on a climbing days that's a little different. But on the flat days, generally that's how you would get back to the end of the Peloton with exerting minimum amount of energy. But again, it comes with experience. A lot of young riders, new riders, tends to panic. And that's when your heart rate goes up.
You go into red.
You go into red very soon, and next thing you know is that you end up getting dropped. So I've seen that happen.
You've seen that happen.
I've seen it happen. Driving the team cars, and then you trying to tell the rider to calm down, trying to give them a tow. And just to get back to the back of the convoy.
Someone asking him live, I think he was seeing some guys from the Astana, Kazakhstan's like showering using the bidon, using the water bottle. Is it that hot? Oh. Well, I assume it is.
Yes,
I assume
it is. Right now it's the local time of 1 p.m. So it is
peak hotness.
peak hot, right? So what happened? The reason what happened is that they're washing themselves is because the water created evaporation, heat evaporation.
That's right.
So that's why in the hot weather you should just shower. You know, if you don't have ice pack, you take water, you put it over yourself, and then when the wind hits, it created the evaporation, and that created the cooling effect.
A little bit like your sweat.
Exactly, and that's and during the cold condition, that's why in the cold condition, cold and rainy condition, it is so critical because if you lose your body heat, you're already cold. You know, and and then if you get wet, and then you're losing your body heat at 25% higher rate. So. And then you become, and your extremities, your fingers and your foot is already getting less blood circulation because they're further away from your heart, right? So, and that's why we learn in Peloton, you know, when we study this, and it goes like, wow, why do we need to make a shoe cover that's like windproof and as well waterproof? Because,
that's right.
Because when it's you know, when you get your foot wet and the wind hits, and then you start losing heat really fast. And then next thing you know, you're gonna get frozen foot, and that become very painful. And and then as well for that's for foot, but for hand, that's even more dangerous.
That's right.
Then, you know,
you need to be able to control and brake and shift the gears.
Exactly. So all that is become critical. So. And that's why it's when you go out in winter, obviously in Malaysia it's not an issue. If you go out riding in the cold condition, wet condition, make sure to get a good shoe cover that covers your foot, you protect your core body. Your legs are moving, which is okay. That that keeps the temperature up. But you got to get a good jacket, good chest protector, and to block off to keep the reserve the heat in the core. Then for the good glove, like a good windproof, waterproof glove to keep your hands warm, because the last thing you want is descending the hill at 50, 60 kilometer an hour and you don't feel the brakes. And that's when the danger happens.
That's
right?
it. That's
so
it.
Absolutely critical. But today, there's not a worry about that because these guys are using the water to hosing them down. Hosing
themselves down. Make sure, because once your body temperature goes really high, like it affects your heart rate as well. Absolutely. Your heart rate can goes really high, and then you're unable to put the power down. And then, it's just like it really just impedes your performance. So that's why it's really critical that these guys, obviously hydration is really important. Making sure they drink enough fluid. So just now we've seen in the footage as well, some of these riders are restocking some of these bottles for their teammates. You know, obviously. Fueling itself is drinking and fueling yourself by drinking water is really critical at this sort of climate. And number two is obviously just water yourself down. And obviously sometimes we see some of the riders are getting some ice socks, right? Ice socks, right? And just put behind the back of the jersey just to help them cool their core body temperature down.
So that's it's funny, right? So your body regulate the temperature. So during the COVID time, when I remember going to ride, because before even you go on a hot day ride, you don't really know. You don't go bring a thermometer and measure your body temperature, right?
That's right.
So during the COVID time, you have all these the thermometer at the outside of, like, let's say gas station or a coffee shop. That's sort of you're supposed to take your body temperature. So we do these really hot ride in the middle of the day. And then you get to the gas station, and then you say, "Oh, let's there's a thermometer. Let's measure." So it's so hot. My body is so hot. I feel so hot. My temperature has got to be like 40 degrees, right?
Yeah, you can't go in the store.
No. So that's where you go. Then you measure yourself. Then you realize, no, it is actually still at an average range of 37 degrees. So you go. So you see, like, wait, how did that happen? Because you're so hot. Like, actually, your body, that's what you talk about. Your heart rate actually increased significantly. We are warm blood. We're not lizards.
That's right.
That's why we don't go into the middle of the field to get warm, right? So your body actually regulates as a warm blooded creature. Your body, your heart rate elevates in order to keep yourself cooling.
That's right.
Right. So they increase the blood circulation. So when your heart rate increase, but then you decrease your other functions part of the body. So
That's
that's
true.
why you lose energy during the extreme hot if you're not properly hydrated.
Yeah.
And nowadays, with even scientific training, so guys always go to altitude training, trying to induce stress into their body.
Yep.
So the new thing is, if you can't get to the altitude, you actually do the heat training.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you
yeah.
actually force your heart rate to go up.
Yep.
And trying to do the training.
Yep.
So if you want to do any heat training, Malaysia is a great place.
That's
Come
right.
here, go riding at
Hot.
2 o'clock in the morning, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon,
Yeah, yeah,
1 o'clock
yeah.
in the afternoon, and you get some heat
That's
training
right,
done. Yeah,
that's
so
right.
you get stronger, so you don't
Yeah.
have to go high altitude if you prefer the
Yeah, I
heat.
remember I saw this YouTube video from Harry Sweeney, who's an EF Education Easy Post rider. He did like a 5-hour ride, and then after that, you sort of have to get the temperature of the, in the bathtub, the water temperature to up about like 40 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
Right, and then just sitting there.
Sitting there.
Yeah,
right.
just sitting there for about 20 minutes. And then the worst part of that, because you're not, I mean, you wouldn't say because you're wet, right? So technically the sweat is not doing its job to
Okay.
help you cool your body down. So
Right.
it's like,
So yeah, he said like at that 20 minutes, like if he had to go for 30 minutes, he would pass out.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, so
Wow.
obviously because he lives in Andorra,
Okay.
right? So it's a high altitude,
Right.
very
Right.
cold.
Wow.
Yeah, so he had to do that. That was, I think from that video, was trying to prepare himself for Volta, I believe.
Okay,
Yeah, 'cause
okay.
Volta always ends up very hot.
Hot,
Yeah.
right? Oh wow. Gee. Okay. But I know you guys at Propane, you guys do some kind of cold
Yeah, so
recovery.
us at Propane, so we're using a lot of how do I say, state-of-the-art kind of technology, where we use cryotherapy. So that's more of like a cryotherapy to help for recovery. It speeds up recovery. So really, like if you watch Captain America, where it comes out of that chamber, so
Okay.
pretty much the same stuff.
Okay, okay.
Not to preserve you, obviously, but it's just to make sure that you have the how do I say, a very rapid recovery rate.
Okay.
So
By cooling the body down.
by cooling,
Okay.
cooling the body down, so that the next day you're fully recovered, and then basically you can hit it again.
Wow.
With training.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. We should hit that chamber.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah. So back to the race. So you see some of the riders have grabbed some musette. Okay,
And
so
then
it's a bit of a
replay,
replay.
yeah.
Riders are cooling themselves down. There you go. More with Bubbles O2, oxygenated water as well. Right, so cooling the cell down is really, really important to keep your core temperature down. So this rider from Astana, Kazakhstan, making sure that they're cooled down. We've got some pretty serious riding to do after this. Almost 50 kilometers of climbing. Obviously it's not such an exposed road, but then you have this humidity that can really bring your core body temperature up if you're not keeping on top of this.
Yeah, but actually Simpang Pulai is a bit of exposed. So
right, okay, excuse me
the
for
other
that,
way
yeah.
going up to Tanah Rata, I think the old way is very covered, shady, but Simpang Pulai is kind of like I wouldn't say a highway, but it's definitely a major road, 2-lane road, so it's a bit exposed, and you're not getting a lot of shade. There you go, one or two of the riders just tossing out the musette.
And then you can see the guys on the roadside just straight away took it.
Oh, absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's like they were probably waiting for this.
Yeah.
That's why they were by the roadside.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you've seen it in the other races on TV that the kids, especially the kids, and they really ride alongside. There was
that's
videos
right.
of I think it was Matthew Vanderpool was just slowing down and passing a bottle to the kids, and but yeah, that's this would make bike racing so special. You wouldn't be able to get that. Well, I guess tennis that you can wait until the end of the match and trying to get an autograph tennis ball, but it's trying to go to a baseball match and trying to catch a flying baseball, but the chances of that is probably a lot less than if you just standing in the feed zones.
That's true.
There will be a lot of bottles throwing out. So I remember watching driving through the race and the kids just screaming and say bottle, bottle, bottle. Or in Europe, bidon, bidon, bidon. So it's a fun it's a good experience for them. So they not only come here watch the race, experience the race, but also get a little bit of souvenir to take home.
Yeah, that's right. And you don't have to pay for anything. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
You need a bit of luck. That's about it.
Yeah, a little bit of that. So again, so the riders, this is at the front of the race, and the breakaway rider is getting feeded for the Malaysia Pro cycling team. And back on the front,
So like I said, U-Heat tournament looks like he's on 60mm wheels.
Yeah, there you go.
So this is probably on Dura AC 50, Gleb Syriza on the slightly shallow wheels, 45. You probably need all the help you can get to get up that mountainous climb afterwards.
It's interesting, right? Individual rider have different preferences.
Yeah.
And
it's got aero bike. They prefer the foil over the Edic.
Yeah.
So this is team, let's see.
Poti Kometa.
Poti Kometa, yeah, they were riding NV rims.
Yep. So you see the DS in the team car, Poti Kometa giving some instruction.
Yeah.
So the race radio to the riders, give them information, right? It's a DS. They're trying to, the rider can't see what's happening, or they don't know what's happening in front, but the team car gets the race radio tour. So the front of the pack, they're the race directors and the radio announcer trying to give the situation of the race to the team cars, so the team car can relay the same information and then the strategy to the rider. So, that's it's absolutely critical, and sometimes for the safety, but also they're probably relaying information like how many K to go to the climb. And I think we're gonna get it starting. We have 78 kilometers to go, so we passed sprint number 3, so there's still about 30K on a flat roll before the rolls start tilting up.
That's right. Yeah. And then that's when we were expecting all the actions to happen, and then the probably halfway up the climb, that's when we'll see probably the breakaway is going to bring back. And there's all these super fast climbers overtaking them at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
It's sometimes when they always saying that on a climb, even at a world tour level, some of the top contenders, when they pass the breakaway guys, and the breakaway rider after the race interview say so and so passed me like I was standing still.
That's right.
That's how a lot of people feel when they're on the climb, and then somebody passes them, feel like they're flying up the hill while they're struggling up the hill.
I'm assuming all these riders, looks like a multiple team are actually stocking up. So these are Burgos BH now. So we've seen a lot of these riders. Just now we've seen Cortec carrying a couple of Musette, which is that small little bag where they keep all the food. So probably just restocking before they're going to start climbing, which is not far off. Probably just under an hour before they reach at the bottom of the climb.
Yep. Here we're the onboard camera of the BH Burgos team.
Yep.
Let's see how many bottles he can fit in the jersey. So he got 3 on the back and 3 on the back of the neck, and then last swing goes up.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5,
like
6, 7, 8.
7. Yeah, 7. Well, there's 6 rider in the team, so he's probably picking up 6, 7 bottles. And then and some in the bottle, sometimes they come in and request specially. They want an isotonic drink.
Right.
Then they want some people prefer actually on a really hot day. Sometimes they have too much isotonic. They actually want water.
Yeah, just to wash off some stuff from the mouth. Normally, just suddenly it feels a little bit sticky, especially if you have the carb mix.
Yeah.
The mouth can get feels a little bit sticky and stuff.
Yeah.
You just want to wash that off.
It looked like they just the breakaway rider on the front just start to get to the foot of the climb already.
Yep.
So
you can see in the map as well.
Yeah.
Twisty road, so it could only mean one thing.
Road is going to go up.
Yep.
Yeah, so we can see the background, some of the hills where the guys
they have to get through before they actually
before the mountain really starts.
Before the mountain really starts.
It's a daunting sight. But for the climbers, this is what they live for.
Yeah.
Okay?
This is my time to shine.
Yeah, and for the sprinters, it's time to finish. I mean, just conserve energy.
That's
and
right.
riders.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes people think that if you're a good climber, then the hills are easy, right? But to be honest, in the climb, nobody's easy, right? Because the winner, he has to ride faster than the rest of the guys in order to win. And then the sprinters have to ride fast enough to keep up in order to finish within the time limit. So it's never easy for anybody. I mean, that's what makes cycling such a hard sport.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, they have actually started climbing here. Yeah.
And it looked like they are getting some additional last-minute feed.
Yep.
Yeah, before the time gaps showing on the pictures are still 4:45, but I think it may be able to actually lessen that because this time gap hasn't moved at all. So also sometimes when the team car experience DS wants to make sure to get to the breakaway rider before the peloton get absorbed because they only allowed to be in the gap if it's more than 1 minute. So if it's less than 1 minute, they are not allowed to feed the rider. So here's a map of where they are right now. So leaders are still pretty far ahead, while the peloton is moving. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, someone asked in the comment section, have they started climbing? Yes, they have actually started the climb.
Yeah. Not technically a proper climb, but the roads are not flat anymore. Start turning. So some of the views of the climbs where I think these are the convoys at the front of the race, just to give you an aerial shot of the climbs that are coming up. But it's beautiful, right? So it's full of greens, full of trees. The airs are fresh, and that's one thing I like about Malaysia. There's just so much greens. I mean, it's all year round.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember I was moving to California, and then I went there in February, and I said, "Wow, this is wonderful, rolling, beautiful green hills." And then the summer comes, and everything turned brown.
Yeah, that's not good.
I was like, "What happened to the green?" So in Malaysia, you don't ever run out of green.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
And one thing, like I always say, like I spent a lot of time in Australia, and then now that I've moved back, like you only have to worry about one type of clothing. You never have to worry what stuff to bring when you have to go out for a ride. You know that you always that moment. Should I bring that extra layer? Should I just ride whatever I'm wearing now? You know.
Yeah. Back to the front of the race. It looked like Hugh Carthy is already start pulling from for the team really early. So
seems like driving the pace now. Yeah, taking over from Yuhi Todome. Yeah. So this is the route again.
Winding
some
up.
shots, winding up. Yeah, you know normally when you have that sort of a little bit of a switchback type, that's what the gradient is slightly higher than normal, right? So a lot of greeneries, just like Danny mentioned, there's a lot of greeneries. You can hear like a lot of these rainforesty sound, some of these. I don't know how to describe it. I'm born and raised here, but that you have this rainforest sounds, like the sound of the water, the sound of the bird. So you don't know if it's a bird or a monkey.
You get monkeys. Parts of the riding just around KL, you get a lot of monkey around, but then sometimes you hear some.
It's a common sight, monkeys. Just like cats. Cats.
But they're pretty. Most of them are pretty friendly. Sometimes they can get a little territorial, but it's fun sight to see. Not something that I know a lot of my foreign international friends riding here. When they see monkey, they actually really surprised. They go, "No, we only see monkeys in the zoo."
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So you will see plenty of them around, and
especially this type of area. You probably see them.
In the hills. And also talk about natural animals, wild animal. I mean, there are tigers. There's not many poison. I mean, there are king cobras in the jungle. There are pythons. Pythons is fairly common.
They're not that aggressive. Pythons are not that aggressive.
They're not. Generally, they're not aggressive. And I even.
They're just massive.
When they grow up, they're massive. But a lot of but a lot of monkeys, around.
For sure, yeah. This part of this part of the road, this part that like if you're riding somewhere in Malaysia with this sort of backdrop, yeah, it's quite easy to find monkeys by the roadside.
So EF is EF is still on the front, driving up the climb fairly early. So there's still 70k to go, but you can see the roads are tilting up. So we said earlier it's going to be about 50-60k of climbing, but looks like 70k that the roads are already tilting up.
That's right, yeah, 70k to go.
Yeah, and DSM riders working along with Hugh Carthy. And let's see who is the DSM rider on the front right now. I can't see the number.
Yuhi Todome just now from EF. That's basically job done. You know, he's for as long as I can remember, he's been there for a very long time, just driving the pace and keeping the gap between the Peloton to the Breakaway in check.
There's some gravel section coming up.
Oh yeah.
There you go. But generally the roads are pretty good. But they are gravel. I know gravel cycling is very popular now. But there are actually also a lot of parts of, there's a big part of even just around the Kuala Lumpur area. There's actually a very nice gravel trail. So if you ever get a chance to, again, come to Malaysia, if you're a cyclist, bring your bicycle. I mean, absolutely, it's a delightful place to ride. Nice roads, avoid potholes. But nice roads and a bit of road riding, mountain biking as well, and gravel riding as well. Yeah. So it is certainly, if you want to ride the hills, you go up Genting Highland, go up Cameron Highland, Fraser Hill. Yep. Tomorrow we're going to be tackling Fraser Hill.
That's right. Yeah, Fraser Hill. So you've raced on it. Almost a month ago.
Just a few weeks ago.
Actually, 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah. So it's a nice climb up to.
So you want to watch out in your some of your Strava segments.
It's already gone.
It's already gone.
I'm too old and too slow to even look at that. It's depressing. It's depressing.
So you can see the Peloton now. So as we've sort of expected, EF Education Easy Post is really driving the pace in front here. It looks like Hugh Carthy in front here, Denny.
Yeah, it's Hugh Carthy right there. So I think they know their climb is not steep enough to really break everyone up. So they decide to drive up early, right? So if you can't separate Simon. If you can separate on the steep part, you might as well just drive it hard. So we're going to have an interview coming up pretty soon. Yeah, so just stand by for the interview.
Of the GC favorites ahead of the Queen State because you've got 1 second lead. Can you explain how you did it?
Was just really the timing. We got the break on the first stage, and I just managed to take a second in the sprint. So it's second's a second, and I think in this race with this parkour, I think the bonus seconds could come into play a bit. So it was not too hard to get. So it's a good second.
Does it mean you expect a few riders to arrive together today and the race to be decided by time bonus rather than one guy solo?
Yeah, I think it's possible. It's not super hard, so maybe if there is a group together at the finish, then the race could be decided on bonus seconds. But we'll have to see how the race plans out today. It's kind of the unknown, so we'll be interested.
How is your shape after la Vuelta?
I don't know really. Obviously it was a really hard race. I think I recovered okay. Could train okay up to the race. So we'll really find out today, I think. Thank you.
That's a Max Pohl interview with the DSM climber. So he just said, so he's expecting. He knows the climb is not super hard, though it's likely it could be closely contested, and the time gap would be fairly small if it's not arriving all together in a small bunch group. So that he just mentioned the time bonus would be critical, right? So just to remind our viewer, At the finish line, there's a 10-second. If you win the stage, even you arrive together, the winner of the race has a 10-second, 6-second, and 4-second time bonus for the stage winner. So let's say if you have a group of 20 riders get to the finish, how do you differentiate their time? That would be by the time bonus that given on the stage. We're looking at a waterfall. It's a beautiful waterfall that's along the side of Cameron Highland. I think you can see this off the highway. Yeah, there's a multiple waterfall. So if you another interview coming up, so we're gonna pause for a minute.
Simon, what's the feeling of being at the start of the Queen stage?
Yeah, a bit of excitement, anticipation. It's going to be an exciting day to see how it pans out.
And it is an important day because GC might be only today.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably going to be the deciding day, one way or another, for the GC. So, yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one.
Have you evaluated the competition in the past few days?
Yeah, not so much. Been two pretty easy days, but we know who the good riders are. The other World Tour teams have some good riders here, so yeah, we're going to be looking at them and yeah, just see what they do, and then we also have our own plan. So
you expect a tough competition from the start of the climb, or the big explanation at the end?
I think it's going to be maybe closer to the end. That looks like the steepest section. Yeah, it's a very long climb, but not so steep, so the drafting is going to be important. And yeah, we'll see if a team takes it up to try and make it hard as well.
Have you mentalized a back-to-back victory at LTDL?
Hopefully, yeah, that would be a really, really nice achievement. So yeah, I think today's the day to make it happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Simon Carr, the former winner of Tour of Langkawi, the 27th edition, which was in the year 2023. And from that interview, he is actually coming to maintain his stature as the winner of Tour of Langkawi, as you can see here on the map. So the race has started climbing. There's still some gap between the leader, which is the 3 riders in the breakaway, and also the peloton. As you can see, the gap is about 4 minutes and 35 seconds as showed on the screen. We have the race about 71 kilometers to go. The road is tilting up now. The action is about to happen. A beautiful backdrop here for today's race. You can see some fog actually. Yes, it normally tells that the temperature is a little bit cool up here. Like lower clouds, not quite high altitude here. We don't have high altitude climbs out here in Malaysia. But yes, these are the backdrops that the riders are having while they're racing up these Cameron Highlands. I'm not sure if they're able to enjoy the views out here, but
well,
yes.
I think they're enjoying the view of the rider in front of them.
That's right. And for those that are struggling, probably enjoying the view of the back wheel of the rider in front of him.
Yeah, and it looks like it's wet road. So yeah, we talk about it is bitter, always drizzling.
So what? This is your stage because you are from Cameron Island. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm excited. My hometown in Cameron Island, and also my role as a climber. So this stage is a big day for me.
Tell us, how did you take up cycling? How did you fall in love with this sport, and have you seen LTDL before?
Yeah, my first time that I fall in love with cycling when 2018, which LTDL finishing in Cameron Island. At the morning was our local club there make a fun ride, so I joined. Then after the fun ride, I stay until the all rider finishing. So I fall in love and I started to going through this sport. So now I finally get into the continental. So this is my first year in the TDL, and today will be finishing at the same like 2018 in my hometown. So I hope today I can make something.
You're lucky because LTDL didn't go to Cameron Island since 2018. Can you tell us how is the climb? How hard is the climb, and where to make a difference?
The road is I'm very familiar with the road because before in the continental I always go in training there. So the road is not too steep and it's a long climb. So maybe today we can stay with the world team at the starting of the climbing, so we can survive with them.
All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a rider from Malaysia Pro Cycling, Muhammad Shawal Mazlin. That's his hometown. As we can see, that's the finish, Cameron Highlands. This is at Tanah Rata. A very nice tourist spot if you want to run away from the heat at the sea level down there. And then there's a few places you can go. There's some strawberry farms. There's some tea farms.
Yes.
Yeah. Tea farms out here, and some pretty nice resorts and hotels available up here, and some hiking trails as well. And as we can see just now, we looked at the map. So there's a particular hill out here.
Some rain clouds.
There's some rain clouds, but sometimes out here it doesn't necessarily mean some rain clouds. Just like you're just a little bit higher up, the cloud looks a little bit darker.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think probably a little bit rain to keep the rider cooler. So
Yeah.
they'll probably be happy there's a little bit of moisture.
As long as it's not too heavy.
It's not. It's not too heavy. Then it's welcome rain instead of hated rain. So. This is the finishing point. So again, it's another tourist spot. We lost a little bit of signal on the road running in, so we can't see the live action of the Peloton right now. But hopefully we can get that back fairly quickly. So we're going to have a quick look, a recap of the intermediate sprints. So just to see what happened today. So 3 rider in the breakaway, and this is the first. This should be the first intermediate.
This is the first, entering the town of Kuala Kangsar. So Francisco from the Philippine national team against Khairul Fahmi. It was a tight sprint, which was won by the Malaysian Pro Cycling rider, which is Muhammad Fahmi Khairul. Actually, we always get this name confused. Muhammad Fahmi Khairul. Sorry about that. That was the first sprint won by Muhammad Fahmi Khairul. Looks like the Thai rider across the all sprint points is just happy to be tagging along in the sprint. So as you can see, Muhammad Fahmi Khairul 3 points, Jude Francisco 2 points, and then the Pirapol rider from Thailand.
Here comes the second intermediate.
This is the second intermediate sprints in Sungai Siput, and it was a sensational sprint by Jude Francisco. He put some pretty serious gap to Muhammad Fahmi Khairul for the sprint. And
there he goes.
There he goes.
Nice pickup. Yeah, very nice. When you're sprinting, not only using the legs, but you can see their arms are pulling back on the bars, so getting that little bit of extra push forward.
Yep.
And it's a lot of people think cycling they are pushing down, like smashing the crank, but actually they're trying to launch their body forward, getting that momentum carried forward.
That's right.
So they're pulling back on the bar, and then they're pushing forward with their legs and getting that synchronized. It takes a little bit of practice.
It is, yeah. So like for those of you that have some top tips, if you're trying to learn sprinting, the first thing you have to get it right is the form. Just learning how to sync between. People call it hand-eye coordination, right? So getting that
Yeah, so you can see how they do it is to make sure they have them in sync. So you're pulling up the bar as the foot is about to push down, right? And if you do the sprint right, you can really feel it. So just like here, Jude Francisco, seems like he knows how to do it, right? If you for sprinting, if you really do it well, it's almost like a full body workout. You know, your shoulder blades should feel the pain, your triceps should feel the pain. So good sprinting by Jude Francisco for the second and third sprint points. You know, so at the moment you can see on the screen, that's the overall sprint points. Gleb Syriza, Matteo Malucelli, which is currently wearing on behalf, wearing the orange classification on behalf. And then third is Nur Ayman Rosni. Sorry, Manuel Peñalve. Okay, so we see some backdrop of the Cameron Highlands as we're speaking.
Yeah, and Peñalve, that's the Poti Cometa rider. Yesterday, that he thought he won the stage, and but he raised his hand just a little bit too early, and got nipped on the line. So yeah, he was a little bit disappointed, but it was a clean finish. Nevertheless, still a good result, and there's still at least five more sprint finish potential for him. And tomorrow he could do really well, right? He could get over. Tomorrow is an interesting day. You know, they have to the rider have to get over the climb. There's going to be a climb of Fraser, and it's not a terribly hard climb. It's only 800 meter, half the elevation of today, but it's a proper climb. And so if the peloton, and it's a start at the beginning of the stage, so if the guys decide to go full gas and really make it hard, and it's possible to get dropped on the climb, and then they won't be able to contest the finishing.
Yeah.
Here's a replay of the first KOM, and the Philippine rider Francisco again on the front, and he looked like he's just looking back and pretending, and then here it goes. Yeah, he give a little bit of element of surprise, and he's able to keep that all the way to the finish. Nicely done again.
Yeah, so that was it. Kuala Kangsar, category 3 climb.
Yep.
About 160 meters elevation from sea level.
So technically, he's leading the KOM points right now.
He is now. Because it's category 3, whereas the first stage it was more of a category 4 as well. Yeah.
So yeah, category 3 has
more points.
Yeah, so generally, they are, again, just for viewers who are not familiar with the different classes of climb, you have the HC category, which is the beyond category, core category. So that's the hardest climb. You have tackle, and that's typically 10K, and then an average, maybe an average percentage about 10K. So that makes it, or in today's, it's just really high elevation, really long. So that's the hardest kind of climb. And then you have category 1, category HC climb carries a maximum of 15 points. And category 1 climb, which is going to be today at Kampong Raja, that carries 10 points maximum. And then you have category 2 climb with maximum points of 5. Category 3, 3 points, and category 4 climb with 2 points maximum.
That's right.
So if today, technically, if the riders that have they're able to take the category 1 and category and the last finishing at the Binchang climb, then you're collecting maximum 25 points.
That's a lot of points.
And in the last, and now although that may likely be the winner of the KOM, but there's opportunity for other days when you're going for the intermediate sprints. So
Alright, kami kini berada di kilometer ke-146. Ya, dan ini adalah kemeriahan yang sedang berlangsung di sini, di mana pelumba-pelumba akan menghadapi 2 KOM akhir sebelum ke garisan penamat. Okey, boleh make some noise sikit tak guys?
All right, we can see the crowds on the on the roadside trying to cheer for the riders that are coming up in this Cameron Highland climbs. You know, it's not so steep. You know, we're not surprised to see some of these spectators actually will run around at the side of them.
Yeah, and well, it should be a pretty fast runner to be able to run on our side of them. Right. But that once again, front of the pack will be controlled by EF, the defending champion Simon Carr's team. And so the idea is that they want to set a good, steady tempo. You wouldn't want it to be too easy, then you're going to inspire other team trying to attack you too early. So you want to set a good, hard pace up this climb. Yep. And then until you crest maybe Kampong Raja, then the steeper part is gonna launch the real attack.
Yeah. And then as you can see, as we predicted, because the climb is not super steep, like we've seen, like the Peloton's pretty much still intact just now.
Yeah.
Right. Probably they're still playing. They're still playing their cards here. They're still playing their cards here. All these other teams, you know, all these bigger teams. And we see EF Education. You see Astana.
And Sarissa is still in the Peloton.
Yeah, Sarissa is still in the Peloton. You know, quite on the front of the Peloton almost. You know, although he looks like he is struggling a little bit compared to these other EF guys. You know, still breathing using the nose. Sarissa is struggling, but it's an impressive effort for a guy of his stature, more of a sprinter, to be able to hold on. Obviously, you know, today is probably his job for the climber that's available in the team, which is Harold Martel Lopez. As we can see here from the roadside, so the Peloton is coming. He has the gap to the breakaway as well. Is getting lessened now, which is about 36. Second.
Yeah.
All right.
So quickly the gap came down.
This is a breakaway rider, and not far off we can see. Yes, the main Peloton. There you go, led by the EF. Pretty much almost a full squad there.
Yeah, it is a full squad. It's 6 riders, including the Captain America.
the Captain America.
So leading up the Peloton.
Yeah.
It looked like the majority of the guys are still in the group.
Yeah.
And so the pace is not being ramped up, but the Philippine rider is not done yet. I think he's trying to get the most aggressive jersey, most aggressive podium for today. So definitely a good rider. It's in the breakaway for such a long time, 100K, then he's still got some energy to kick.
Yep.
Trying to drop the Malaysian pro cycling rider.
Yeah. Fahmi Khairul is a rider from Malaysian Pro Cycling. Obviously, we have seen the rider from Thailand have gone back to the Peloton. It's an impressive ride by this Jude Francisco from Philippine national team. You know, has been able to be in the breakaway for a very long time, and then got the KOM point and also got the 2 sprint classification.
Yep.
It's been a long, hard day for him.
Yeah. It's well, it's been a productive day because he gets to show off the national jersey of the Philippines and certainly showing pedigree. Good.
Considering not much action from them.
They're still going at it. I think they're trying to get the most aggressive riders price for today. So even though they're just dangling like literally 10 meter, and I think that's it. That he is going to be the last man standing of the breakaways.
That's it.
And in order to get the podium position for the most aggressive rider, and he's not done. You know, he's keep going. So really good strong ride from the young man.
All right, so this is the back of the Peloton. Still intact. Doesn't seem like anyone is dropped from the Peloton. Everyone is still riding. It's a big ring climb still, you know, because it's a big ring climb.
Everybody's
for most of them,
53, 54 right now.
Yeah, minimum 54 these days, you know, and probably with 34 tooth cassette, so
So it's not super hard yet, but
Mark
you
Renshaw
can...
there. Sorry, I interrupted you. Yeah, got a bit of fanboy.
Mark Renshaw.
Fanboy with Mark Renshaw. I just had to mention.
You're probably not the only one.
Yeah, I've seen some of the guys in the live that actually, you know, want to get a chance of taking a photo with Mark Renshaw at the Kuala Lumpur stage.
Okay. All right.
Hopefully you get them. Hugh Carty in front of you, driving the pace. Yuhi Todome, the rider behind him. Yes, as we've talked earlier, so they're on 60mm rims. You know, driving the pace.
Yeah, some riders just prefer deeper wheels, and they feel like there's a good momentum. And
yeah,
then,
that's true.
And some riders really prefer shallower rims, you know, on the climb especially. So yeah, I know when I was doing the DS job and before the mountain stage, you gotta check with everybody in the team meeting. So what do you want? 35 and 40, and then some riders, no, I want you know 50 on the back and 35 on the front. You know, so individual rider have a different preference in setup. So, but it looked like McCarthy and the guys on the front, they're all on gotta be at least 50, right?
Yeah, 60, because they're running on Vision Metron wheels, so Metron only available is either 45 or 60.
There you go.
Yeah, so most likely 60.
Only a professional will know that.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that they're running on Vision Metron wheels. Same as Astana. Astana's is also running on Vision Metron.
Okay.
Apparently, I've heard from them is that it was by choice. Cavendish specifically picked those Vision Metron wheels for his Project 35.
Wow. There you go. I did not know that.
I got some insights.
Okay.
I don't know. There must have been something about those wheels that Cavendish must have liked.
Yeah, it's yeah, that must work out. Cavendish is such an experienced sprinter, and he won it. Yeah, he's been racing so long. I mean, he's just such a smart rider, right? It's not many riders able to keep that longevity. Talk about in this race, Harry Saleh. Comparatively, he has been doing this race 14 years, so he's obviously has a good longevity as well. And yesterday we saw him finish number 7. Pretty close to the front. And he got boxed in, so he had nowhere to go. But it looked like he got a little bit of speed left. Hopefully he gets a chance to do it again day after tomorrow. Tomorrow maybe. But also definitely there's last 4 stages. Of the race should be a sprint finish again, so hopefully you get a chance to try that again for potential podium or victory. So Mark Cavendish must be good. So I need that must be a good wheels FSA.
Yes, as you can see, I just saw earlier, Syriza is pulled off. Wanted to ride on his pace, and then we can see really EF is really driving the pace. As we can see at the back of the peloton, people are just by self-selection just want to drop out of the race. It's like at this, probably the pace is really going high. You can see a couple of riders are struggling still, and some of the riders have just dropped from the big ring into the small ring and just want to ride their own pace. As you can see at the back of the peloton there, EF is really driving the pace and setting a good pace for his GC contender Simon Carr.
Carthy's been on the front for a long time and switching with the Japanese rider. So these two guys,
and Yuhi Todome.
And Todome did the majority of the work on the flat. So good rider to be able to work 100K on the flat, and then trying to ride up to the climb, trying to lead up the climb as long as he can, and that's what makes a good domestic special. They go. I mean, of course, if you're the protected rider, you have the duty and the task of performing and winning the race, right? So, but the domestic have to really suffer for hours and hours.
That's right. And in front of the race,
in front of the race, and they don't get anything. You don't get a stage win.
No.
And you probably finish the race with a result of 60 position. So on paper, it doesn't look good. So you said individual performance, but that's why these guys are professional. They sacrifice their own chances and their only goal, because obviously he probably could have a contention in the white jersey, the best Asian rider jersey. So, but he's sacrificing his own chances and working all in for Simon Carr. And that's what makes the professional. And talk about a good domestic. I think another Japanese rider remind me is Yukiya Aroshiro. And he is just. I had the fortune of riding with him, did a bit of training, and he was in the team. I was doing an assistant DS job, team equip Meitan Hampo, and Yukiya was only 20, maybe early 20s, and he was doing the first Tour de Langkawi. and I remember him just first time and young, and he was in a breakaway all day with another rider from Shimano, and Yukiya did probably, I would say, 70%, 60-70% of work. And with the two-man breakaway in a long stage, finally got caught. And then he tried to lead out for his teammate Takashi Miyazawa, sprinter. And in the fighting for the position, Yukiya crashed and landed on his face and had this bloody face. And then at a team meeting, right? So we all sat down and all the riders got together, and then I said to him, well, you did a great job at breaking away, and you had a big crash, and tomorrow you should rest. And Yukiya said to me, no, I did not do my job today. I went on the breakaway and I didn't succeed trying to winning the stage, and then I had to do a lead out for Takashi, and then I crashed. So I did not do my job well today. So tomorrow I am going to attack again. Well, I think back in my head is okay. That's it's probably a lot of testosterone there talking right there, right? So I said, okay, well, we'll see how your legs feel tomorrow. And again, tomorrow, next day, and I'm sitting in the team car, and I couldn't believe my ears when I hear they talk about the rider won on the breakaway. It's Yukiya Aroshiro.
Oh, that's insane.
And I call up my friend and I said, you're going to look at the first Japanese rider finish Tour de France. And believe it or not, he went into the team Europe car.
Team Europe car. I remember
Europe
that.
Car, and he actually started the Tour de France and on the first stage, and he finished I want to say number 5. And that's when I think Cavendish won that stage, and there was the opening stage, and he finished number 5 on the first day. So
that's insane.
It's just it's a special kind of rider, and he's just so good, and so now I think he's coming to the retirement age, but he has been an important domestic. He's riding for a team Bahrain Merida, and he's done a great job for the team as a domestic, right? But he sacrificed his own chances. Just to ride for other riders. So we're looking at that same situation with the EF rider, Tonome. He's doing a great job and still following Hugh Carthy. It's not easy to follow some guy like Hugh Carthy on the climb, and he's doing that. And we've seen Sarissa finally is.
It looks like he's carrying some bottles. I don't know if he still is.
Yeah, I think what happened is they know they're gonna have the team car is gonna both the team car A and B is gonna leave him. He's gonna be on his own for the next 60K.
Okay.
so
it's stocking
50K.
up.
So he's stocking up because they're not the team car is not able to wait for him anymore.
Right.
So
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So he's gonna try to stock up as much as he could, and he knows. He needs to finish, and he still needs to hydrate. He can't stop by the roadside and go to 7-Eleven and pick up some more water. So he's gonna have to ride it all to the finish on his own. Again, the aerial shot of the beautiful Cameron Highland. Below are some of the fruit farms. It could be strawberry farms.
Mainly strawberry farms. Mainly strawberry farms because it's the only place you can get strawberries here in Malaysia, besides the convenience stores or the supermarket. Right.
But these are local strawberries. So if you're a fan of strawberries, so that's where you gotta come, and you can pick your own. I think you can go to the farm. Pay a little bit of money and then just go pick your own. And I think
eat it fresh.
Eat it fresh, and also it's a fun activity with kids.
That's right.
Bring them in and they say go get your own strawberry. Right? So. It's a fun thing to do. So you can see a lot, but also there's a lot of other vegetable farms.
That's right.
All over.
Like lettuce and some rocket.
Rocket and so it's nice. That supplies a lot of the local vegetable for Malaysia.
That is true.
So it's nice to see. Beautiful place to ride. And Sarissa is trying to get back to the back of the groove. But that's
really
he's. That's important, right? He's trying to
sprinting.
So because this part of the climb is kind of it's going up, but it's very gradual. There's a little bit of resting spike. So he's probably trying to hang on as long as he can before the roll really kick up. So again, it looks like clear. It looks like it's not raining, so the roads are dry. So it should be a nice climb up. Although we're saying that in the studio, but the riders on the road are not having easy time by any means.
That's true. Yeah, especially now. It's strung out, Denny. It's strung out on the climb.
It's a one line.
It's a single file, so typical rule of thumb, if you see a single file in a bicycle race, it means the race is going very fast. And as we can see here, EF Education Easy Post is really putting a high pace. So that number one, obviously, they are trying to avoid any attacks. And number two as well, just to set up a good pace for the climber, because obviously it's not a steep climb where drafting is still very, very important.
Yep. And I still Hugh Carthy on the front doing the bulk of the pull right now. I see Toteman had done his job, and he's sort of trying to hide into the peloton as long as he can.
Yep.
So it's this big part of the job is done. I think they probably had just asked him to go to the look at the back of the peloton. That's Simon Pinot, the last year's KOM jersey winner. He's trying to get back. I think asking for team car for some nutritions, and we also see Astana rider on the front, DSM working for Max Pol.
Yeah.
And Poti Cometa is the Poti Cometa team is lining up close to the front for Paul Double.
That's right. Yeah.
As you go double carpool.
That's right. Yeah, someone even mentioned that his prediction for these GC contenders is double carpool as well. Yeah. Thank you for being attentive to the live commentary.
It would be funny if you see double carpool on the podium, 1, 2, 3. That would have made my day.
That would have made our day as well. That would have made Jeff's day because he made that prediction as well.
that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
But yes, it's fast here. You see. I wish they had the speed point showing up here, but it looks very fast though.
Yeah.
Cadence is very comfortable around that 85, 90 RPM, and still in the big ring though. Still in the big ring, driving it, and I assuming probably considering nowadays that these 12 speeds have those 1134 tooth cassette, right? So they just want to make sure that they can stay in the big ring for as long as possible, because big ring technically is more efficient.
Yeah. But I'm wondering what, for a stage like this, it's not super steep. Are they going to use, I think they're probably using 28, maximum 30?
Not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest. But judging, for example, like Pogacar, a lot of his stages he still runs on 34 so that he could keep riding on the 55.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He's using 55.
Yeah.
Okay.
He uses 55. Carbon TI, the brand of chainring that he's using, right? So makes a special one for him, which is a 55 and 38.
Okay. But he's not a human.
That is true. That's also another factor.
But I think majority of the rider, is on 54 and 30, 30 or 34.
Yeah,
30 on the back.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see. We can check with calling Rajan and asking him, what are you using? That would be good information to know.
That's right. Yeah.
So if any of our viewers out there, if they get a chance to see the finish or talk to Rajan and the EF team, they should ask him.
If you can take some photos and tag us on Instagram as well.
Yep.
So these was the drivetrain setup for the EF Education Easy Post team. Yeah, we very much appreciate it. But my bet is that they're running on 1134 tooth cassette. Just to keep that cadence more comfortable.
Yeah.
And to be able to keep riding in the big cog and the big chainring. Sorry.
Yeah. Tudor team on the front. You see everybody's lining up fairly. Still a very big group. I mean, I think it's got to be. It's not the whole peloton. Obviously, there's some guys already getting dropped, including the race leader, Sarissa.
Yep.
But I think they're still looking at 70, 80 guys in the peloton right now. And Hugh Carthy looks like it's not laboring. He's just setting up a steady tempo right now. And some rider from DSM, he's going across. I thought he's waving for goodbye, and he's just picking up a bottle. That's really smart. So this is something that we talk about, like the team cars. They will stop along because it's difficult for the team car to come up.
Yep.
So they actually have people and the souvenirs lying along the side of the road to do the feeding. So this is one thing you talk to, especially in the bigger races where you have multiple hill pass.
Yeah.
So what happened is, you wouldn't want a rider carry 2 bottles going up a climb in the middle. So you would have a souvenir or team staff waiting along the side of the road just before the top of the climb, and as the rider crossing over the top of the climb, then they start picking up the bottles or nutritions in order to refuel, but without carrying the extra weight going up. So that's part of the team management planning. They do they scouting out the route ahead of time to know where the place to feed, and so that's just a lot of people watching bike races, they only see the cyclists doing their job.
That's true.
You tend to forget, in order for these guys to race, and they are souvenirs, and they are team bus drivers, they are DSs, mechanic. Obviously, those are obvious staff that needs to be in the race. But there's so much supporting staff that goes into a team. So where you have a world tour team where typically they have 30 riders, they have pretty much probably close to about 30 staff as well. Just to support the guys. Going to different races. They also have different crews because you can have 3 races simultaneously going on at the same time. So it is not an easy job.
Some people say it's not so much about the racing; it's about managing logistics.
It's funny. That's why we talk about the team sponsors, right? So you have Easy Post, Post NL, and all these are logistic companies supporting, sponsoring the team. Because big part of the bike racing is logistic.
That's right.
In Europe, fairly easy. Not comparatively easy because in Europe. Because it's a land, you have a land connection from country to country. So all these European teams typically travel. The rider, they can live in Girona, a popular place where the rider lives, Andorra, for example. They fly to the race with just personal stuff, no bike, and they have a training bike at home. So typical World Tour rider has 4 bikes, 4 bikes, 5 bikes. So you have a TT bike. Some bigger team have 2 TT bikes, one spare for the team. So they have 2 TT bikes, one for the race, one for training. Then you have a bike for racing, to keep for training. But then you have 3 bikes at the team garage for racing. So you have one for race bike, one race spare bike, and one just for crash replacement. So so these guys, they travel to races, and the team staff actually drive the team's lorries and the team buses to the race with all their equipment and with all their bikes. So, and that's what in European teams, that's what they typically do. So they travel to all the races by buses. So the team staff, the rider may be only flying to the race 2 days before the race, but the team staff started the journey a week ago in order to drive like hundreds miles across Europe to get to the next race. So. But in Asia, it's a little different, right? With the TSG, and I'm sure with all the other, because the races are different in different countries, so you can only travel there by plane. You can drive. You're probably going to get your goods confiscated by the customs because they're thinking you're smuggling like 20 bikes across the border. So it's not a viable option. So the teams fly to place. So it's fairly expensive cost. So we're just looking at the Malaysian team. So this is near in the middle of the pack or near the back of the pack. You can see Ayman Zarif is there on the polygon bike, and
there's George Jackson there. Afiq Husni from Malaysian national team.
A couple rider on the back. So still driving by the Hugh Carthy on the front. And but the riders on the back seems to be laboring a little bit, but again, it's only 50k. It's still 50k to go.
It's a lot of climbing still to do. Still about 50 kilometers of climbing to go. They're driving the pace here. They are really driving the pace here. Hugh Carthy still, and just behind him is can't really say. maybe Yuhi Todome?
I think Tono may drop off a bit. I saw him earlier. He was in the group now, trying to hang on. But yeah, Tono did 100K on the front, so I think
he has probably job done.
Yeah, maybe not 100K, but yeah. So, but because
it was a long time for sure.
long time for sure on the flat. So, Hugh Carthy is probably gonna be interesting to see how long he drives. He lead the group. I think he's gonna take everyone up to the first climb, Kampong Raja. So, which is still, we're looking at 20K to go.
This is the back of the peloton.
And you see some of the Malaysian national team.
Yeah, they're there.
Hanshan and Nusantara.
Yeah, Nusantara.
I did get a glimpse of the polka dot jersey, Tompkinson.
Yeah.
And he was in the group, looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, mid-pack, I suppose.
He
was
mid-pack. Yeah. So he's chances of keeping the polka dot jersey gets better and better as the kilometer tick over.
That's right.
Again, aerial shots. Here we're looking at the profile again. So it will be good to know where exactly we are on the profile before the Kampong Raja Category 1 summit. And should be, my calculation, should be still 20K to go.
Yeah.
And but it's there's a little bit of respite. This climb is not a steadily going up, so there's a bit of respite throughout the climb. So it's possible if the rider goes to the red a little bit, and it's possible to recover a bit if you manage to catch it on the rest spike. So you could actually preserve your energy, and then. But that's what is set up for a really exciting finish, because you can have a lot of fresh legs here, and as you see, Hugh Carthy just looking at his power meter, just to make sure that he is generating.
Yeah, that's right.
He's setting up a good pace without, burning up too much of matches, and then trying to keep the peloton under control as long as he can, because as long as he stays in the front, nobody is gonna launch an attack.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The moment your last domestic pull off, and that's when the attack start happening. So EF is doing a really smart job. Obviously, TJ is an experienced climber himself.
That's right. Yeah.
So he is he's keeping the peloton well under control, and trying to keep his domestic on the front, up there as long as he can. And the more help, let's say if Simon gets to the final 5K and has another teammate with him, so he's in a massive advantage of defending that jersey, taking the win. So they're doing a fantastic job keeping everybody in check.
Yeah, judging from how it looks, like it's weird. Like normally, you for example, like a sprint lead out, right? So you have your sprinters at the far back of that train. But as you can see here, like Simon's car is basically sitting sort of mid of that train. So there's like Sean Queen and another rider just behind him. Yeah. I'm assuming that's to control the group when Simon Carr launches his attack.
Yeah, sometimes sometimes because the speed is not going super fast, so by being at the third or the fourth, and maybe also a little bit closer to the front, you get to see what's coming up, what part of the gradient increases, because obviously as a sprint train you want to be as far back as possible, because in your train, so that way you minimize your wind resistance and energy spent. But you see the EF rider, so
it's Yuhi. Looks like Yuhi.
Totem is still there in the group, but he's not on the front right now.
It's pretty strong, like considering like how long he has been pulling in front. And then still be able to get back in the bunch. Like technically, there's a little bit of roughing. You see some riders in having a little bit of a stretch of the quads.
Yeah. So what so that's you talk about Mark Cavendish and climbing. So he had a good video I watched the other day on Instagram. And he was talking about climbing.
Yeah.
So he was talking about people think that when you're climbing it's all lungs and legs.
Yeah.
But actually, you talk about core muscle.
Yeah.
So it's actually
100%. Yeah.
It's not so much just the legs smashing the pedal, but it's actually having a strong core. That helps you pushing the power through the hips, from the back to the hip, and the hip to the quads, and then down to the pedal. So it is the core muscle is actually more critical, because if you ever go onto a power strength training on a climb, the first thing you feel before you feel the legs and burning is actually your back. You feel that the back muscle is to keep that core steady. So instead of rocking back and forth, you gotta keep it as steady as possible, and that's what drives the bike forward. So I see some of the new cyclists that's sort of like climbing, they're rocking their bodies and going left and right, and smashing, pushing down on the pedal, but it's not so much the pushing down, it's actually pushing almost like 45 degrees, 60 degrees forward.
That's right, yeah.
And that's where you have a downforce, but also you're driving the bike forward, and that's a bit of, and there's tons of tips, tons of videos, on the YouTube how to become a better climber. So I know I love to watch these like tips how to become a better climber, but obviously the most important thing is you just go out and ride more, and then you will eventually you will see the improvement of your cardiovascular capability, and part of it is genetic. You do need a naturally good lung capacity.
That's
and
true.
Then you need a long fiber instead of typically sprinters have a shorter muscle fiber, but bulkier. Faster twitch. We call it faster twitch. Then for the runners, for the long distance runner and cyclists, and you talk about having the longer fiber and the slower twitching muscles. But it's good to store. I think it's good storing oxygens and red blood cell in order for you to last longer and cycling in a longer and harder in a steady pace, but longer and faster. So that's the difference between the physiology between the climbers and the sprinters.
You just cannot get over that. Sometimes it's just built that way. You just kind of have to accept that.
But you can improve.
100%.
It's absolutely improvable, because I'm by no means any kind of a good level of cyclist, but I remember the first time I did a 50-kilometer bike ride. I was thrilled. I thought, oh my God, I accomplished 50K. Can you imagine that? But then you do like 100 kilometer, and then you go, wow, that's it. You did the 100 kilometer. That's gotta be the top. and then the next thing you go on a group ride and say we're doing 160K or 100-mile ride, and that's a proper century ride. Then you go, oh my God, I hit the jackpot. I did a century ride, but then you end up doing a 200K ride.
That's right.
So you will see. That's what the beauty of cycling. You can see the steady improvement, but you have to give that commitment. You 100%. Have to do that on a daily, a weekly basis, and getting into the habit of doing it. And just like any kind of sports, right? Getting a habit, and that's why, to be good at. My advice for young athletes, the talent is one thing, right? It is. If you ever ask Azizu Awang, the famous, any kind of successful athlete, they will say, how much can you contribute that your success to talent and hard work? I can guarantee you, every single one of them will tell you that 80% is hard work, and it's only 20% is talent. Maybe even less than that. Because you can be the most talented rider, but if you don't have the hard working ethic, the discipline, and the willingness to do. The ability to sustain boredom. It's not a fun thing to do. Getting 100%. Up every day. Most cyclists here, they're getting up at 6 a.m. every single day. It's like going to school, right? And it's not a fun thing to do, but to be able to have that commitment and still enjoy it, that takes a lot of mental stamina and the physical stamina. So, anyone want to get into taking up the sports of cycling seriously, it is a commitment. But I assure you, once you get into it, you can enjoy it for 20, 30 years.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so it is a very rewarding sports. We see here, it look like it's Tadome is back on the front. Yuhi Tadome is back to the front working again. It's great.
It's like he has a switch or something. It's like the time we go to
he probably rest a little bit. Yeah, he is back on the front. Yeah, so you can see there's 6 rider, EF rider on the front. So maybe TJ heard our commentating that saying that Tadome is on the back.
Oh,
He's saying, go get back to the front. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking,
right.
TJ, if you're listening to this this YouTube channel right now.
Yeah.
But good on him. Yeah, so he's that's a talk about domestic. He rested a little bit and he get back on the front.
Because that's the only way of him to listen for the whole race. He probably tune in the English live commentary.
Yeah. Oh, he's fluent in Bahasa. You don't know that.
I never knew. I really should meet him. That's it. Like you've played like high performance of other sports. Like back then I was really into basketball, played for uni and everything. There's just nothing like the sport of cycling. Like I don't know, I'm assuming age is also a factor, but I doubt it. You can get away with lack of sleep when you're playing basketball. You can get away with not paying attention to your nutrition. But one day of bad diet, or maybe a couple of days of bad diet, or multiple days of bad night sleep, it's just really just going to affect your performance on the bike.
Right.
Really. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think I tried multiple different type of sports. I mean, I wanted to become a soccer player, and
I never knew that.
Yeah, I was growing up in China.
Yeah,
the main sports was football and soccer, right? So I wanted to do that, and I tried the tennis. But then you realize, terrible in all of them because I have no eye-hand coordination.
Right.
So
okay.
it's a skill. It
100%. It is a skill sport.
It is it's a 50% skill. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have friends who are a badminton player, and they said, they actually, it's also a lot of discipline. Of course, you compete any kind of sports. To be competitive, you need to have the discipline, the training. But there's a big part of that requires skill. So
That's
you
true.
can be the most disciplined, hardest working, but if you don't have that natural skill, you're not going to be. And you probably. And for a basketball player, if you're dreaming to become a basketball player, you probably have to be a minimum amount of height.
That's right.
So
yeah.
That plays. So, but also skill definitely has to play with a huge part of it.
Yeah.
But with cycling, it's really you do have to handle the bike properly.
Yep.
But you don't require a massive amount of skill. So your training, your discipline, your physical fitness has a bigger part to do with it. So that's probably why I think when it comes to sports of cycling, that having a bad night's sleep does make a huge impact.
100%.
Because you need to be on the bike for a couple hours, and that really affects your performance.
100%.
Yeah, and it's that's a difference between different kind of sports.
Yep.
But no sports is easy. I have friends who played very competitively badminton, which is another major Malaysian sport. And he said, and he's also a pretty good cyclist, and he said badminton was harder versus cycling. So, there you go. Different opinions, different preference. And,
okay, so at the moment, so we see Yuhi Todome is back on the front. All right, so as you can see, Yuhi Todome was just in front of the race, back again. All right, so this rider 172. Rider 172, Zulkifli from Malaysia Pro Cycling takes a little bit of some water to cool himself down. As you can see, still a massive group out here. Tudor Pro Cycling just at the back here. Rider number 31.
That's Simon Pino.
Rider 31, Sebastian Changizi.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, it's their sprinter.
All right. Yes.
And nice weather.
Guten Morgen. Selamat pagi.
At Petronas, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel.
podium of at the end of today's stage.
Yeah, it's still 40k to go.
That's right. Yeah, it's still hard to tell, but you know, fingers crossed.
Yeah,
fingers crossed.
That would be a massive achievement. But Terengganu Cycling has won the white jersey before.
Yeah.
With Adik Usman on the Terengganu Cycling team. So. So they wanted the year when they went up to Fraser climb instead of Genting or Cameron Highlands. So that particular year, there was no Genting, there was no Fraser, no Cameron Highlands. So it was finishing up in Fraser.
Fraser Hill, so all the way to the top.
Yeah, all the way to the top. And I think Usman did an excellent job taking the white jersey. And I think he finished around 20th in the overall GC, and so that would be a massive achievement. So, yeah, Terengganu Cycling Team has they have won every jersey except the green jersey, the sprinter jersey.
Right.
They won the yellow jersey before.
Right.
The polka dot by Ayman Zarif.
Yep.
The best Asian jersey by Adik Usman and Sayambaya.
Yep.
So, the only jersey elusive jersey is the sprinter jersey.
That's interesting. Yep.
Simon, what's the feeling of being at the start of the Queen stage?
Yeah, a bit of excitement, anticipation. It's going to be an exciting day to see how it pans out.
And it is an important day because GC might be only today.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably going to be the deciding day, one way or another, for the GC. So, yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one.
Have you evaluated the competition in the past few days?
Yeah, not so much. Been 2 pretty easy days, but we know who the good riders are. The other World Tour teams have some good riders here. So, yeah, we're going to be looking at them and yeah, just see what they do, and then we also have our own plan. So,
you expect a tough competition from the start of the climb, or the big explanation at the end?
I think it's going to be maybe closer to the end. That looks like the steepest section. Yeah, it's a very long climb, but not so steep, so the drafting is going to be important. And yeah, we'll see if a team takes it up to try and make it hard as well.
Have you mentalized a back-to-back victory at LTDL?
Hopefully, yeah, that would be a really, really nice achievement. So, yeah, I think today's the day to make it happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we see on the stage here is the finishing line. So some performances have been done, some heritage performance here, local heritage, local culture performance here at the finishing line of Tanah Rata. I'm assuming it's a what we call in Malaysia a silat performance, like the local martial arts.
Yeah, it's actually very nice to watch. It's like a martial art mixed with a bit of dancing.
That's right. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
It's like they look like they're dancing, but they're actually performing martial art. Yeah.
Yep.
It's great to see little kids here and carry on the tradition. That's one thing nice about Malaysia culture, right? They really focus on carrying that tradition.
That's right.
And
yeah. It's a national identity, I suppose. Like like an identity for, obviously Malaysia is made up of multiple different races. You know, it's a means of how we learn from each other, and from learning from each other different races, we learn to respect them as well.
Yeah.
And that have basically made Malaysia for what it is.
Yep. Absolutely.
Because obviously races is still happening. As they're still climbing up the stage, but assuming we're in some area where there's a little bit of a disturbance in the signal for footage. But yes, we are yet to see any dominant attacks. So all these big teams have been really driving the pace to really slim down the groups and really trying to get rid of whoever is unable to follow the pace, and just really leave those who are really wants to contend for the either category climb and the real GC contention for this stage. As we've mentioned earlier, it is, after all, the queen stage of Tour of Langkawi, up this horse category, Cameron Highland Climbs.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where the men will be separated from the boys.
Okay. That's a brutal awakening.
Well, it's that's just reality. They're gonna launch the attack is gonna happen, and when it does happen, typically the idea is that for a leading team is trying to narrow the group down to maybe about 20-30 riders maximal, and obviously the lesser the rider, the better the chances for their leader. And we're back to live feed, and looked like Astana worked a little bit and then the EF decided to get back to the front again.
Yeah, so it's again Hugh Kati and also Yuki Todome.
Yeah, still on the front.
Yeah, still in the front. Just these two are driving the pace. Make sure it's high enough and not too slow to avoid any kinds of attack and maintain the good position.
Yeah, and I see on the just behind you have BH rider, and also I see the leading star Cristiano Ronaldo. He's a good climber
for sure.
So he's obviously getting himself to the closest to the front. So he has the intention to contest for the finishing also. Yeah, he will be a dark horse in today's race. But I'm sure that his team will be very happy if he is with a podium on today's stage. It will be a monumental achievement. He is Christian is a Romanian national champion.
Yep.
And a former rider with the currently the MPC. Here, the attack happens.
Yeah, the attack happens from Burgos BH. So this is the Romanian national champion. He's going on the climb.
No, this is the BH rider. Burgos BH rider. Should be Spanish rider, unless it's not George Jackson for sure. So it should be a Spanish rider.
That's right. That's right.
From Burgos BH. If it's George Jackson, we'll see his long hair.
That's right. Yeah, it's very easy to notice.
Yeah.
It's very easy to notice.
So we're just trying to get a number. Apologize, we haven't got a number yet, but he is launching the attack with 39k to go.
And it doesn't seem like EF is doing anything different. He's basically just maintaining the pace that he was doing, and then obviously this rider is attacking. I'm assuming there's a specific agenda. Maybe he is actually trying to get the maximum points for the Category 1 climb at Kampung Raja.
Yeah, good point. He's likely he's going for the he wants to get the KOM points. So that is very likely, which should be only 9k to go. Number 56.
Number 56.
Yep, Mario
Aparicio.
Yeah. So he's definitely one of the riders that we're looking at on the GC contender. So he is, I think you're absolutely right. He is going for the KOM points.
Yep. Yes, obviously, like Burgos, just like Akipo Confama, is bringing pretty much a whole climbing squad except for George Jackson. So Mario Aparicio is up the road, attacking breaking away from the main peloton. And as we can see here, maintaining a high pace from the EF Education Easy Post. Yuhi Todomi again on the front, driving the pace. And as we can see, it's quite not quite strung out. But we can see, like, from time to time, the peloton is getting lesser and lesser amount of people due to this high pace that the guys in the front from EF Educations are putting down.
Yeah, and that's this part of the climb is getting a little steeper, so that's why I think that's a good place to launch the attack. So it's if you're familiar with this part of climbing, for the next about 5-6k, they will get a little bit steeper. It's not a constant up steep, but it's sort of like a little bit of kicker, and then it sort of flats out a little bit. So there's a little bit of resting spot. Mario is obviously doing a good job, setting up a good pace on the front. good move. Nobody seemed to be able to follow, but everybody seemed to be a contender, just letting EF do the
bulk of the work.
Of the work right now. Well,
And
all the work.
Pretty much, yeah. And then obviously we can see like probably one of the main reasons that none of the riders are following is like we know Simon Carr is wanting to get the most amount of time and trying to win this and get on top of that general classification, and like if Simon Carr is not responding, so it's sort of like a bit of a signal to the others, like okay, maybe I shouldn't respond as well. Potentially this particular rider, Mario Aparicio, is not going to be so much of a threat to Simon Carr.
And also he has six, his entire team,
100%,
five
yeah.
riders in front. So yeah, he doesn't have to do anything right now. It is up to the job of his domestic, Todome, and Hugh Carthy. I'm sure he's going to pick up anytime when Todome swing off. So yeah, it's you don't need to. This is a poker match there again. A chess game. You don't want to be. If you are the knight, if you are the queen and the king of the chessboard, you don't want to be showing yourself to the battle just yet, because
That's right.
they are max pull. I mean, they are pod double. There are many other strong contender in the group right now waiting for you to make the first move.
Yep.
So if you jump too early, you show your cards, you show your intention.
Yep.
Then you put yourself into a much vulnerable situation. So yeah, it's they're not no panic just yet, and it is still the job of the EF defending champion team, controlling the front, and but Bogos does a great job because likely once they catch up, if they do catch up to Mario, then there could be a counterattack, launched by his teammates.
Yeah.
And so trying to make the race hard. So it is good to see. Now the race action really gonna kick off in the next 36K to go.
Yep, 36 kilometers to go. Still a long way to go. Now that we've seen on the screen, it's about 35 seconds time gap. It's quite a time gap right there that Aparicio have established on his BH bicycle here.
Yeah, really interesting looking bike, right? It has an interesting fork that comes on a different bending angle. But yeah, obviously it looks very aggressive.
Yeah, it bows out a little bit.
Yeah.
So what it does is the engineering word is trying to reduce the Venturi effect.
Oh.
So Venturi effect is basically when air goes through sort of like a very narrow, for example, now through the fork and in between the wheels. So it's going to cause some kind of turbulence and cause some form of suction. That's why a lot of the bicycles nowadays, especially with the aero bikes, they have wider bowing out fork. For example, you see like a Team GB Lotus bikes,
okay.
So it has really, really massive bowing out fork, so to reduce that this engineering term called Venturi effect.
Ah,
yeah, go look it up.
They use on the track, right? Especially
Yes.
that literally look like aeroplane wings.
Yes. And also the whole idea, they do it that wide as well, so that and then also the same with the rear how do I say, chain stays, seat stays I should say, so that it stays in line with the foot.
Yes. Right, the legs, right?
Yeah.
So sort of blocking
with the legs,
off, creating the additional aerodynamic benefit.
So it's a cleaner and airflow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's proven because they've got some pretty good results.
on the track.
Yeah, on the track at least. Yeah,
on the track. So yeah, they talk about having that kind of design. I thought they were gonna make a road bike out of that design as well.
So
that would be interesting.
There's even this Super 6 Evo as well. Like it bows out a little bit. Not as big as those BH. Even those Factor Ostrovem that Team Ukyo is running as well. They have massive, like it almost was like a gravel fork.
Yeah. In fact, you talk about Team Factor Ukyo. Yeah, I think my friend at the factory is watching the race right now. He just sent me a message and say hello, and he's watching our commentary.
All right.
And so I'm sure he's enjoying this. Yeah.
This is Tanarata, where the race will end. Not the KOM of the HC climb, but this is where they will have a run, a bit of a run, slightly downhill as they reach the Tanarata. And obviously Brinchang is the highest peak of Cameron Highlands, where the HC category climb or KOM classification will be. That's a massive point out there. 15 points.
Yep. As you can see from the aerial shot, it's a pretty big town. And it's not I wouldn't call it a city, but it's it's a decent town. It's a township with a lot of restaurants, cafes. Wonderful to bring your family out for a weekend outing.
Yeah. Pretty nice hotels as well.
Nice hotels. Yeah. You have good foot massages.
Oh, there you go.
And a fish spa. If you ever try that, have little fishes.
Oh,
that,
fish
eat
spa.
up.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah, I remember that.
And then really nice, because the weather is cooler. I know it's very famous for steamboat. You can come in for steamboat. For those who are not familiar with that dishes, it's like you cook up a hot soup and then you can put in all kind of food and meat and poultry into the fish and into the soup to boil and have then drink the soup afterwards. So it's really to stay warm. So very nice, especially like today. And it's not cold, but by any means. But some days, when it does go cold and rainy, then it's nice to have a steamboat. So.
That time of the day, about almost 3 p.m. now, so it makes sense. It's not as cold, It gets a little bit cold, obviously, very early in the morning.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
Here we go.
Yeah, maximum points. Looks like 100 meters, and looks like maximum point for Category 1 climb at Kampung Raja for Mario Apricio from Burgos BH team.
Yep. 10 points, maximum KOM points there.
Yep. So virtual leader, I suppose now.
Yes.
Yeah, virtual leader.
And it's also he's technically the virtual leader of the race.
That is true.
Yeah. So,
that is true as well.
And he is a rider certainly with the capability of keep driving that. I mean, it's you're looking at 30k to go to the finish.
Yeah.
And not that much additional vertical ascent. So it's very likely he's gonna get a little bit of rest spike and going down, and then kick up to the Binjang climb, and then it's drop down again. So very likely that he may be able to contest for the overall as well.
So another rider from BH, or maybe Kipo Kunfarma is going to get the second placing of the Category 1 KOM classifications. EF Education is still maintaining a steady pace out there in front of the peloton. We've seen a couple of riders have used that as a launch pad as well to get in, to get some sort of a gap between them and the peloton. So here he is, Mario Apricio, in front of the race. A bit of a downhill segment heading towards Brinchang.
Yep, you can try to rest it up a little bit, or you can't stop pedaling, but definitely you have to keep a hard pace. But it's not going up right now, but he's trying to keep the gap of 55 seconds.
Well, that's a pretty massive gap. 55.
Yeah, significant gap, and 30k to go, 33k to go. So a rider of his ability, certainly possible to go all the way. Now that would be amazing performance by the BH, and then if he does win the stage. Not only the stage, but he's going to take the overall leader.
That's right.
Classification. So he quickly increased the gap to 55 seconds already. So well done.
Yeah, but like you said, 32 kilometers to go. A couple of chases, a few chases at the back. By the look of things, we have riders from Kipo Kunfarma.
Yeah, it's either Astana or Kipo Kunfarma. So their jerseys, colors, sort of similar, but once we get a clear picture, video feed, we will let you know as soon as possible.
It's a neutral service car. So this year's is by Cyclomotion.
Yep.
Neutral service by Cyclomotion. Today you can see all those blue Shimano bikes.
Okay.
Yeah, those blue Shimano bikes. So just in case, team cars are unable to come to the rider, so they'll be there to support the riders via the neutral service bike.
And EF team is that Simon Carr?
Looks like Simon Carr's on the front.
Oh, that's interesting to see.
It is. That is Simon Carr.
Yeah.
So maybe some things have changed in their strategy.
So maybe they're keeping. It looks like according to the team orders, the rider's order is.
Also, Sean
is
Quinn.
Sean Quinn is the last position in the train. So,
Yeah.
wow, it's maybe that is the secret. Is actually getting a different rider. Oh, here's the KOM.
The current KOM
leader, Tompkinson. He is unfortunately he's done for today. He is gonna hand over his jersey to someone, likely Mario.
Yeah, Mario Aparicio from Burgos. Or we don't know. We don't know just yet. The race is still on. We're yet to get to the HC category climb.
And Hugh Carthy is quickly moving back to the front of the peloton right now, trying to give some additional help to Simon Carr. But interesting to see Simon is driving the pace. That's something that we didn't expect.
No.
So they're
judging
them. They could be planning a secret. They maybe have another secret
secret
weapon.
tactic. Sorry, we thought Tyler Tompkinson was dead, so apparently we're just going back to the car just to get some bottles, some refreshments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to see he's not done yet. So
yeah, that's good. Drop the bottle.
Yeah, so the riders are getting some feed.
Hugh Carty,
on the side of the road. Yeah, Hugh Carty is back to the front and driving the pace, and then you can see the shoulder rolling. So he is now putting significantly more effort. So this is the downhill part we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
He can rest it up. You can see he's not pedaling. He's going 45 km an hour, but it's kind of rolling and up and down.
Yeah.
Now this it can be done. I mean, it happened before. And Trengano cycling rider Artem Movinsky won the stage by breaking away early and actually taking the yellow jersey all the way to the finish. So it is likely. So EF is sending Hikarte back on the front and going full gas from the look of it, and trying to chase down a very dangerous BH rider.
Yeah, it's putting some pretty serious gap just now. So that's a little bit of the second KOM.
Yep.
So Mario Aparicio, 10 points, and Miguel Angel Fernandez from Equipo Confama, 8 points, and then Antonio Angulo from Burgos as well for 6 points.
Yes.
It's and then Philippine rider Joshua Pascual, 4 points.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not bad. Philippines been pretty
active today.
pretty active today.
Yeah. Nice. They're saving themselves for the mountains.
Yeah.
It's you see on the front.
He's really driving the pace.
He's driving the pace. You can see the power. You know, we talk about core muscle.
Yeah, you can see the body language.
The body language. You see the muscle. You know, he's using the back muscle, pushing down, trying to drive as much power into the legs, into the hips, and the quad as much as possible. But it's right now on the screen we're seeing the time gap is keeping steady at 55 seconds, while Carthy is doing the chasing right now, and it's still Hugh Carthy by himself, so doing almost all the pull. Although we did see Simon Carr came out briefly for a while, so it's really interesting. They obviously have a different leader in mind. Sean Quinn seems like to be the team leader.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good. Talk about again poker game. I know I'm keeping repeating myself.
That's right. That's right.
My wife remind me, don't keep repeating yourself, but I can't help it right now because it is a poker game right there, because they obviously didn't show who is the team leader, so everybody was targeting Simon Carr, but there you go. Then Sean Quinn, maybe he is the actual team leader for the race, because he typically lines up further back.
Yep.
So the gap right now we're looking at, is that 50 second or 60 second? The sunshine.
Yeah, probably 50 seconds. Yeah. Seems the time gap on the screen just have updated to 50 seconds. About 29.4 kilometers to go. Just a little bit update for those of you that might have just joined us in the live section. We're heading towards the probably the last 10% of the race. So we've gone over the flat bit of stages. So now we've finished the Category 1 climb at Kampung Raja. So now we're heading towards the HC climb up to Brincang before finishing the race at Tanah Rata. As of now, one rider in front. Mario Aparicio from Team Burgos BH have put a 50 seconds time gap and actually scored a maximum point for Category 1 climb, which is 10 points. And then at the moment, the Peloton is chasing. EF Education is putting some really serious fast tempo in front, drive by Hugh Carty and pretty much the whole team. And we were thinking that maybe Simon Carr is not actually the leader for this particular, for EF Education first, considering he did some pretty serious pull just now. So burning some matches. You would think that as, you know, for a race leader, you would think that he would have saved. So as you can see now as well, he's second wheel.
Yeah, sometimes it's also possible that he was the initial person for the team leader, but maybe he's not having a great day. Maybe there was some communication along the race, and he said, "I'm not feeling it," and this kind of thing happens. You know, I'm not feeling it. Then he maybe had a chat within his own teammate and said, it's if you feel good, then maybe we'll work for you. I'll work for you instead. So this is part of the cycling, right? Their teammates. There's a bit of competition within, but also, you know, if you can't win the race, if you're not confident winning the race, then it's better to pass the torches and have your teammate win the race, and you do the helping domestic job. So. And that's what it makes the moving chess game continues, right?
That's
so
right.
we shall see who is the actual king of this game.
Yes,
right?
It's very exciting. So things have sort of gone unprecedentedly for the past, obviously for the past two stages. You know, we weren't expecting. Obviously, Matteo Malocelli was obviously the top contenders, but we were thinking of maybe Syriza or Decline. To be up the podium, but then all of a sudden Matteo Malocelli, who have never won the race at Tour of Langkawi, suddenly won a stage in Tour of Langkawi. And as of today, obviously we are expecting Simon Carr to be winning the stage and score maximum point for the HG category. But potentially it's not Simon Carr today. Maybe it's Sean Quinn judging from the lineup of the train in front of the Peloton now. It could potentially be they are actually riding for Sean Quinn.
Yep. So and then DSM hasn't. Still they're just lining up right behind EF Education. So obviously, you know, Max Poole obviously is a major contender in this race. So you know, he's DSM wouldn't want the breakaway to go too far ahead. At some point, they may, if they feel the EF is not doing a good enough job to hold the gap, they may have to put somebody else, one of their rider in the chase as well. So right now they're holding off in a good position, but not showing their cards just yet. And so we see Mario Aparicio is just riding really well. I mean, you can see he's pedaling well. He got plenty reserve in his legs, and but 50-second gap, still 23k to go. But technically, he doesn't have to. You know, if he can get over the next climb on Binchon, then it's sort of a downhill run.
That's right.
So technically, he just needs to stay ahead of the peloton. I mean, in my opinion, if you have a 30-second getting over Binchon. On a downhill run, less than 8 kilometer downhill run, it's possible that he hold off the peloton and go all the way solo.
Yeah.
So that would have really changed the dynamic of the GC standing.
That's
right. Every day we're gonna have a different. We're gonna have a different winner.
It's been exciting so far. It's been exciting so far.
And today, obviously, we're gonna have a different. We will have a different GC leader for sure.
Looks like the gap.
Minute.
Yeah, a minute now.
Yeah.
A minute now.
There you go. It is growing. So just like what we saw in the World Championship over the weekend, the gap wasn't big, right? It's only a minute of 50 seconds.
That's right.
Around there, but that was for 100k. So this is a little different, but still, that means it's doable. It's perfectly doable. So then the EF will be. We'll see who else EF starts sending. They need to start working, sending more riders to the front to help out Hikarthi. I mean, Hikarthi done a great job by no means it was a bad job on his part, but he done great job, still controlling, keeping the pace.
Yeah.
But if the gap goes up further, I think they really need to get someone else to try to help reel in Aparicio, because he is a rider with the ability to win the race.
And then yes, they might have to burn some riders as well. Like if the situation isn't getting any better, if the gap isn't getting any lesser, they probably have to burn some more riders to catch the rider front. Seems like at the moment quite a number of threat.
Yeah. So Aparicio this year, let's just look at his result. He finished. He has won a stage in the Tour of Qinghai Lake, which is a climbing race in the plateau of Tibet, and then Tour of Sharjah, a stage in Tour of Sharjah. Overall, 5th GC in Qinghai this year. So this year he certainly have done, and he finished he did the Tour of
Hellas, International Tour of Hellas,
Tour of Greece, Tour of Hellas, and Tour of Greece, 6th in the GC. So yeah, he has 8th in the Tour of Turkey. So he definitely have a result and the form from this year to be able to take the lead, and also the KOM. Yeah, he won the KOM in the Tour of Qinghai Lake. So yeah, he's definitely a rider with good form and good Palomares right now. And gap looking like 1 minute still.
Yeah, still 1 minute. It's pretty serious gap. So judging from that race, he really have some pretty good climbing legs for 2024. And then he's in his element. He's in his territory. I believe EF is quite worried now. Because they have now started really ramping up the pace here, even like going down hills and stuff, like tucking in aero just to make sure they get maximum speed. And gap is not going down now at the moment.
And it's 1 minute. It's with the twisting roads like this, it's difficult to see the rider. Sometimes you get a straight road.
Yeah.
Once you see the target in front of you, it's easier to bring them in because you know how to pace your effort in order to bring the rider. But now this roads, we rode on those roads before, so it's a lot of twists and turns. So you're not able to see the rider in front from the peloton. And with a 1 minute gap, it could easily slip away. So as we anticipated, exciting finish for today, and we do not know who is going to be the winner now. Even EF catch Mario, and that just gonna launch the next counter attack from from BH and from other teams. So
yeah, I'm assuming if they manage to capture to bring back Mario Aparicio, considering that DSM has been basically hanging just behind there, so they would have potentially sent rider up the road, or maybe even Max Bull would have actually started the attack, because judging from the distance here, they're not far from the Brinchan climb.
Yeah, they're not. Brinchan climb is gonna be finishing at 8K. Yeah, approximately 8K to go. So we have approximately 10K. So it's 10K. 10K. You gotta shut down. You can shut down a 1 minute gap in 10K. So that's literally, this is gonna tip the. It's gonna be the turning point. So I think if the time gaps start coming down within the 10K, and they capture the breakaway, the solo leader right now, then there's a chance for the EF to win the stage. But if they let this gap go any further, it's going to be a really hard task to bring that back for a group finish. Yeah.
As you can see, like this is Mario Aparicio. Is after that, the attack was just not purely just to get a maximum point for category 1. The body language, the amount of power that this rider is putting out, he is actually definitely going for the stage win, for the hasty climb, and also for the stage win.
Yep, it's absolutely, that was a fantastic surprise attack, right? So guys were looking at each other and see who is going to take the KOM points, and he launched the attack and nobody reacted. It's possible they think it's too early, or it's possible they were on the edge. I wouldn't think everyone was on the hook, but he just attacked at the right time.
Yep.
And the EF decided to let him go, feeling that maybe that's too early, and now they have to do all the work to bring back Aparicio. So we're on the back of the peloton right now.
Strung out, proper strung out here. Obviously it's in descent, but just now we can see from the climbing as well. Yes, it's strung out. They're really pushing the pace here. There. Syriza, so we've just got an update. So Syriza is basically at the moment is 10 minutes behind the peloton. So he needs to keep his he needs to keep riding. He needs to keep riding to make sure that he meets the time cutoff, because that's the main thing. Like for people that are not targeting or unable to push for the climbing stage, they need to make sure that they're within the cutoff time.
Yeah. So, but I think 10 minutes is sufficient. It's not a super steep. I don't think that he's in any danger of not finishing with the time limit. I assume there will be some other riders also dropped. We just saw
the KOM start signs.
Yeah, we just saw Hukasi pulled off the front, so he's done the maximum work, and he's not able to contribute anymore. So. Another rider from EF is moving to the front to, I don't know if it's Simon Cock, but now we can see the roads start tipping up, and the gaps start coming down. Just come down about 2 seconds, nothing dramatic.
Yep, and as you see, so
and
DSM is in front now, driving the pace as well for their own climber, which is Max Poole. We assume here Max Poole will be the leader for Team DSM. That's Hugh Carty. Job done.
That's the sprinter from Ukil.
Yeah, Matteo Malucelli. It's impressive. Yeah. He's still here.
yeah.
It's impressive. He's still here.
Yeah, he's able to keep up as long. Yeah, he keep it up, and so that way he got a pretty much a armchair ride all the way to the bottom of the ending climb, so he should have finished without any problem.
Yeah.
Now, meanwhile, the green jersey, the official race leader, Sarissa, that he needs to keep it at a good steady pace in order to finish within the time cut. It is 15%. We can take our calculator later and calculate. He probably have about 20 minutes or so.
That's right.
In my opinion, 20-25 minutes time. Additional time allowed to finish within the limit time gap. So we're looking at it's nice, beautiful weather. No rain today.
Pretty sunny as well.
Sunny day. Yeah. It is top of the climb, top of the town right now. I think that's.
See the vegetation, the Tanarata. You see the vegetation changes as well. So now there's that. Looks like a Christmas tree like that. It's like which was not there at the bottom of the climb. Yeah. So obviously, as you go up higher, you see the vegetation changes a little bit since the climate is a lot cooler as well. So less taller trees as well. So trees have gotten a little bit smaller as you go up the hill.
Drier climate.
That's
for
right.
Sure. Here's some rider crossing already on a BMX bike.
Oh wow! So they've actually scored the maximum points and won the stage with no gears. Gears are overrated. There you go, celebrating. So that's the finishing line.
Okay. So it's. I think we'll be expecting the finish in. I think this will be 40, maybe 30, 40 minutes. We'll just see the leading rider coming through. We just lost a bit of a live feed right now going through the hills. Apologize for that. We want to be able to get back to the live action, because this is a nail biting part. You know, is a time gap growing. Now DSM is coming to the front, so that's good. They obviously sense the danger.
Yep.
There's got to be they must sense that there's a possibility that Aprecio will be able to run away to the finish. So that's why they decide to send their rider and make sure bring back the gap for max pole.
Yeah, that's the on the screen right now is the result of the second KOM at Kampong Raja Category 1 climb. So Mario Aprecio, rider still in the breakaway now, scored maximum points of 10 points, followed by Miguel Angel Fernandez from Equipo Confama for 8 points, and Tony Angulo third place at 6 points, and Philippine rider Joshua Pascual. You know, Filipinos viewing from the line.
Cometa.
72 is German Dario Gomez.
Yeah, he's look like that's it. He's been Aprecio been caught.
Yeah, judging from that,
by the group. Yeah.
Yeah, judging from that, looks like they're riding for Sean Quinn, Simon Carr.
Yeah,
That's Simon Carr. Yeah, pulling the pace.
It's pulling the pace on the front. So. Yeah, they are saving for the Captain America.
Yes, Captain America.
To try to take the stage win. So he's looking good. I think Sean Quinn does have a bit of punchy punch on him, sprint on him. So that's probably why they figure that they need a climber that can do a sprint in the end in order to try to win it. That's why Simon is now working on the front. And so obviously they absorb the attacking rider.
Yep.
So Aprecio is already been absorbed back into the peloton. So
Yep.
the pace is it was super fast going up the last part of the climb. But,
it was.
Yeah.
That was that once after Hugh Carty did his final pull, and then the remaining EF rider just pushed the pace, and that's when everything just sort of like exploded, and whoever's left's left. So we can see here Simon Carr is pulling the pace. So at the back here, rider number 6 is Jardi van der Lee from EF Education here, just hanging around at the back there. Simon Carr, as you can see from his from the look on his face, from his body gesture, he's doing a maximum effort here to deliver Sean Queen.
I can see there's also 2 Poti Cometa rider right behind the EF riders, and then one Ukio, I think that's Gaboni. He is the winner of Tour of Japan this year, so he's yesterday's winning team. So he is a climber. Gaboni from Team Ukio is on the 5th position in the peloton. What's the remaining of it, and he's trying to he is obviously a climber. He's winning the Tour of Japan, winning the stage in Mount Fuji, which is also a very steep climb. Then I can see DSM, Max Pol. He doesn't have a teammate in front of him, so he is alone, isolated right now.
There's Poti Cometa as well. There's one rider accompanying Paul Double, just behind the EF Education rider, which is Simon Carr, and also Sean Quinn. And that was an interesting change of plan, I suppose. Obviously, in the interview, Simon Carr did mention he wanted to be winning this stage as well, and he admits that this particular stage is the determinant of the GC classification. But you made a good point, because considering that all of these riders made it to the top, you would want someone that could actually outsprint all these other riders, Danny.
Yeah, and that's a poker game right there. He's made it sound like an interview that he doesn't want to win, but obviously he seems like he's not the designated winner, leader of the team. So Sean Quinn he's working, but we see a rider from Confarma attacking on the right, from the right hand side. So
Akipo Confarma finally
talked
off the
about
road.
it earlier. So they're the team with the most climber. So that's it's perfectly capable of winning the overall GC.
So we're yet to see what rider is this, as we're unable to see what number this rider is. That was what an attack by Akipo Confarma, a team full of climbers.
Yeah,
and a well-timed attack as well, as we can see from the screens, as the pace sort of slowed down just a touch. The rider from Akipo Confarma attacks. It's rider number 43, which is Ibon Ruiz.
Gonzalez, I think it's Gonzalez.
Sorry, my mistake there. So Gutierrez, rather than 43. Yeah, Gutierrez.
George Gutierrez.
Yeah, George Gutierrez there.
43.
My apologies. So George Gutierrez.
He attacked, and nobody reacted, and seems like everybody was just from the judging from the body movement. Everybody was kind of on the rope already, so he attacked and it opened up a good gap, and it's a small size figure, so definitely a climber for the steeper roads.
So yeah, we did sort of made a prediction. So one of the riders that would actually sort of shine from Akipo Confarma and really put on the herd is Gutierrez from this Akipo Confarma.
Yep, he has just looking at this year's result. He finished top 10 in the GC in several races in Europe, in Australia, in Spain. So 20th in the GC in the Tour of Alps.
Yep, 7th in stage of Volta Asturias. That's a pretty hilly race as well. 12th GC at Volta Asturias.
And only 21 years old.
21 years old. Yes, very young indeed. And we yet to get some time gap between Gutierrez and also the what's remaining of the peloton at the moment. Looks like no one is responding to this attack from Gutierrez.
Yeah, he's right now there's 10K to go, but to get to the top of the mountain, top of the last category climb is Binchan at there's only 2K to the top. But this is where the steep parts. So let's see if he can maintain his gap. And but obviously Astana and the DSM is going. You can see I think Max Pole, led by Martin Harrow. I think they decide to time to jump across is getting dangerous.
Yeah, 12 seconds, the official gap there, as we can see on the screen now. So what's the remaining of the group now has pretty much split in two as well.
It looked like going from 2 to 3. Right
Yeah, the race is on. So 1 kilometer to go. 1 kilometer to go to the top of Brinchang, the HC climb, the third king of the mountain.
Yeah, if he just need to reach there, there's 12-second gap. Looks like he's gonna get absorbed by the guys on the back. Max Pole.
Yeah, that's Max Pole chasing him.
And he's gonna get bridge across very quickly, and followed by Martin Harrow from Ecuador.
No representative from EF Education Easy Post.
And
Gutierrez responded.
Yeah, and Baliani CSF is also trying to bridge across the gap, and that could be Valerio Conti and.
Yep, from no, Valerio Conti. Sorry.
No, sorry.
Tarozzi, could be Tarozzi, Manuel Tarozzi. Judging from the look of Harold Martin Lopez, he looks like he's
in the water.
He's in trouble. Looks like he's in trouble trying to follow the wheel of Max Pole. Looks like he opened a gap.
And it's only 500 meters right now.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's a best climber in the race right here. Oh no, that's another Astana rider. It's a two Astana rider on the front. Apologize. That changed the dynamic of the race. You have two Astana and Max Pole.
Yep.
Now Astana is in the driving seat. And that should be David
Toniati.
Yeah. It should be David Toniati. 21.
21, no, it's Anton Charmik. Anton Charmik, yeah.
Sorry.
We didn't expect it, yeah. We did not expect him to be out there.
Danish rider.
Yep.
From Anton, from Astana.
Max Pole for sure, number 16.
Yep.
So we're yet
Harold Martin Lopez.
Yep. And Max Pole, yeah. Three of these.
Yeah.
8 kilometers to go to the finishing line. We weren't sure who got the maximum point for the Brinchang KOM.
I think it was Max Pole taking that. But right now I think on their mind it's not the KOM points, it's the GC.
The finish. Yeah, it's the GC. It's the finishing.
And
that's Sean Quinn
chasing with Paul Double. So they are ahead of so they probably a second group on the roll, chasing, and followed by about 6 riders. So this sets up Team Astana should set him up for a perfect
There you go.
Replay of the KOM.
Replay of the KOM.
Max is leading. Max Pole, and let's see who take that. Oh, there you go.
No sprints,
no sprints. Just Max will take the KOM points, but I really think he's aiming for the overall win. But he has to beat 2 Astana rider in order to take the jersey. So because of time bonus, right?
That's right.
10, 6-4. So Astana would if Astana are able to win today's stage and take the jersey, that's really brilliant because they simply take the Sarissa leader jersey and then pass over to teammates.
That's right.
You know,
good.
You couldn't ask for a better result for today's, right? They managed to keep the jersey on a different shoulder. So then they get to they should be able to keep the overall points jersey as well.
100%, yeah.
And so they will have 2 jerseys in the team. And nicely done, nicely done.
Yeah. But at the moment, judging from the dynamic of the 3 riders in the breakaway at the moment, obviously Astana has the advantage. Obviously, they can do like a 1-2 attack on Max Pool approaching towards the last finishing line, approaching towards the finishing line here.
But yeah, it's just right now it's too early because the time gap is only 10 seconds. So if any moment that they start playing cat and mouse, they will be absorbed by the rider behind. So as everyone is contributing to the work. Nobody is playing the game just yet. So you would want to wait until the last literally last 200 meters before you try to launch your sprint. But right now they need to establish the gap, which is right now we're only 8 seconds.
Not a lot, yeah.
Not a lot. In literally blink of if you stop pedal for like for a minute, for a second, and then I think the group is gonna make up that 8 second fairly quickly. So right now it's all-out attack by the 3 trio leading riders at the front. They can't play any game right now. They need to work together.
Yep.
They need to keep the gap going.
Looking at the back end, it's a little bit of a mess, as we can see. There's a gap between the riders in the front, and it looks like no one's is getting organized at the back as well. Sort of like everyone's looking at the other person to do the pulling.
Yeah.
So now they're about to reach Tanarata, 6 kilometers to go. They still have to work together to make sure that all 3 of them gets to the finishing line before they can actually see who's going to outsprint the other. Max Pool in front now, pulling the pace, followed by Harold Martin Lopez and also Anton Charmik. 2 riders from Astana, Kazakhstan, and also 1 rider from Team DSM. We did talked about this, that Max Pool would be the contender, but it would be interesting to see if Astana actually could pull it off.
Yeah, it's getting again nail biting. You're talking about just 8 seconds of gap, 5K to go. But the riders on the back, they don't really have teammates right now, so it is difficult. Nobody's going to commit 100% to do the chase.
That's true.
So that kind of work in the favor of the trio leading riders. You see 1 EF, I see 1 BH rider, 1 Uskatel. So everybody's sort of alone. So nobody's able to help another person. So there's the opportunity for Max, and 4K to go now. Max and Martin Harold and
it's not much of a climb as well.
And Charming to get to the finish line. So it will be should be these 3 right now, but we should see. Yeah, Confarma has 2 riders in the 2 riders in the group, so
but
they need look like 3. Yeah, they need to come in. So there you go. Yeah, they get to the front now. So there's 3 Confarma riders. So one of them decided to get to the front and start the chase. And that's the right thing to do.
Yeah. They managed to get everything organized. Obviously, earlier when the attack from Max Pool happened, it sort of shatters everything, and then finally they've got everything organized, and now they're pulling the brake back into them.
Yeah, it's a total of look like 8 chasing riders. 8 chasing riders, 8 chasing 3 right now.
Yeah.
So
by right, they should be able to chase, but you never know.
Yeah, it's if they get it organized. So now it's only 3K to go.
3K to go.
3K to go, and still 8 second gap is really getting close. But
the rider at the back can see it. They can see them. It's probably the biggest gap in the world.
It feels like the biggest gap when you're chasing that. It never gets smaller. You just keep at 8 seconds. But it looked like Anton Charming is doing a good job leading and pulling. And so as long as the 3 riders are working together, they still have a very good chance of taking the stage win, stay away from the 8 chasing rider.
Yeah, be interesting to show because the EF is nowhere to be seen.
There you go.
There you go. They're not far. They managed to catch back. They managed to reel back in the 3 riders. No EF education easy post in this group of people. So Akipo Confarma has the advantage at the moment with 3 riders in.
Yeah, and suddenly the race dynamic changed. and we're gonna look at EF is chasing that. So you have a couple riders trying to get back to the first group. So now let's see if the pace slows down or somebody gonna launch another attack. Look like Confama is gonna launch an attack from the right hand side. Because obviously that's they have the number in their advantage, so you might as well go and see if you can get to the finish, or if not, then prepare for the small group finish sprint. 2K to go.
But
you're gonna see climbers sprinting against each other. So who is best sprinter among the climbers?
Yes, yes. Although
BH,
BH, BH is going
55.
Moving up.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, this is just as because there's no clear sort of clear rider that is definitely going to dominate, unlike Genting Highlands stage. So now there's a group of people, about 10-15 riders here, that we are still unable to decide. With 2 kilometers to go, we're still unable to decide who is the better of the others.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the chasing group, there's a small chasing group behind. Look like they're about 10 seconds on the back. They just crossed the 2 kilometer to goal line. It's gonna be exciting finish, and who is gonna be the best sprinter among these guys? I wouldn't want to pick a winner right now. So everyone here has an opportunity to win the race. 1K to go.
1K to go. Not far to go. 1 kilometer to go.
It's a downhill run, so it's gonna be a fast finish. And who is lead? It looks like Confama is leading, and they have the rider in their advantage. So, but do they have the legs to win the stage?
That's the real question here, Danny. That's the real question here. 1 kilometer to go. It could be anything now. So we need to know. We want to know. All of us, all the viewers at home, wants to know who is the better among all these climbers that just did 500 meters to go. 500 meters to go. We will hopefully for a closer footage. 500 meters to go. We can see Akipo Confama in front there. That's Gutierrez. There you go. There you go. Rider from Ukyo. Coming from the right side. Max Bull.
Max taking the lead. Can he do it? Come on, Max.
Let's go. Let's go. 50 meters to go.
Got it. Yes.
Great
He's gonna take the win.
And there you go. VSM rider Max Bull. Just like we predicted. Well, we predicted a number of people, but yeah.
Well, we got one right. Wow,
yeah.
What a phenomenal finish by Max Bull.
Yeah.
Right, you got 3 third place finish in the build-up.
That's right.
2 and 1 second place. Now he got a win in the Tour of Langkawi in a small group sprint.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's great performance. Congratulations to Max Bull, the new leader of the Tour of Langkawi.
Although it's a climbing stage, but the end was pretty much a bunch sprint. So there you go. You mentioned, like, if you're good with climbing, you gotta practice your sprinting, and
there you go.
Max Bull was the better sprinter.
Yeah, among all of them.
Yeah.
So certainly he delivered the victory not only for the stage, but also he's gonna be the overall jersey leader of this race. But it's only stage 3. I know it's so much excitement, but we're not even halfway through
100%, yeah.
the 2024 Tour de Langkawi by PETRONAS. So more action stay ahead, and I think now the pressure is on his team sprinter, Casper Van Wooden, to deliver a sprint victory as well.
That's right, yeah.
But now it's going to be interesting. They're going to have a job of controlling the peloton.
Yep.
And then trying to win the stage.
Yep.
So for a moment there, it looked like Team Astana had the perfect card to play.
Yeah.
They had 2 series of Simon Pinot, and so it looked like they had 2 leading rider in the group, and but end up not able to close out with a win. Here's that looks like Ukyo rider.
Yeah, that's Ukyo rider. That's right.
And that's actually, if I'm not wrong, that's not Yuma Koishi. That should be Manabu Ishibashi. Yeah. If I'm correctly. So he may take the Asian classification. We shall see. Here's the interview with Max Bull.
I think the concern for most of the teams with real climbers is one of us quite going to be
quite hung up, but it was really good. We stayed patient. Had some really good guys around me. Came up with a really good plan and tried to execute it. And yeah, we got really twist on guys.
Here's a replay of the finish. The sprinters among the climbers, and Max Mo took up the sprint very early, probably about 200 meter to the finish, 100 meter to the finish. But it's sort of downhill run, so he's able to keep the momentum, and he has the best leg and the best speed. So well-deserved winner, and with the finishing just over 4 hours and 24 minutes.
Jay, that's fast. That's fast. 4 hours and 24 minutes. I mean, looking at it from our point of view, you know, Weekend Warrior point of view, 4 hours and 24 minutes, 170 kilometers going up Cameron Highlands all the way to Tanah Rata from Simpang Pulai. That's, yeah. Looks like some frustration faced from Hero Martin Lopez there, slamming his handlebar. Max Paul from Team DSM, Feminik Post NL.
So,
what a performance.
Yeah. I just did a time calculation based on the finishing, the winner's finish time. So the sprinter has about 39 minutes to get across the finish line. So that's 40 minutes to get to the finish line. So that's shouldn't be too difficult.
That's right.
And I hope Harif Saleh is most likely still on the road. Then I hope he continue right to the finish. 40 minutes should be plenty time for the sprinter to get across the line, and then to contest for the sprint tomorrow and the next few days. So Sarissa, the overall race leader, we saw earlier he was about 10 minutes behind, but I think he should have been able to finish within the time cut as well. Here's again the finishing Max Pole. Looked like Martin Harrow took second or the third, so he was a bit disappointed, not able to take the victory.
He was slamming his handlebar just now.
He must got second there. Again to the finish line right now, and that concludes the stage 3 finish. Although there's still a lot of riders still on the road. It's not a finish line just yet for them.
Looks like they're celebrating someone's birthday. Yeah. I wonder whose birthday. Anyway, back to the replay. So yeah, he carried the momentum from downhill and then coming off the wheel of the Equipo Confama. So he had a bit of a launch pad from that Equipo Confama and then carried the momentum. That is a massive gap he got right there. That's a sprinter's way of thinking. You know, just run.
So look like the Ukil rider. I think the Ukil rider getting third. So Martin Hero Lopez, he was a little bit upset because he was blocked. And there was a bit of movement on the final sprint. I think from the Confama, so he was the door shut a little bit in front of him, but that's probably why he loses a bit of momentum. But I think the time gap was the distance was a little bit too big for him to close. But Ukil rider should be Carboni getting third. We're still waiting for the official result. So, oh no, it's Thomas Bassetti. Thomas Bassetti should be getting the third spot. Let's wait for the official outcome. We wouldn't want to be a repeat of yesterday, and that we end up announcing the wrong winner. Here comes the Hanshan rider.
There'll be a lot of struggling riders.
There'll be a lot of waiting time for everyone to get across the finish line. And hopefully everybody finish within the time limit of 40 minutes or so. To be able to, here we go.
There it is. Celebrating, that's good.
Here's the sprinting among the Malaysian riders.
Was Ayman Zarif?
Yeah, Ayman Zarif was
and I think it was Zulkifli as well, the other rider.
Yeah. 7 minutes has passed since Max Pohl crossed the finish line.
It's another rider from Team DSL.
Yeah.
Team DSM just
Job well done.
Yeah. Looking at the setup of the bike from Max Pohl.
Yes, aero bike.
Aero bike and deep wheels.
Yeah.
For climbing stage. That's the new climbing bike.
Yeah, well, I think the Scott bike, they always been fairly light.
Yeah,
so even
you're right.
even their aero bike are light. So nowadays, you know, like a lot of riders prefer lightweight aero bike.
Yeah.
You know, because you're getting the benefit of the aero on the flat stages, and also the bike's light enough on the climb.
Max, winning the green stage, that's what you came here for. You must be a happy man.
Yeah, of course. It's really the only opportunity for the climb, so yeah, it's really nice to get my first win here.
How did it happen? Tell us about the tactic. There was one rider attacking first. How did you do it?
Yeah, it was, like I said already, I have a really good group of people around me. Made a good plan, and it was really to wait until the last K of the climb to really make the damage. And the Kern Farm guy attacked, and just tried to stay patient and really wait until the last moment to make the difference and come over the top of the gap. And the two Astana guys came with me, and then it just came back, and then had to kind of just think quickly and change tactics to the sprint.
How did you manage to take advantage of two Astana riders?
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously the aim was to come with a gap, but there was a bit of a group behind them, must have been riding well, so no, but it was working well with the two Astana guys. Just came back, and I think there were a couple of teams, a couple of guys, so just had to pick the right wheels and get a good run to the line.
How did you work it out for the sprint?
Yeah, I just was a few years back in the group. I knew the finish was just slowly dragging uphill for the last couple of 100 metres, but I got a really good slipstream and just used it at launch quite early and held on. So I've been sprinting, decently the past couple of months. So I just had to try back it.
Today confirms that you were right to go for an intermediate sprint on stage 1 with 1 second more.
Yeah, I think there was always going to be a good chance, just with the way the bike is, that could come down to a small margin. So I think when there's easy seconds to get, it's worth to take them. So I think that was a good moment on stage 1, and also now with the bonus seconds on the line. So we just need to stay sharp for the rest of the race on that, and we can turn to more sprints now.
So now, do you count on your team plus all the other sprinters' teams to make you an overall winner?
Sorry?
Do you count on your team, who has a sprinter with Casper van Uden, and all the other sprinters' teams to make you the overall winner of the Tour Langkawi?
Yeah, I guess so. No, there's a lot of teams with sprinters here. They all want the sprint, so we'll just approach each day as it comes, not think too far ahead. And like I said, we have some good stage opportunities now for Casper, so switch focus to that also now, and hopefully we can end the race in a nice way.
Well done, Max. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. That was the interview for the stage winner and also the race leader now, Max Pohl from UK.
What's more interesting, he proved your point, Danny. Yeah, he said in the interview he's been practicing sprinting for the last couple of months. So yeah, he's a climber. He's been practicing sprinting, and see you go.
He looks pretty good on sprint.
Yeah. That's a long sprint as well.
Yeah,
he did well.
Yeah, 21 years old. It's amazing. These riders are getting younger and younger.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about earlier the accessibility of Power Meter, the accessibility of the, all these science and information nowadays. Yeah, so
it is. It's unbelievable. Yep, here we go. The official result, and followed by Max Pohl, followed by Harold Martin Lopez. And Pesati, Thomas Pesati taking the third, and Anton Charming's number 4, and that's a good result for two top 4 finish for Astana, but they really wanted to win. But I think they did do a good job trying to drive the race to the finish, but just unfortunately they were caught, and Martin Harrell was a bit of block into the final sprint, but I'm not sure if he had the legs to get over Max Poole. But Martin did do a good job trying to make the best out of the race.
That's the GC now. David Max Poole now is the official wearer of the Petronas general classification jersey. So he'll be on a slightly different attire tomorrow. So we're not going to get it confused with Astana nowadays.
Yep.
Yeah. So KOM classification, David Max Poole, 15 points. And Anton Charmik for 12 points. He came second.
Harold, there was another Lopez from South America, Miguel Angel Lopez, who won here 8 years ago. It was your challenge to do it as well. But you're second, not far. Are you still happy with what you have done today?
Yeah, I'm very happy because this is my first time with my team. Always is possible for very hard work for my team and for keep position in the climb, and after push a lot in the last climb for try to take a lot of seconds for arrive alone. But this is the life. I am very excited for this one and always enjoy.
What did you feel when you were two Astana riders at the top of the last climb with Max Poole?
Yeah, it's very good because in this moment we have to change for take the win, but after the bunch group arrived with the first group, and in the final I push a lot for take the victory, but second is not so bad. I'm very happy for this.
Is it that Max Poole is just a better sprinter?
Yeah, but I try to do my best, but always Max Poole is a very good rider, and no worries. I'm very happy for my second place today.
5 more stages to try and win the Tour de Langkawi. Do you think it's possible?
Yeah, always is possible because in this stage we have a lot of bonus sprint. Of course, we try to take a 1, 2, or 3 seconds for take a win to GC, but now I'm very happy and excited for my first podium in my career.
It is possible because the other Lopez 8 years ago won here, took the yellow jersey, but didn't win overall.
All things is possible, no? With God, with the help of my team, all is possible. But now, how do you say? Enjoy this podium, and after read and after sleep, and tomorrow we'll see it for tomorrow.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
There you go. Interview with Harold Martin Lopez and from the team Astana. And also a young man, 23 years old.
Oh,
wow. And I did have the fortune to ride with him on a training ride 2 years ago and before the Tour de Langkawi.
Okay.
Very nice young man. He was under the development team of the team Astana.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the first time, and he was put in as a stagiaire in the World Tour team to do this race. And I think he finished 10th overall. Very nice young man, soft-spoken, friendly. Most South American riders, they're so super friendly, nice people. It's wonderful to see he getting his first podium.
Pro podium,
with the World Tour team in the World Tour team of Astana. So he should look like just look at he is renewed, staying with the team for 2025. So
that's good.
He's able to continue his race with the World Tour at a World Tour level. Yeah, he finished 18th in general in Tour de Suisse. He's definitely have a pretty good year. He did start the Volta de España, but he didn't start on stage 10. But maybe it's possible he had some sickness or illness. But typically he finished the stage but didn't start the next day. But yeah, good. We have an interview coming up. So just a brief pause for us.
Thomas, today, the Queen stage, the World Tour teams in action on the road, then the World Tour teams first and second, and you, from a continental team from Japan, you managed to be third. Is that a big result for you? Yeah, big result, but I am a little bit disappointed for the sprint because I go anticipate behind. But okay, good result for me, for my team after victory yesterday, and look forward to try win another stage.
How did you feel in the final climb, and how did you react when the 3 riders went away?
No, today I feel good. After the first stage I suffering too much the temperature, but today is okay. And the final climb, the F and TSM going to full gas, and the remaining 10-12 riders. And in this point, I suffer in the last kilometer, but okay, it's a good stage for me and for my team.
Do you see the possibility of winning the Tour de Langkawi, at least make the podium?
Yeah, the next stage is important to take a few seconds in the sprint. I think the GC decide in this point.
Grazie.
Thank you.
That's an interview with the third place finish from Team Wukio. So 2 days in a row they're on the podium.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
good job for Team Wukio and getting a podium result against all the World Tour and pro riders. So that's definitely, I'm sure he's happy about that.
Yeah. Although he did mention in the interview he was a little bit disappointed, but anyway. I think he misjudged how much speed Max Paul was coming off from that downhill round, and as you can see, Max Paul had about half a wheel from Martin Lopez, and Thomas Besenti just right behind Martin Lopez for third place. It was a beautiful stage. It was a tough stage, and obviously it wasn't as steep of a climb, but at the end of the day,
and the cloud starts rolling in just as we're ready for another interview.
Yesterday, a stage win for your team. Today, third place with Thomas Pesenti, and you, best Asian rider. It looks like a great Tour de Langkawi for Ukio.
Thank you. I'm very surprised and very happy.
How did you race? Did you mark the other Asian riders?
Today is very hard stage. For GC, this stage is very important. So we try to best and get judgy. I try to keep this judge.
How was the speed with EF pulling?
Yeah, very hard, but I do best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. That's the interview with Ukio rider Manapo Ishibachi.
Yeah, Manapo Ishibachi. Yeah.
He is the best Asian classification winner of today's stage, and he should take the white jersey.
Oh, there you go.
From Terengganu cycling team, Ayman Rosli.
Another shot of Tanah Rata. So there's a few places that you can go. So on top of Cameron Highland, there's Brincha, and there's also Tanah Rata. So back again, we'll see the stage 3 classification. So we have David Max Paul in first position, Hero Martin Lopez second place, and third Thomas Besenti from Team Ukio.
And Gaboni is number 6, Team Ukio. So they have 2 riders in top 10 finish. Good job for Team Ukio.
Yeah. There's a few teams that actually did pretty well today. Team Philippines, not so bad. Yeah, they're pretty good. And today is also Ukio. Ukio has been really good yesterday and today.
Yep. And it's I think this year they actually done some racing in Italy as well.
Okay.
So they've been racing at Italy and during the middle of the season. So that probably got some good base, and they're able to come here and perform and race with the World Tour riders and the Pro Tour riders. So good for them. So that's an investment. It's not. It's always expensive for an Asian team to be based out of Europe. But if you really want to improve your level, and we can talk about it more tomorrow, that they really need to be racing in Europe because generally the level is higher, and also there are more frequent races, so there are races almost once every week. So there are more racing. So these guys, especially during the racing season, they need to be racing all the time in order to keep their form. So keep their competitive edge. So yeah, that kind of showed the racing in Italy kind of helped. And I see the Japanese rider also, Ichibashi, taking the white jersey, and he should have a pretty good cushion on that in order to keep the all the way to the end. So, but race is far from over, right? It's only stage 3, so you still have 5 stages to go. Anything can happen. And tomorrow we're gonna start off with the bang. So start off with a climb,
for sure,
and then ends up in Bentong, which is the finishing 131K. So we are just waiting for the presentation of today's stage. And meanwhile, we can preview tomorrow. We're gonna be starting from town of KKB, Kuala Baru.
Kuala Kubu
Baru, sorry. And then starts with a climb, so that's about an 800-meter climb. Not a steep, but a steady climb.
Just, quickly, Danny on the screen. Yeah, Syriza is here. Finally, there's a bit of a crowd celebration there, seeing Gleb Syriza.
And he finished 24 minutes within the time gap. Before the rain clouds roll in, so yeah, there's plenty time, pretty easy. He thanked his teammate for helping him, waiting for him. He had plenty of time. He could go even slower and finish within time.
I know, exactly. So you have like about 40 minutes to
we said based on the calculation, there's about 40 minutes for the rider to finish within time.
Someone was asking in the live, like, where is Harif Saleh?
I hope he's somewhere finish line, or he's probably on the way, still on the way to finish, because I think there's still some riders along the climb right now, but there's 40 minutes to get to the finish line. You don't need to rush. You do need to keep.
Baik, terima kasih Syafiq. Kita telah pun selesai perlombaan sejauh 170.3 km berakhir di Cameron Highlands. Segala aksi telah pun kita saksikan bagaimana Max Paul. Sebelum bersiaran, jangkaan kita semestinya terarah kepada pelumba pendaki-pendaki, tetapi
climbers.
Kita menjangkakan Simon Pelo, tapi sebaliknya hari ini ialah
tapi sebenarnya Max Paul pun memang salah seorang climber yang dijangkakan untuk menang juga. Memang kita target pada awal tu memang ada juga. Cuma kita tak nampak pasukan tu bekerja. Yang kita nampak hari ni betul-betul bekerja tu EF yang betul-betul bekerja, yang cuba mendapatkan. Sebenarnya saya nak nampak juga masa awal tu Simon Carr tidak ditargetkan sebab dia bekerja bersama-sama as a domestic. Memang hari ni sebenarnya mereka letakkan Sean Quinn tu untuk menang. Namun dia tidak kesampaian.
Ini ialah itu yang sering kali kita bincangkan setiap kali peringkat bahawa perancangan pasukan mereka ada, begitu juga dengan pelumba, tapi kondisi ketika itu dan juga taktikal lawan, pace juga main peranan ketika pendakian, yang mana Max pun bijak untuk ambil peluang ketika menuju kom terakhir dan juga menuju penamat tadi.
Pastinya biasanya kalau pelumba itu mempunyai fitness yang bagus, dia boleh tunggu dan lihat. Dan sebenarnya pendakian ini tidak begitu mencabar.
Yep.
Jadi dia masih boleh sprint. Kita juga boleh lihat di saat-saat terakhir di 1 km, 2 km juga dalam 7-8 ke pelombo tu dapat tangkap balik 3 orang tu. Ini yang sebab pendakian tu tidak menentu cabar.
Betul. Kira penamat pun bukannya penamat ketika pendakian. Baik, ini adalah gambaran ketika di penyampaian hadiah untuk melengkapkan perlumbaan peringkat ketiga. Seperti tadi ialah kita memberikan secara langsung untuk penyampaian hadiah. Jadi kita kembali bersama dengan Syafiq untuk secara langsung upacara penyampaian hadiah selepas tamat peringkat ketiga.
We're back to the prize giving.
Yeah, back to Tanah Rata prize giving. So third place for today is from JCL Team Ukyo. And then second place for today's stage is Harold Martin Lopez. He's pretty excited, although he didn't win. From his interview with Jeff, he was pretty happy. You know, he's pretty happy. First podium finish. You know, second place is
first year in the World Tour team.
That's right.
So he's certainly happy.
Yeah.
Nice young man from Ecuador. And
nice little elephant as well.
It looks a little bit like Superman Lopez.
Superman Lopez. Yeah, you're right. And the champion here. Fantastic performance by Max Bull with that attack just before the Brinchang KOM. And then trying to establish a break with Harold Martin Lopez and also Jarmik from Astana. And then got the better of the rest of the group by a fantastic sprint.
Yeah, 21 years old from the UK. Now it's fitting. Right? Cameron Highlands was famous during the British colony days. The Cameron Highlands was that's a history. That Cameron Highlands was actually created for the British residents to go up there and as a summer retreat from the summer heat, right? So from the heat.
That's right.
So here it goes. You have
that and also Fraser's Hill.
Fraser's Hill as well. Yeah. So you have and also British love tea. So they started the tea garden. So here's a British rider conquering the hill that used to be managed by the British.
That's right. Yeah. A little bit of history for you guys. There you go. The podium for stage 3 from Taiping to Cameron Highlands. Max Poole, first place, second place Harold Martin Lopez from Astana, and also Thomas Vicente from JCL Ukyo.
Bubble O2. Baiklah, tanpa membuang masa, kita jemput saja pelumba untuk ke atas pentas. Let's invite this rider up on stage.
Most competitive rider.
Mario Aparicio.
Mario Aparicio. Yeah. I definitely agree.
He deserving, well deserved. He attacked. He attacked fairly early before the 20K almost.
Yeah. Before the Kampung Raja KOM.
Yeah.
He got maximum points over there. Obviously, he tried. Just judging from his body language, he's definitely going for the stage win, and obviously it didn't happen.
Yeah.
He gave it a good crack.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed face, but he certainly did his attack and certainly tried. No regret there. So well done by rider from Bogos BH.
Most competitive rider dari Bubble O2.
Yeah, so he was able to keep a gap a minute until the steeper part of the final climb, and then you can see Max Poole and then EF, and then so the other riders Astana. Close.
Cracked him, I suppose.
Yeah. It's still a good result to be on the podium, and I'm sure BH will continue to fight on, trying to improve their GC standing.
So yeah, that's the MSN white jersey, best Asian rider.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us to introduce the best Asian rider as of the third stage, PETRONAS Langkawi 2024. Let's welcome the rider from JCL Ukyo, Manabu Ishibashi.
All right, so the winner of the best Asian rider white jersey is also is from Ukyo, Manabu Ishibashi.
Yeah. And during his interview, he said he sounded like a little bit surprised because I think he said his English wasn't 100% understood, but I think it sounds like he was trying to work for Koishi, Yuma Koishi, but seems like maybe that was the intention to work for his teammate, but then end up he had the best leg on the day. So
that can happen.
Yeah, especially on a climb, right, where you have no place to hide. And you have good legs, you have good legs. So he seemed to be pleasantly surprised. So he should be wearing that jersey should be able to keep that all the way, because I really don't, I think the time gap is quite significant. Unlike the GC classification, because it's only separated by a few seconds. These guys.
Thank you so much.
There you go. Japanese rider. We were talking about the Japanese rider.
Yeah, well, just now, yeah.
Yeah, so here it goes. Different Japanese rider taking the Asian classification. Sponsored by MSN.
MSN stands for Ministry of Youth and Sports.
Raja Bukit
dari Tourism Malaysia.
Alright, so it's the Tourism Malaysia King of the Mountain jersey. The polka dot jersey, you're famously known.
And that should be Max Pohl again.
Yeah, we saw that classification just now.
This is the jersey that you want to see up here in Cameron Highlands. Siapakah bakal menyerang jersey polka dot Kerajaan Tourism Malaysia? Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for this rider, David Max Pool from Team BSF Feminic Post
Maximum points at the Brinchang.
David Max Pool
was not contested. I don't know. That was kind of
Martin Lopez. They just rode across. Yeah. They rode across, and then the target was to try to win the stage, so they didn't fight for it. And that's a lot of time, professional teams. If their goal is to win the stage, they don't fight for the minor classifications. So, but yeah, nevertheless, another jersey for Max Pohl. But that should be tomorrow. Should be shepherded by Martin Lopez. So that's because Max Pohl gonna be wearing the overall leader's green jersey. Yeah. So there you go. The polka dot jersey classification. He's leading by 2 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, should be.
Receiving the polka dot jersey as of the third stage, PETRONAS Langkawi 2024. And next, we have the orange jersey, Abizar.
The orange jersey next. The sprint classification or points classification.
Untuk itu majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Encik Amir Hamzah bin Awang Ghazali sebagai pembangunan KBS bersama-sama dengan Encik Suhardi alias pesuruh dia sukan KBS untuk menyempurnakan penyarungan jersey KBS Raja Pecut.
So for Max Pohl, this should be his first professional victory, if I'm not mistaken. He had many podium finishes, but the actual professional race victory, this should be his first.
Let's call this rider up on stage.
Tour Langkawi is always a springboard for a lot of young riders. And from amateur level going to the professional level. And the new
points classification jersey holder, Matteo Malucelli, which was yesterday's stage winner. Sorry, I made a mistake just now. So KBS actually stands for Ministry of Sports and Youth, whereas MSN represents the National Sports Council. Yeah, my apologies. Got mixed up Malay and English. Congratulations, Matteo Malucelli.
From Team Ukio, JCL Ukio.
So Ukio has been on stage 3 times now.
Yeah, they have a good Tour Langkawi. Kudos to them. They have a little bit of hard time zipping up the jersey.
I'm not sure who's bonking here. Can't find the zip.
We have to go see the official result. Because he was trailing on the points classification, and now after today's stage, and he's actually leading the points classification by it'd be good to see how many points he's leading now.
Right.
Grazie, grazie.
Yeah, they forgot to zip it up properly.
Oh, I think they had a hard time with.
Unless something wrong with the zips.
Yeah, with zippers. Yep.
Okay,
That's why, I'm not a fan of zipper. Always have issues. That's why we make the shoe cover without zippers.
No, yeah. Makes sense.
He gave up. He just decided let's get on with it. It looks good anyway. It doesn't really. It's not flapping around in the wind.
Thank you so much.
Not to your rider, I suppose.
Terusnya untuk jersey Petronas, jersey
So here's the Petronas green GC jersey. That's a mouthful, but anyway. I'm still figuring out, can someone mention it and tell me in the comment what color specifically is it? Is it green or is it turquoise or is it teal? Or?
It should be green. It's a green, just a different shade of green. It's a kind of bluish green though. Yeah, I do. We can check out the Phantom color to find out what exactly the type of green that this is.
Yep.
From Team DSM Feminine Post and now.
But it's a very nice color, right? It kind of symbolizes the sky and then also a bit of the water, the ocean. So yeah, it's nice green.
All right, there you go. Max Poole is the new GC.
The overall race leader.
Yep.
And
besok kalau kubu ke satu lagi lokasi negeri Pahang. Oh, luar biasa Pahang.
He should be able to. He talked about in the interview whether or not he should be able to keep it. I don't doubt that that will be the case. And he said the next few days he'll be back on working for a stage victory, which has eluded Team DSM post NL. So they still want to get a stage win for Casper Van Wooden, because that's got to be one of their item on their bucket list for this Tour Langkawi, is to win the GC and also win a couple stages in the sprint finish.
That's right. Because pretty much, although we're probably gonna see the route preview of tomorrow, but yes, there will be climbing the first part of the race, but it's not too steep that these sprinters can't hold on, and then pretty much it's just downhill from there, which is going to be a fast downhill from that gap down to Tranum and then to Raup.
Yeah.
And then from Raup to Bentong, it's pretty much a little bit of a rollers, and then as you're about to reach the Bentong, it's pretty much flat.
Flat, yeah, sprint. So Max Poole is leading the overall GC general classification by 5 seconds over Harold Martin Lopez, and 6 seconds over Thomas Passetti. So I mean, it's not a big gap. It is there, you know, if Harold Martin decided to go for the intermediate sprint or Thomas Passetti, so you could technically steal the leader jersey from Max Poole, but although judging from the way he's sprinting, I think he wouldn't let that jersey slip away.
Alright, sekali lagi terima kasih Syafiq. Tamat penyampaian hadiah yang mana kita menyaksikan ke semua jersey hari ini pemiliknya adalah pemilik yang berbeza, tidak sebagaimana semalam ketika di peringkat yang kedua. Kemenangan Max Poole ini adalah kemenangan pelumba dari Great Britain yang keempat menang, terutama sebelum ini pada tahun 1996 iaitu Robert Halles, tahun 2008 Jeremy Hunt, Simon Carr edisi lalu, dan hari ini ataupun bagi musim 2024 terutamanya stage yang ketiga ini dimenangi oleh Max Poole. Berbalik kepada kemenangan Max Poole ini, sedikit saya nak sentuh juga bagaimana ialah perancangan yang kita nampak effort usaha EF Education. Mereka nak meletakkan rider mereka untuk menang dan juga cuba untuk mensasarkan tim terbaik hari ini. Tapi mungkin perkara itu ialah tanpa mereka sedar taktikal pasukan lawan, mereka menjangkakan EF akan buat kerja, jadi mereka hanya mengikori belakang. Itu antara taktikal yang diambil peluang oleh pasukan lawan, terutamanya kemenangan kepada Max Poole ni.
Sudah pastinya mereka tahu yang EF akan membuat kerja kerana tahun lepas mereka memenangi overall. Sudah pastinya mereka akan buat kerja daripada awal. Jadi inilah salah satu daripada mereka mengambil kesempatan ni menggunakan tenaga kerja pasukan lain lawan tersebut. Di akhir-akhir saja baru mereka betul-betul keluar daripada peloton untuk melakukan breakaway. Itu memang perkara biasalah kan. Kalau tenaga you kuat, you bolehlah cuba untuk breakaway yang macam rider Borgas juga Mario juga cuba, dan juga Max Paul daripada akhir-akhir ni cuba juga keluar. Jadi itulah tim DSM dan juga Astana dapat mengambil kesempatan daripada kegunaan tim pasukan lain tu.
Ya, pada anda untuk EF, adakah perkara itu kesilapan ataupun itu ialah gamble untuk dalam perlombaan, kerana bukan hanya ketika pendakian mereka ambil, tapi daripada awal kalau ikut kumpulan besar peloton memang mereka yang mengawal pace daripada awal sehinggalah pendakian berlaku.
Sebenarnya bukan kesilapan, memang strategi mereka aturkan sebegitu. Memang mereka cuba sedaya upaya untuk cubakan sedaya upaya yang kalau boleh membawa rider tersebut ke atas sampai ke finishing. Namun kita dapat lihat Sean Coyne ni tidak berapa fitness dia tak berapa kuat, tidak berapa cukup dia punya stamina dan endurance dia tak berapa cukup untuk lawan dengan Max Paul. Sebenarnya mungkin kita targetkan mungkin Simon Carr yang akan target untuk lawan untuk overall. Namun kita dapat tahu masa pergerakan tu saya dapat juga lihat yang Simon Carr tidak akan pergi untuk overall.
Pada ketika itu saya percaya ialah ketika Simon Carr yang menarik semula kumpulan terutamanya Queen yang di belakang, tapi itu dah nampak pencatatan itu berubah.
Sudah nampak yang dia tu sedang membuat kerja untuk menarikkan Sean Coyne untuk ke depan. Tapi strategi mereka tidak berjaya. Mereka memang cuba melakukan untuk meninggalkan lebih banyak rider ataupun cuba memenatkan rider lain. Namun apapun strategi mereka tidak berlaku seperti apa yang mereka plankan hari ini.
Dia berbeza musim lalu ketika di Queen Stage ialah dia penamat di Genting. Penamatnya berbeza, kerana betul-betul ialah climb, tapi hari ini boleh kita katakan juga di penghujung dia sedikit menurun, dan itu kalau ikut profil Max Paul ni pun dia bukannya 100%
bukan 100% climber,
tapi itu yang nampak advantage dia penamat.
Sebenarnya itu salah satu aspek dia di mana seperti apa yang saya katakan jugalah, climb hari ini bukan climb yang macam betul-betul mountain seperti yang Genting punya stage di mana dia akan real climbers akan nampak akan datang sampai ke atas. Tapi hari ini adalah climb yang di mana even macam mid climbers pun boleh ada kat sprint. Even kita boleh lihat ramai juga sprinters yang sprinters pun boleh ngikut juga sama-sama.
Betul. Baik, kita dah selesai seketika, namun kita nak beralih ataupun bersama dengan Lily. Kebiasaan Lily juga akan kongsikan sesuatu yang menarik, terutamanya di venue sepanjang ataupun di aksi bagi peringkat ketiga ni.
Lily kini berada bersama dengan salah seorang rakan penaja, iaitu Mr. Teo Chia Chun, Executive Director Corporate Hero Century Sdn Bhd, official merchandise jenama PACE. Okay, how are you, Mr. Teo?
Okay, good, sihat, thank you.
Alright. Okay, kita nak tanyalah, so far macam mana, are you enjoying the races, and how was the vibe after stage yang ketiga ni so far?
Okay, first thing, sangat panas. So sama dengan suasana kami juga. Sangat dengan suasana saat event, sepanjang race, semua pun sangat menakjubkan. Semua peminat-peminat atau pelancong-pelancong semua sangat supportive lah. So we are quite enjoying the race, especially from the Langkawi. So until now already stage ketiga. Hari ini kami dekat Genting Highlands, sejuk sikit.
Cameron Highland. Okay. Okay, Mr. Teo, nak tanya jugalah, kita nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut mengenai jenama PACE ni sendiri, kalau you boleh, let people know about your brand.
Sure. Okay, first thing, PACE is a local brand. So dari segi design sampai finish product semua by kami sendiri. So kami banyak support national event. Contoh like the Sukma, Leto di Langkawi. Last year kami pun one of the partner official merchandise.
Okay, Mr. Teo, kalau orang ramai datang dekat booth you ni, mungkin what kind of baju yang orang boleh expect lah untuk tengok-tengok, mungkin beli ke untuk shopping ke?
Oh yeah. So this year we got improve our product lah. Kami ada meningkatkan mutu semua dari segi design, dari segi material, so dari segi banyak range. Contoh dari barang kecil, keychain, sampai barang besar, jaket, topi, Bag pun ada. Bag, tower, so komprehensif lah. Maksud dia merangkumi semua produk yang boleh pakai hariannya. Dan boleh hadiah kepada orang, customer, bagi kawan-kawan.
Okey, untuk kanak-kanak ke dewasa semua barangan sesuai ada
Yes, kanak-kanak pun ada. Kami ada version yang kanak-kanak juga. Ada satu special design limited edition for kanak-kanak. So bapa dan mak boleh pakai tema yang sama.
Okey, mungkin kalau ada yang tak sempat nak ke Cameron Highland untuk kali ini, nak dapatkan barangan daripada jenama PACE ni, dekat mana mereka should cari barang PACE ni?
Okey. So first thing dari segi offline kami akan ikut setiap peringkat. Dekat finishing point, starting point, contoh besok kami akan sampai Bentong. So starting dekat KKB pun ada Kuala Kubu baru. So selain daripada itu dekat hotel, HQ hotel dan polis hotel ada. Kalau peminat-peminat yang tak sempat nak mai, boleh jumpa kami dekat website juga. Website kami pacerun.my. www.pacerun.my.
Instagram semua ada?
Instagram ada. Yes, Facebook semua boleh jumpa dekat sana.
Okey, so Mr. Teo nak hadiahkan Lily baju yang mana? Jom kita pergi tengok, boleh Okey, boleh. Alright, let's go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Teo.
Baik, untung Lily. Segala-galanya Lily dah kongsikan dah dapat kat mana semua. Tadi Mr. Teo juga dah kongsikan. Kami dia dapat apa yang ada. Lily lagi banyak pilihan dia. Baik, berbalik kepada penamat tadi. Kita melihat ialah selain kemenangan ke atas Max Power, tapi kebijaksanaan di penghujung terutama kilometer terakhir, position, kedudukan dia sebelum penceritaan terakhir meninggalkan, saya rasa dalam 180 meter tadi dah nampak dia mendahului dalam kelompok besar di hadapan itu M.
Ya, sebenarnya apa yang saya lihat juga tadi, tenaga beliau masih nampak masih ada lagi untuk sprint. Sebenarnya kerana ramai yang bila mendaki ni, walaupun kamu mempunyai tenaga untuk sprint, bila kamu tidak ada tenaga, kamu tak boleh nak sprint juga. Jadi ini saya rasa memang Max Power sudah pastinya mempunyai tenaga yang banyak, selepas mendaki masih mempunyai tenaga untuk sprint. Jadi ini memang nampaklah beliau yang terkuat hari ini.
Dalam pemburuan di penghujung ni pun dia berada di belakang sebelum dia keluar untuk buat pencutan. Dan pencutannya itu, hanjutannya itu tidak mampu dikejar oleh saya lebih kurang 10 pelumba lagi dalam kumpulan besar di hadapan ni. Dan akhirnya memihak kepada Max Power, pelumba muda berusia 21 tahun yang menang. Ini satu pencapaian terbaik juga untuk Max Power. Jadi selain itu, ketika menuju di pendakian terakhir, pendakian kedua di Bukit Raja juga menarik, kita lihat Mario Aparacio yang ketika itu dah buat satu attack untuk memberikan amaran kepada terutamanya EF ketika itu. Di situ saya rasa dah mula nampak Simon Carr dah drop.
Sebenarnya ramai orang dia tidak target untuk sampai ke kategori 1 ni yang untuk mendapatkan poin ni. Mereka target mereka adalah host kategori yang last punya tu, yang di mana mereka tahu yang di sinilah kalau kamu breakaway, kamu akan melepaskan diri daripada peloton dan juga boleh sampai ke finishing line untuk menang staging ini, dan juga untuk pergi ke overall punya jersey, untuk green jersey. Jadi di sinilah dia punya deciding factor. Sebab tu masa yang Mario masa keluar awal tu yang kategori 1 tu, mereka tidak berapa memudarkan kerana tidak berapa nak mengejar kembali, hanya pada kadar space yang laju yang tidak begitu jauh daripada beliau, kerana mereka tahu di host kategori nanti mereka boleh tangkap dia kembali.
Lebih kurang jurang jarak daripada kom 2 dan juga kom 3 saya rasa taklah begitu jauh. Dan akhirnya tindakan itu betul sebagaimana Max Power keluar dua pencabar daripada Astana. Tapi di situ juga kita lihat saya menjaga ketika dua pelumba Astana mengapit Max Power ialah hari ini taktikalnya berbeza. Astana masih kekalkan at least mereka mencuba overall team.
Mungkin mereka boleh cuba sebab dua rider kan. Tapi namun bila pendaki tu you tak boleh nak buat sangat statik je sebab bila mana rider tu kuat bila di bukit, dia boleh buat macam-macam. Walaupun you cuba dua orang ke ataupun depan menarik ke atau belakang duduk orang pun, kalau you kuat you boleh potong orang yang di pendakian. Dia berbeza dengan jalan raya. Ni jalan rata. Kalau pendakian lain sikit dia punya cerita dia. Kalau jalan rata tu beza. Kalau jalan rata mungkin sampai dua orang Astana, confirm salah seorang dari Astana tu boleh menang.
Sedikit M, selain kita bincangkan yang pemenang, bagaimana perebutan di penghujung pendakian. Hari ini juga kita tak dapat lihat mana-mana pelumba daripada negara kita yang mampu untuk at least dalam pendakian. Terutamanya sebelum kita tahu Aiman Zarif, hari ini juga hari jadinya. Tapi nampaknya agak sukar tak nampak pun dalam kumpulan-kumpulan besar di hadapan tu?
Apa yang saya lihat, ada perubahan juga. Kita ada melihat seperti yang kita diorang melakukan breakaway dari awal dan sebagainya. Namun apa yang saya lihat, prestasi perempuan Malaysia itu masih belum sampai lagi yang tahap yang betul-betul untuk yang team world level di atas. Mungkin salah satu adalah pendedahan yang begitu banyak yang kita perlukan. Kita kena base di Europe selama-lama 2-3 tahun berlomba banyak-banyak. Itu salah satu caranya lah.
Okey, ini adalah keputusan muktamad yang mana pemenangan Max Paul, Harold Martin, tempat kedua Thomas Pesenti dari JCL Team Okyo yang mengungguli dalam peringkat yang ketiga, berakhir di Cameron Highlands dengan 170.3, dan kedudukan 10 terbaik pun tidak ada kelibat pelumba-pelumba negara dari pasukan kebangsaan maupun dari pasukan TSG Terengganu Cycling Team. Kemudian jersey juga beralih atau perubahan pemilik untuk jersey Petronas hijau untuk kedudukan keseluruhan mana Max Paul. Dan kalau kita sambil tu kita melihat je lah kedudukan pemegang-pemegang jersey. Stage ketiga ni adalah bukan gambaran Max Paul boleh kekal dan juga nampak ini adalah pemilik kekal sehingga penamat. Masih lagi terbuka.
Bagi saya rasa ini adalah penentuan dia.
Penentuan
Kerana besok memang ada satu lagi stage pendakian.
Satu saja climb.
Masih satu saja climbing besok. Namun saya rasa itu tidak menjanjikan perubahan sangat. Walaupun sebab pendakian tu kuat awal dan selepas pendakian itu kategori 1, selepas tu masih ada dalam 90 km lagi ke finishing line. Katakanlah Max Paul kita tinggal ke belakang pun 2 minit ataupun 3 minit ke belakang, tapi tim dia dalam 90 km tu boleh kejar balik, boleh menangkap balik. Jadi saya rasa sekarang ni tim DSM dia akan buat kerja pace yang sama di hadapan. Mungkin dia akan lepaskan rider dia yang tidak berbahaya di hadapan seperti tim daripada Asia dan sebagainya di hadapan. Tapi mereka akan still kekalkan pace tu kerana kebanyakan kita punya perlombaan ni rata-rata adalah jalan raya yang kuat, rata tidak ada yang pendakian yang lebih tinggi. Hanya besok je ada. Even besok kategori 1 pun tidak begitu mencabar.
Tak sampai 1000 meter. So adalah 865 meter tu sampai di gap. Hanya satu pendakian.
Tapi in basikal ni apa pun boleh terjadi. Mungkin kalau dia berlaku kemalangan ke ataupun basikal rosak ataupun tiba-tiba ada satu breakaway masa crosswind. Sebab saya rasa dia punya perbezaan dengan Astana dan juga tim-tim lain tu tidak begitu jauh. Masih dekat juga. Jadi mungkin juga tiba-tiba masa ada kesilapan, terlelap sekejap. Mungkin kalau rider tu terlepas ke hadapan, boleh berlaku, bukan tidak boleh berlaku. Masih ada cadangan, masih ada peluang untuk pasukan-pasukan lain untuk mengejar dan juga untuk membuat perubahan. Jadi perlawanan tu masih ada lagi, masih boleh mencuba lagi.
Persaingan untuk saya ada lagi, untuk M dah tamat hari ni. Tapi tak apa. Ada saya kata esok
masih boleh cuba, masuk dia masih boleh. Tapi itulah.
Betul. Okey. Esok ialah peringkat keempat. Peringkat keempat yang mana akan bermula di Kuala Kubu Baru dan akan berakhir di Bentong dengan sejauh 131.2 km, dan kita akan bersiaran esok lewat sedikit 11.45 pagi kerana esok flag off atau pelepasan bermula sekitar 12 tengah hari, dan anda juga boleh saksikan di YouTube dan juga di YouTube LTDL, Petronas LTDL, juga di YouTube MSN untuk pilihan lain, tetapi secara langsung di ESO Arena 801. Jadi maksud saya tadi tu ialah untuk M tamat, esok M tak bersama kita dah. Itu maksud saya. Apa pun terima kasih M Kumarison.
Sama-sama.
Mungkin kita mengharapkan juga esok akan kembali pelumba negara yang mampu untuk memberikan saingan yang lebih sengit.
Untuk staging-staging lain tu possibilities untuk Malaysia punya riders tu berada di hadapan tu ada peluang lagi. Apa yang kita lihat sekarang, prestasi mereka pun semakin meningkat. Tadi pun saya lihat salah seorang pelumba Malaysia tu dia sampai 7 minit selepas rider pertama sampai tu. Maknanya tidak begitu jauh. Kalau dulu mungkin sampai 10 minit, 15 minit, tapi ini 7 minit adalah satu prestasi yang bagus.
Baik. Sekali lagi M, terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Dan kepada anda, terima kasih kerana bersama dengan kami sepanjang 3 peringkat. Esok jangan lupa untuk kembali untuk menghangatkan lagi pertengahan saingan untuk Petronas Seletu di Langkawi 2024. Akhir kata dari saya Mubin, jangan lupa teruskan #BeatTheHeat, #kita semua Timah. Salam hormat, jumpa lagi.
Taiping, sebuah bandar yang memiliki keindahan bentuk muka bumi, kekayaan alam semula jadi yang indah serta bangunan warisan yang terpelihara menjadikan Taiping sebuah bandar yang unik dan istimewa. Keistimewaan ini menjadikan Bandar Taiping sebuah bandar yang terkenal dengan pelancongan eko dan warisan sejarah. Dari permulaan sebagai sebuah bandar pelombongan, lalu berkembang menjadi sebuah bandar yang dengan bangganya kami panggil sebagai rumah. Setiap batu bata yang diletakkan dan setiap jalan yang diturap membina asas yang akan menahan ujian masa. Kemenangan dan kekayaan alam ini memberikan bisikan catatan ulang tahun ke-150 Bandar Taiping dengan slogan rasminya, kelestarian warisan mendepani urbanisasi. Cuba kita bayangkan ada sekumpulan burung yang berkampung di dahan-dahan pokok. Pokok hujan-hujan yang sedang menjalar mencari air dan menjamu selera pelbagai jenis makanan yang diantaranya dianggap yang paling sedap di dunia. Bandar yang mempunyai bangunan yang tertua di Malaysia menerokai keunikan paya bakau yang terbaik di dunia. Sungai yang boleh membasuh keresahan jiwa anda. Mendaki bukit yang penuh spesies flora dan fauna. Ada juga tempat yang boleh menaiki itik, menunggang ATV atau bersenam bersama anti yang bernama Mei Mei. Maksud saya tidak tahu pun itu nama sebenarnya, tetapi ya, tempat yang seronok untuk beriadah. Anda tahu tempat yang paling luar biasa di sini? Tempat yang boleh kita lihat haiwan yang sedang menari, menyanyi, bermandi manda, bergayut di antara pohon ke pohon dan menikmati santapan bertaraf 5 bintang. Saya pasti Anda perlu merasai pelbagai aktiviti yang menarik sebagai pengalaman yang tidak dapat dilupakan. Kami menjemput Anda merasai pengalaman Fascinating Taiping.
Good morning. Selamat pagi.
At Petronas, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
Taiping, a city that has the beauty of the landscape, the wealth of beautiful nature and preserved heritage buildings make Taiping a unique and special city. This privilege makes the city of Taiping a city famous for ecotourism and heritage. From its humble beginnings as a mining town, it has blossomed into a city that we proudly call home. Each brick laid and each road paved built a foundation that would withstand the test of time. The victory and richness of nature whisper and echo the historic commemoration of the 150th anniversary of Taiping with its official slogan, Heritage, Sustainability in the Face of Urbanization. What I mean is, try to imagine a flock of birds making their home in the trees, the rain trees, their branches reaching out to the water and savoring the many types of food which are among the best in the world. The town that has some of the oldest building in Malaysia, exploring the uniqueness of the best managed mangrove swamp in the world, rivers that bathe the restless spirit within you, and ascending the hills filled with flora and fauna. There are also places where you can paddle a boat, ride ATVs, or even exercise with an auntie whose name is Mei Mei. I mean, I don't even know whether that's her real name, but it's an excellent location for exercise. Do you know a place which is the most special here? The place where we can see all kinds of animals dancing, singing, swimming, swinging from tree to tree, and enjoying a 5-star breakfast. I am sure you will experience various interesting activities, as it will be an unforgettable experience. We welcome you to experience fascinating Taiping.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS di Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
Taiping, sebuah bandar yang memiliki keindahan bentuk muka bumi, kekayaan alam semula jadi yang indah, serta bangunan warisan yang terpelihara menjadikan Taiping sebuah bandar yang unik dan istimewa. Keistimewaan ini menjadikan Bandar Taiping sebuah bandar yang terkenal dengan pelancongan eko dan warisan sejarah. Dari permulaan sebagai sebuah bandar pelombongan, lalu berkembang menjadi sebuah bandar yang dengan bangganya kami panggil sebagai rumah. Setiap batu bata yang diletakkan dan setiap jalan yang diturap membina asas yang akan menahan ujian masa. Kemenangan dan kekayaan alam ini memberikan bisikan catatan ulang tahun ke-150 Bandar Taiping dengan slogan rasminya, kelestarian warisan mendepani urbanisasi. Cuba kita bayangkan ada sekumpulan burung yang berkampung di dahan-dahan pokok. Pokok hujan-hujan yang sedang menjalar mencari air dan menjamu selera pelbagai jenis makanan yang diantaranya dianggap yang paling sedap di dunia. Bandar yang mempunyai bangunan yang tertua di Malaysia menerokai keunikan paya bakau yang terbaik di dunia. Sungai yang boleh membasuh keresahan jiwa anda. Mendaki bukit yang penuh spesies flora dan fauna. Ada juga tempat yang boleh menaiki itik, menunggang ATV atau bersenam bersama anti yang bernama Mei Mei. Maksud saya tidak tahu pun itu nama sebenarnya, tetapi ya, tempat yang seronok untuk beriadah. Anda tahu tempat yang paling luar biasa di sini? Tempat yang boleh kita lihat haiwan yang sedang menari, menyanyi, bermandi manda, bergayut di antara pohon ke pohon dan menikmati santapan bertaraf 5 bintang. Saya pasti Anda perlu merasai pelbagai aktiviti yang menarik sebagai pengalaman yang tidak dapat dilupakan. Kami menjemput Anda merasai pengalaman Fascinating Taiping.
Guten Morgen. Selamat pagi.
At PETRONAS, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
Taiping, a city that has the beauty of the landscape, the wealth of beautiful nature and preserved heritage buildings make Taiping a unique and special city. This privilege makes the city of Taiping a city famous for ecotourism and heritage. From its humble beginnings as a mining town, it has blossomed into a city that we proudly call home. Each brick laid and each road paved built a foundation that would withstand the test of time. The victory and richness of nature whisper and echo the historic commemoration of the 150th anniversary of Taiping, with its official slogan, Heritage, Sustainability in the Face of Urbanization. What I mean is, try to imagine a flock of birds making their home in the trees, the rain trees, their branches reaching out to the water, and savoring the many types of food which are among the best in the world. The town that has some of the oldest building in Malaysia, exploring the uniqueness of the best managed mangrove swamp in the world, rivers that bathe the restless spirit within you, and ascending the hills filled with flora and fauna. There are also places where you can paddle a boat, ride ATVs, or even exercise with an auntie whose name is Mei Mei. I mean, I don't even know whether that's her real name, but it's an excellent location for exercise. Do you know a place which is the most special here? The place where we can see all kinds of animals dancing, singing, swimming, swinging from tree to tree, and enjoying a 5-star breakfast. I am sure you will experience various interesting activities, as it will be an unforgettable experience. We welcome you to experience fascinating Taiping.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS di Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
Taiping, sebuah bandar yang memiliki keindahan bentuk muka bumi, kekayaan alam semula jadi yang indah, serta bangunan warisan yang terpelihara menjadikan Taiping sebuah bandar yang unik dan istimewa. Keistimewaan ini menjadikan Bandar Taiping
Langkawi.